Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was abandoned and became Wukong Jin Mori from God of Highschool Part 6. Before we start, please go support jokersHearts for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 25, second part. DxD World, Human World, Pendragon Castle. The second daughter of the Pendragons had left a magic circle that allowed her to come and return to the world of heroes. They were seals made with the help of Ophis and Issei, although she adjusted them to be able to teleport to a place she located. Despite being a woman between 20 and 22 years old, her appearance did not say that. She looked like an 18-year-old schoolgirl, with a curvy body, without exaggeration. She came to visit every week, but this time she didn't come alone, but came with little Akane. The magician didn't care if she was her blood or not. What mattered was that for her, the girls and the brown-haired boy, the little dragon was like a daughter. Le Fay was excited to introduce them to her first granddaughter. Just like Akane, she wanted to meet her other grandparents. She appeared in a magic circle outside the castle, where she was immediately met by the guards and maids, the latter of whom guided her to where her parents were. She was guided to the gates of a garden where her parents were, although there was someone else present this time. Leifi, father, mother, Oniai-sama, Lilianane-sama the blonde happily greeted her parents, brother and sister-in-law. Lord P, daughter, how did you do? Is everything okay? Asked the Pendragon patriarch as he greeted his daughter, followed by the rest. Lady P, daughter? Who is the little girl in your arms? Asked the Pendragon matriarch, curious to see a little red-haired girl with dragon features being carried by her daughter. Leifi, this is Akane. And she is my daughter, said the magician smiling, while the little girl in her arms greeted tenderly. There were different reactions. The parents were open-mouthed, with their eyes wide open. Her sister-in-law was smiling, as if showing that she was happy for her. Finally, her brother, he was blank. Crack, something was heard breaking. It was the glass of tea that Arthur had in his hand. He lowered his head a little, causing his glasses to shine and not letting his eyes be seen. The blonde didn't say anything. He just got up and left the garden. Those present knew very well why the blonde would go, so they waited a while for him to return. Seeing him back with the same expression, but on his waist he had it was Caliban, the intentions of going to cut the chestnut into pieces were very evident. Arthur, Le Fay, tell me, where is the bastard right now? He asked coldly. It was evident that his objective was to go after the brown-haired boy. Arthur in these 7 years had become a mature man, and well valued, even returned home, since his parents accepted the fact that he was in love with one of the maids of the house, being she the reason why he ran away from home. Not only is it, but also got the mania of protecting his sister from everything. They had become a very recognized businessman for being a transport of commerce between countries, although it was also a front for the commerce of the supernatural world. He had married Liliana, the servant he fell in love with, 3 years ago. He had a perfect life, especially since his wife was already 2 months pregnant. He refused his sister's engagement to the other family, but her parents did it to make her forget about the Sekiryuutei. It was a difficult way to accept, but it was the only one. When it was learned that his sister's engagement to the son of the other family, he was surprised to know who had broken it off. It was none other than the same young man who took out several people at the meeting with the return of Rizavim. It was a mystery as to who he was or his origin, but the leaders trusted him. And even more so when no one knows his current whereabouts. If he didn't mess with anyone important to him, he wouldn't be considered a threat. But he took away the purity of his beloved little sister, and that is something he cannot forgive. Although he was grateful for bringing back his sister's smile, it was a topic for another day after cutting her into slices. Leifi, Ni-sama. Calm down, please, exclaimed the nervous magician, trying to stop her brother, which didn't work. I'm not a child anymore, I'm grown up. This last comment from the magician made her brother freeze. I'm not a little girl anymore, I'm grown up. I'm not a little girl anymore, I'm grown up. I'm not a little girl anymore, I'm grown up. This sentence echoed in the blonde's head, who was surprised by his sister. The image of his little sister gradually faded away. Her eyes opened wide as she heard him say, "Wow, my dear little sister!" And she knew who the culprit was. Arthur, Wukong Jin, he said with a gloomy tone. Father, Mother, Maria and Leifi will be back in a moment. He didn't finish speaking because a high-speed jump hit his face. Mona, what did I tell you, Joker? That I was going to cut him into pieces, Joker? Futuba, Akira-kun left. He said he was going to get a certain silver. Why did you pressure him? Mona, he deserved it. Who did that? It was Liliana, Arthur's wife and Leifi's sister-in-law. She is a woman with long blonde hair, blue eyes, a slim body, soft white skin, and a slight pregnancy could already be noticed. She used to be a servant of the Pendragon family. Like Arthur, she ended up falling in love, and was the reason why Arthur ran away from home. In short, she was a high-class lady now. Liliana, I'm sorry, but if I don't knock him out with a jump, it would bring you problems. Fei-chan apologized. Her sister-in-law, while in one of her hands she had the jump, and the other she was holding an unconscious Arthur with his broken glasses. Having been a servant has its rewards, such as a good strength to keep her husband always faithful, and prevent him from doing something stupid, not to mention that her husband may be a man of his word and action, but there are times when words are of no use and you have to resort to force. Behind every great man, there will always be a great woman who supports and helps him. These words would fit Maria perfectly. Liliana, Father, Mother, I'll take Anata to rest and hide her sword well. I'll be back in a few minutes, said the blonde elegantly before leaving the garden. The magician's parents, and she herself, were sweating profusely when she saw this. It was something that never changes. No matter if she had seen it several times, it was still somewhat funny. Anyway, many things had changed in these 7 years, but there were also things that hadn't changed, like certain leaders. Akane, Mom, the cake! The little girl pointed to a slice of cake that was on the table, where the magician's parents were also sitting. Le Fay went to take a free seat to sit down, and letting little Akane sit on her lap, the magician began to cut the cake into small pieces so her daughter could eat. Leifi, say Akane-chan, said the magician, putting a toothpick with a piece of cake in it. The little girl opened her mouth to eat the delicious cake that one of her mothers was giving her, even though there was a little cream left near her lips, which the magician delicately wiped away with a napkin. The little girl savored the cake. It was very sweet. Her tail was moving wildly from one side to the other. It was a sign that the little girl liked it. Lady PD, daughter, it seems you are already learning to be a good mother, Jujuju, said the woman to her daughter with a light laugh. She still remembered as if it were yesterday, when her son and daughter were little like Akane, that she fed them. She could not help but give a nostalgic look. Lady Pendragon could see the error in wanting to commit her to someone other than the brunette. If it were with William, she would not be able to see the smile that she had not seen on her daughter for 7 years. She mentally thanked that the brunette returned in time to prevent her and her husband from making the mistake that would cost her daughter's happiness. Lord PD, but daughter, it hasn't been long. Besides, we see each other every week. How is it possible that you have a daughter with the Sekiryuutei? Asked the gentleman to his daughter. It was true. Besides, she didn't have any features of either parent. How was it possible? So in his mind came the most likely answer. What he said also made his wife think the same as him. Then the magician told him what she knew about the little girl, that the brown-haired boy adopted her. Even though he adopted his father's aura from her, it was as if by law she was his daughter. Her parents understood the origin of the little girl. Although it was not their daughter's doing so, they were happy for her, since she would have more experience and a companion for when she gave birth, although they also knew that when the little girl grew up, she would be a full-fledged woman, seeing how she was now. Leifi, here goes another Akane-chan, said the magician, giving another piece of cake to the little girl, who ate it with great pleasure. Father, Mother, even though Akane is not the blood daughter of me and Issei-sama, I love her as she is, and that will not change, said the blonde, looking at her daughter who was on her lap. She smiled maternally. The little girl turned and looked at the magician. She gave her mother a smile. Lady PD, Sai, daughter, this time we will support you. We believed in what would be good for you, but we never thought about what you really want. We were bad parents, said the mother, lowering her head as if apologizing to her daughter, but I thank Issei-kun for having avoided our biggest mistake. Leifi touched her mother's hand, making her look at her daughter, seeing that she had a bright smile like she had never shown before. Leifi, Mother, I know you wanted me to be happy, but I'm not angry with you. I can only say thank you for supporting me, mother, said the girl serenely. She didn't hate her parents for compromising her with a man she didn't love, but that was already in the past. A long road awaited her next to the brown-haired boy ahead. She turned to look to speak to her father. Father, do you want, huh? Where's father? Is Akane not there either? She looked everywhere, not knowing when her daughter had gone. Leifi and her mother looked around. On the grass was Lord Pendragon giving Akane piggyback rides. You could see that they were both having fun, while they laughed. Without knowing how the gentleman was so fast, but he no longer had to worry. Seeing the scene of a grandfather playing with his granddaughter was a good gift. Far from the garden, to be more precise inside the castle, in Arthur and his wife's room, the blond man looked out the window at the scene accompanied by his wife. They were both sitting near the window to watch them, while they both drank some tea. Liliana, dear, you see how happy Fei-chan is, and you want to go cut her fiancé into slices, said the serene woman, but her expression changed to an accusatory one when she remembered what her husband wanted to do. Arthur, you're right, maybe I should thank you and then I'll cut it into slices, he said calmly, taking a sip of his tea, and then showing seriousness. Liliana, dear, she said with some excitement, but at the same time showing a slightly angry expression towards her husband. Don't make me take out the Sultan again. When saying that, the blonde's face turned blue. That weapon was much more powerful than his sword. Not for nothing his wife is an expert in its use. He gulped to apologize to his wife. World of Heroes, Hyoudou residence. It was already late. Dinner time was about to begin. Leifi came out of a magic circle in the living room. When she appeared, she saw that she was the only one who was late, along with Akane. Spending time with her parents and introducing her daughter made the time pass so quickly that she didn't notice. Without further ado, I helped put the plates on the large table. Surprisingly, they had made it a little bigger. During dinner everything was normal. Well, with what happened today with some groups, in a certain way it was normal. Those who went to ask the Mawajuka about the pieces told the origin of that bow in their heads. In addition to that, it was a mixture between promotion and borrowed power. The last thing the vast majority did not understand. What was borrowed power? With the simple name they got an idea, but maybe it is not what they thought. So they began to explain to them about the borrowed power. Well, what they knew, since not even Chestnut himself knew well the mysteries that it had. Another thing was the third set of pieces. After saying that, everyone got excited. Well, those who knew a little more about the evil pieces, but if with two they were already quite strange, now they say that there is a third. After they calmed down a bit, they explained the origin of each set, which represented the life of the chestnut that he had. In part it made sense, but for now it was the most likely of the three sets, the chestnut being the first being to have had more than one life as an individual, and according to Ajuka he was the first being reincarnated from another life to create and have his own set of pieces. On the part of those who went for the matter of the pieces were all. Now it was the turn of the girls who went shopping today. Then Venelana began to write about what happened to them, of course omitting a certain talk she had with Claudia about him. But she told them how she, along with Yasaka and Grafia, took care of some villains today, thus avoiding the kidnapping of the daughter of one of those who financed the heroes. Yasaka and Grafia also complimented the fact, even that was not what came to the case. But many heroes and civilians congratulated them, and they were caught on cameras. Some heroes asked if they were some kind of new heroine, but it was not. But without caring about that, she invited them to have one of them be part of her hero agency, which none accepted. The brown-haired boy felt as if this would bring him trouble when the news spread faster. He had heard from Yayorosa that in this world there was a certain marriage that was to give birth with the combination of the parents' quirks. If that was the case, it would definitely destroy whoever got close to what is a dragon's. And he would be more than ready. After dinner, the rest of the girls told about what happened to them today, although it was not something out of the ordinary, such as fixing certain matters of the Citri Academy, the paperwork of a Mao, although the latter was to be expected, so a few hours passed so that everyone could take a big hot bath before going to sleep. After all, the girls went to sleep in their respective rooms, except for Lulu, Ophis and Lilith, who had to sleep with the brown-haired boy this time. Before the brown-haired boy returned to his room, Venelana spoke to him to tell them a few things that she has to do tomorrow. Day after. It was Sunday morning, around 9 in the morning. The brown-haired boy was wearing casual clothes, a red short-sleeved shirt, black jeans, and red tennis shoes. Today he had to go out with a certain brunette. Reason? It was at Venezuelan's request. He didn't know why he had to do it, but if it was a favor from Bale, he would fulfill it. It should be said that he didn't have his usual hairstyle, the one that defied gravity. Now it was a little straighter, although he did it so that no one would recognize him in the DxD world. Technically, he was using the same appearance he used on the date with Ravel. Flashback. Venelana had called the chestnut tree to talk in private. They went to the roof to have more privacy. Both were on the roof. You could clearly see the dark sky that was illuminated by a half moon. There was a fresh breeze. Venezuelan asked to sit on a bench that was there, one of those that are like a type of swing. Issei, Venelana? What do you want to talk about? He asked curiously, since he thought it would be something that no one else could know. Venelana, you see Issei-kun, I want to ask you a favor, you wouldn't deny it, right? Said the Bale, smiling at the brown-haired boy, which made him raise an eyebrow. Issei, of course, if it's within my possibilities, I'll do my best, the young man answered without giving it much importance, since he would do his best to fulfill a request from one of his women. Venelana, I want you to take Claudia on a date without hesitation, she said it, even though she knew that the brunette could refuse, considering that he died because he did not keep an eye on the ex-husband of the aforementioned, but she knew that Claudia had decided to seek her own happiness. As friends, she had to help him take a step. And they also had to clear things up between the two of them, especially Claudia. For the brown-haired boy, he had a poker face, blinking several times until he finally processed what the Bale had said. Issei, what? But what things are you saying, Venezuelan? What do you have planned? He asked excitedly, but then looked with his eyes half closed at the mentioned, who had a sweet smile with her eyes closed. Venelana, do you accept my request, Issei-kun? She asked without changing her expression. She continued to maintain the same, a sweet smile and her eyes closed. Issei, the brown-haired boy was going to ask the Bale why this happened, something he couldn't finish, since she kept asking him again. Venelana, I said, do you accept my request, Issei-kun? She repeated the question again without changing her expression. In a certain way she was already starting to scare the brown-haired boy a little. Without further ado, the brown-haired man had to accept. This made the Bale happy, since it had turned out as she had planned. Venelana, thank you, Issei, said the woman sweetly, approaching the brown-haired boy to give him a kiss near his lips and then separating to go back to her room. Thank you, and sleep well. My Issei, said the woman sweetly, to leave a brown-haired boy as if he were stone in place. The brown-haired boy recovered and also left the place towards his room. Before entering through the door, he looked at the half-moon shining dimly. Without further ado he sighed and went back to his room to see three Lolas sleeping peacefully in the king-sized bed in his room. End of flashback. He was still waiting for Claudia to be ready. It wasn't the first time that a woman took a little longer than usual, so he sat on one of the sofas in the living room while Akane played with him. It didn't take long for Claudia, accompanied by Venelana, Grafia, Gabriel, Celestine, and some other girls, to come down. Apparently, they helped with the appearance, makeup, and clothing. Gabriel, we're sorry for the wait, Issei-kun, he said the seraph with a smile that gave the impression of wanting to surprise. Venelana, you'll be surprised, Issei-kun, it took us a little longer than we had thought. But Claudia is ready, said the Bale with a smile of slight satisfaction that everything will go well on the date of the two brunettes girls. Let the protagonist of today pass fufu, she said with amusement to the girls who were covering Claudia. Seraph, Naisi-chan, Claudia-chan is here, said the Leviathan Mao with joy while stepping aside as if to introduce someone special. Grafia, who quietly stood aside also with a posture as if introducing someone important. A slight hint of amusement could also be seen on her face. Then a little space was given in the middle to show Claudia, who was dressed casually and simply, but managed to stand out a lot. Her brown hair was tied in a bun in the back, while the hair in front was loose. That type of hairstyle was perfect for her. Her clothing consisted of a pink shirt, which showed a little of her cleavage, accompanied by a small amaranth-colored blouse with yellow lines, a salmon-colored skirt that reached almost to her ankles, not missing some beige stockings, finally a pair of black sneakers with medium heels. It was simple, but beautiful. Her good figure was noticeable, Although it was not so revealing, it was perfect for her. "Claudia H., how do I look?" asked the woman a little nervously, considering that she usually wears pants and never misses them, although before that she didn't even wear pants. The brown-haired man stared at him for a few seconds before coming out of the trance. "Issei, beautiful," was the only thing the brown-haired man said in response to the question asked by Claudia, even though he couldn't take his eyes off the woman. "Claudia, thank you," she said in a low voice, blushing a little, but she was happy that he said those words to her. She gave a small scream as she was pushed towards the brown-haired boy, by Maya, Venelana and Celestine. "Maya, go quickly, there's no time to waste," said the redhead with a certain tone of amusement, and mocking her friend. "Celestine, Issei-san, please take care of Claudia," said the blonde elf with a slight smile, while placing the brunette next to the brown-haired boy. The brown-haired man sighed, extending his hand to Claudia for her to take. "Issei, I hope you don't mind going to say hello to someone first," Claudia said the brown-haired man to the woman. He was planning to stop by and say hello to an old rival, since it's been a while since he heard from the fight addict. Claudia shook her head. It didn't bother her, since she would have time even though it was still early. Without further ado, the brown-haired man said goodbye to each girl and her daughter, and then entered with Claudia into a gap heading towards the territory of a certain albino. "Penemu, he's gone. Serafal, what are we going to do for the rest of the day?" "Kunu, Kuroka, Rosweiss, Ravel, and Griselda, along with me, we're thinking about trying to use the new promotion. We want to achieve it as soon as possible," said the younger kitsune, while those mentioned by her nodded. "Yasaka, daughter, do you want us to help you?" asked the eldest kitsune to her daughter, who did not refuse. "Olga, do you think we do too? We don't want to fall behind either," said the dark elf with amber eyes for the rest of the nobility who couldn't enter the promotion yet. "Chloe, the tournament is only 3 months away, we have to prepare. From what Gabriel-sama told me, there may be very strong teams in this tournament," said the half-elf very excited. In part she loved fighting, plus it will be a very different confrontation from what she had faced before. It was normal to be a little excited, right? "Venelana, good. It's decided. We will help train those who will enter the upcoming tournament, isn't that right, Grafia?" said the Baelin, helping with the training, then looked at her queen, who nodded her head. Except for Kargaya, Prim, and Celestine, the rest would help with the training with the chestnut nobility, plus Sona and Tsubaki would also enter, while the nobility of the minor Citri would begin their training within a week. DXD World Underworld Territory? Vala Lucifer, descendant of the original Lucifer, better known as the White Emperor Hakuroku, strongest of all time, a supreme-class demon, rival of the Sekiryuutei. He is currently married to 4 women, which is strange coming from him, considering that he had never been interested in anything other than fighting, but these 7 years he never stopped training, knowing that his rival/friend would not die so easily, but would come back stronger than before. That was reason enough to continue with his training. Or so he had thought, being some years ago, spring, love, had come to him. For the first 2 years he traveled around the world in search of strong beings to confront, unaware that this trip took him on a 180-degree turn. Currently he lives quietly in his territory in his mansion with his 4 wives. Today was a quiet day in the mansion. He was sitting at a table waiting for breakfast made by one of his wives, Lavinia Rennie. Many will think that she and Vala were like older sister and younger brother, which was true years ago, but the albino did not want that. He wanted something more with her. Many will think that Vala was just addicted to fighting, but it was not like that. It is hard to believe that Vala Lucifer was the one who took the initiative, but it is true, he was. Being a supreme-class demon, when at the end of the battle against Rizavim and Trihexa, the factions emerged victorious, he was promoted, thus obtaining the title of high class in a game of evil pieces. Currently the queen piece is occupied by one of his wives, Lavinia Rennie, a rook who is his second wife Penthesilea, descendant of Hippolyta, the most farting Amazon queen of all time, his second rook descendant of son Wukong, Biko. His first horse is his third wife Brynhildr, granddaughter of the most powerful Valkyrie with the same name. And his second horse is occupied by Arthur. The latter had a condition before being reincarnated as a demon, and that is to extend the longevity of his family almost to that of a demon, something that was not work, but to a certain extent he could understand the reasons of the blonde, although he also wanted Leife as a bishop. Something that she denied for obvious reasons and also to extend her longevity. Something that currently no longer needs it. Many will wonder who is the albino's fourth wife? It is none other than Sigvera Agars, the current leader of the Agars clan. The most surprising thing is that she and Vala got married, something that nobody saw coming. If with 3 wives it was strange coming from someone like Vali, with Agars, many were in shock when this fact was made known. At the wedding they both simply said that things just began and let themselves be guided on the mysterious path of love. Despite the fact that Vala could be the leader of the Agars clan, he refused and let his wife be, as it should be. Everything was quiet. The albino along with Penthesilea and Sigvera were sitting at the dining table waiting for Lavinia and Brynhilde to serve the food. Despite living in a mansion with servants, Vala loved what his wives cooked more, so the maids would only take care of the rest except for cooking. The albino was taking a sip of his morning cup of coffee when a maid arrived to tell him that someone came to look for him. He asked who it was, and the maid replied, making him quickly get up from his seat. The person mentioned by the maid was none other than Hyoudou Issei. The albino was not the only one surprised. The leader Agars was also surprised, in fact even Penthesilea, who had heard of the achievements of the Red Emperor. The one who had returned from a trip a few months ago, whose current whereabouts were unknown to everyone, his rival, was now at the entrance to his home, had many questions to ask him, and with a certain Yakumo who was said to be an old friend of his. Then Lavinia comes out with Brynhilde with the breakfasts. Both saw how a smile appeared on her husband's face. Lavinia, Viekuin? What's going on? Asked the blonde curiously, seeing her husband's expression. It was the face he made when he was preparing to fight. Bryn, Vala, do we have guests? Asked the Valkyrie, who had heard that they had guests. Vala, I'll be back in a bit, girls. I'm going to say hello to an old friend, said the albino without erasing that smile that was on him. Maybe I could ask him for a friendly fight. Without wasting time he went to the entrance where the brown-haired man was still waiting, although he didn't come alone. The albino walked with the maid to the entrance of the mansion, where the brown-haired man was waiting for him. When he arrived, he saw him. He knew what the brown-haired man's current appearance was, thanks to a video that was circulating on the internet in the human world. The chestnut saw his rival. He hadn't changed much in these 7 years, except that he is a little taller than before. Issei, yo! Vala, how are you doing? He greeted, raising his hand a little. His greeting was something common, that was something to be expected from him, although it didn't seem like a greeting that they hadn't seen for years. Vali, Hyoudou, finally you decide to come out of hiding, he said with a slight smile accompanied by a slight tone of mockery to his rival/friend. The brown-haired boy smiled. The albino's attitude was as he remembered. Even after 7 years he was still the same. Claudia, Issei-kun? Who is he? The brown-haired woman asked the brown-haired man. She didn't know much about the brown-haired man's acquaintances, but they knew the basics, and during her wait for the albino. Issei. He is Vala Lucifer. He is also the current Hakuroku. He is a good friend of mine. He the brown-haired boy answered the woman. Maybe I could ask her for a friendly fight. Issei and Claudia were guided to where Vala's wives were, which was in the living room type dining room. Upon arrival, they saw 2 people that the brown-haired man knew very well and the other 2 they didn't. The chestnut tree recognized Lavinia and Sigvera. They also recognized him, but there were also 2 more women present, something he knew who they were. But the strangest thing was, why did Vala have 4 women in the same house? Issei, hey Vala? Why do you have 4 women in the same house? Asked the brown-haired man confused. It was strange coming from someone like the albino. Vali, well you see, Hyoudou. Those 4, he pointed to Lavinia, Penthesilea, Brynhilde, and Sigvera, they are my wife, was the only thing he said, in a normal tone. The brown-haired boy opened his eyes wide. He didn't think that the fight-addicted Vala would have more than one partner, despite knowing that dragons could be polygamous, more than any other race. Coming from the albino, it was definitely something to talk about. Issei, is this the end of the world? He asked in a mocking tone, although he was still amazed by what the albino had said. Vali, I think in these 7 years, something more than just your appearance has changed, I answered in the same way as the brown, a tone with a slight touch of mockery. Let me introduce you. I suppose you already know Lavinia and Sigvera. Then the albino introduced each of his wives, starting with the first. Lavinia, already very well known to all those present, except for Claudia, a beautiful woman between 27 and 30 years old, although her appearance seems to be very young, with beautiful long blonde hair, sapphire blue eyes, although now she was not wearing her magician's clothes. You could say that she is the first woman who has made Vala blush. During the years of the brown-haired boy's absence, the albino decided to take a step with his friendship with the girl, a relationship like that of an older sister and a younger sister, to a loving one. The things that Vala did to be able to demonstrate it at a certain point was something that he would never think would come from the albino, but he managed to conquer the heart of the magician. The second is Penthesilea, the albino's second wife, a beautiful girl with white and delicate skin. You could say she is the shortest of his 4 wives. She is considered the lowly of the harem, short silver hair gathered in the rear part. A thin body, but she had great strength in combat, being a direct descendant of the queen of the Amazons, not just any, but the most powerful in all of history, being Queen Hippolyta. His strength in combat is fearsome, since if you were not careful, you would easily leave the fight with many broken bones. Not for nothing does he hold the title of Berserker. Although her personality is that of a calm, but proud, kind woman, but at times when it is necessary, she adapts to the situation. How did she end up being Vala's wife? Well, the aforementioned was traveling for a while. At one point he arrived in the Amazon to look for strong opponents. It was there that they both met for the first time during a confrontation, in which the albino emerged victorious. In the Amazon village there is a rule that allows the local inhabitants to find their partner, and it is: you can only marry the first man who has shown himself to be stronger and more worthy than you. And the rest is history for another time. The third wife is called Brynhild or Brunhild, granddaughter of the Valkyrie with the same name. She, like Rosweiss, served for a time as the bodyguard of old Odin. Despite being a beautiful, strong and intelligent woman, she could not find a partner, and she was very, as it were, somewhat calm that she bored any man. Which bored them to the point of losing interest. A beautiful woman who radiates a mystical presence, long white hair with a touch of blue-green that somehow reminds you of the night sky. A delicate body with skin as pale as snow, with a well-curved body, good-sized breasts, slim hips, and not lacking a firm rear end, which is what most activates Vala's dragon instincts. She met the albino thanks to one of her adopted brothers, Vidar, who knew the girl's grandmother and knew about her granddaughter's problem. He introduced Vala to the girl. He knew that his brother, being part dragon, was more inclined to free polygamy, so he asked the two to have a relationship for a while, which seemed to have very good results. The personality was calm, compassionate, polite and full of affection. Although the latter was more towards the brown-haired man, she currently lives happily as one of the albino's wives. Being a wife has been a dream since she was little. Now that she was able to become one, her main priority is her love life and being a good wife. The fourth and last wife is the current leader of the Agars clan, Sigvara Agars, a beautiful woman with long blonde hair with a slight greenish touch and pink eyes. She and Vala, despite not knowing each other, were through a marriage proposed by the old demons of the council. At first both refused to do so, but at Azazel's request to the albino, he made an attempt to meet the girl. In a short time both could see the good side of each other, to such an extent that the girl found the albino attractive. 2 years ago, she went with all of them, she being the last to join. In a certain way she managed to find a hobby partner, being herself the one who made the albino become a little interested in highlights. The brown-haired boy was amazed. He never thought his rival would find a partner, even though he was technically a musclehead, although he was no one to say so, since in the past he was in a certain way like the albino, a fight addict. Each girl also introduced herself. Then the brunette and Claudia also introduced themselves, although some already knew them. Val, and what brings you to my territory? Asked the albino, taking a sip of his coffee. Issei, I just wanted to say hello to an old friend, nothing special before starting the day, said the brown-haired boy. He had planned to visit the albino and talk about some things, but the Bale's request came up. Although I was surprised that Lavinia-san is your wife. I mean, wasn't she supposed to see you as a little brother? He asked with intrigue. Lavinia, well, you see, Hyoudou-kun, Viekun did very romantic things to confess to me, Once he even did, the blonde couldn't tell the story, since her husband covered her mouth. Lavinia! I already told you not to tell that again. Everyone had already forgotten about it, said the albino with his face red with embarrassment, as he remembered that moment. The rest of his wives laughed lightly, but their hands covered their mouths, preventing them from laughing out loud. They knew what he did, since Lavinia herself had told them. The brown-haired boy had a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. He never thought that in this life he would see this side of the albino. Now he was more expressive. These 7 years had definitely been a lot for him, something that didn't seem like 7 years, even though he ended up in other worlds for a good while before returning. Note: the time of other worlds runs differently, either faster or slower than the DxD world. Time will only stabilize when the chestnut returns to that world with the door that leads to the Sage of Realm, although it currently has an extra use, in addition to going to the world already mentioned. Although it is a topic that I will discuss in another chapter. When he was in the prison dimension with Trihexa, he could use the door to go to other worlds, but he couldn't go to his own, there being 2 slight problems. The first was that since he didn't know how to use the door well, it was technically random. Second, the seal restricted him. It was much stronger than him back then, by far. Penda, it's true, even though you looked very cute, ha ha ha, said the Amazon, laughing through her teeth. She avoided falling to the ground laughing. Bryn, come on dear, you have to admit that you look super cute, Yufufa, said the Valkyrie, laughing lightly. A small and sweet surprise formed on her face. Seek, I agree with you girls, said Agars, also laughing slightly while adjusting her glasses, making them shine. Vala-aha! I'm not listening to them. La 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 la! Exclaimed the albino, all red, redder than the crimson color of Surzex would leave like white. Definitely, one of the things that could stop the White Emperor were his wives. After a while, about 3 minutes, the albino had finally calmed down. It was good that his wives would stop reminding him of that embarrassing moment he had to go through to confess to Lavinia. Issei, have you calmed down yet? He asked with a small forced smile. He didn't know whether to laugh at the albino or feel pity. Valley, ha sigh, I've calmed down, and well, something else you want to talk about, because I don't think you just came to say hello. After calming down, he took a sigh, to change to an almost serious one, but without leaving aside his slight smile. Issei, I see that nothing passes through your eyes. It's true, I came here, not only to greet you, said the brown-haired boy, smiling slightly. He knew that the albino's way of thinking was very good, so he would also get to the point. I came to talk to you about Wukong Jin. This made the atmosphere change a little. The mentioned name was still a mystery. They only knew that he was an acquaintance of the Sekiryuutei. Beyond that there was nothing, although another extra piece of information was that he had Rui, although it is not known if it is a copy or that in reality there were 2 Rui Jin Guban. The point was that it was still a mystery. Vala, what do you want to talk about him? He asked now seriously. He had seen the strength that the aforementioned had, during the confrontation against the army created by Rise of him months ago. In addition to hearing what Olfa said, even being tired, he was able to overcome 80% of Trihexa's power that Rise of him had in his possession at that moment. What the brown-haired man would say next would possibly define if he is an enemy or an ally. Another thing is that none of his wives participated because he did not let them. They knew he was strong, but as her husband he had to prevent them from facing certain death or perhaps worse. Issei, I know you can keep this secret with your wives. I just hope centuries pass before you make this known, said the brown-haired man, taking a breath while putting up a barrier so he could speak privately. Thanks to Leifi, he was able to control it better. There were no servants in the room. Everyone left, leaving the place to those present, so he wouldn't worry about that, and because of the barrier, the albino and his wives paid close attention. Issei, it's just that she didn't finish the sentence since a certain brunette who had remained silent avoided her. Claudia, Issei, are you sure about this? Will he really tell them? The brunette asked, the brunette a little alarmed. She knew that this had to be a secret, since if the rest of the supernatural knew, it could bring problems to the brunette and them every time they came to this world, even if they were minor problems. Problems were problems. Issei, calm down, Claudia. I know Vala can keep this secret like the rest. Besides, I'm sure he already had his suspicions, he said calmly to the aforementioned. He remembered that during the emergency meeting for Sona's kidnapping, the albino had been staring at her. And he also let out the energy of the Red Emperor for a moment inside the barrier. It was very possible that he felt a small part of it. The brunette accepted. Only now she would pay more attention to what was coming next. Vala and his wives did not understand what they were talking about, but they knew it was related to Jean. But they were intrigued by the last thing the brown-haired man said. "It's that I." That sentence he could not finish speaking, being interrupted by Claudia. "Vala, what are you what?" asked the albino. His wives were also in the same doubt as him. The brown-haired man took a small breath to resume what he was going to say. "Issei, I am Wukong Jin" was the only thing he said to the albino and his wives. He said it calmly. The message was very clear as water, said by the brown-haired boy. The albino and the girls did not know if they should take it as a joke, since when looking at the brown-haired boy he did not seem to be joking. They looked at Claudia to see if she could say if it was a joke or not, as if she denied it, making it known that it was true, although she would still have some doubts. "Vala girls, what the hell?" they exclaimed in unison, amazed that it was actually the same person. The albino was the same as his wives. He resolved a doubt, but now they had more doubts than before knowing that it was the same person. "Valley, I don't know if you're messing with me or looking for a fight," said the albino, still not very convinced of what his rival said, having a twitch in one of his eyebrows. The brown-haired boy began to surround himself with a light layer of light. His hair began to take on a different shape, and some of it began to defy gravity. His facial features changed slightly. When the light dissipated in front of them, the brown-haired boy from a while ago was no longer there, but rather Wukong Jin, accompanied by the bond of union. It was hard to believe, even knowing that it was right in front of them, but they had to believe. "Valley, well, I guess he couldn't say he didn't believe you," said the albino, a little surprised. The chestnut tree removed the bough and quickly returned to the appearance it had when it came here. Shade shifting, an ability that the Monkey King has that allows him to change his physical appearance, although he cannot hide the wounds on his body. "Vala, and how did you get this power?" asked the albino, somewhat curious, considering that he had proven to be a tough opponent against Rizavim. "Issei, well, he already had that power, it was just that it was sealed," said the brown-haired boy, making those present doubt. "Lavinia, sealed?" said the blonde mage, intrigued, to the side of her head while a finger was placed next to her chin. "Vala, so how did you break the seal?" he asked the brown-haired boy again. He didn't know, since when he had those powers, he was very concentrated. "Issei, well, you see, it happened 2 hours before he appeared to fight Rizavim." The brown-haired boy began to tell how he recovered his powers. Flashback. The chestnut had entered the dimension created by Great Red, where time would pass very quickly. 1 hour outside was equal to 100 years here. He was in his wise or Monkey King state. His characters were blue. It was a sign that his power was incomplete, and a large part of his memories were still missing. The portal to leave this dimension closed. To begin with the chestnut's meditation, the place was all black, but his body could be clearly seen. He did not give it importance, and began to put himself in lotus pose. He didn't know how long he had been meditating, but he felt that a lot had already passed, without knowing that 50 years had already passed. "Issei, ha sai, it doesn't work," said the brown-haired boy, stretching his hands and feet on the ground. He looked a little upset. "Drake, partner, how will you do it then?" "Meditation didn't work," said the red glove, appearing. The brown-haired boy began to think. The being that reincarnated him had sealed all of his powers in his soul. Although that memory was very cloudy, he remembered that he had to do something to remove the seal along with most of his memories. To regain your powers and memories, you must face yourself. It was the phrase that came to his head, although that voice could not be distinguished if it was from a man or a woman, but he managed to remember that that being had said it before reincarnating him into another being, to be more precise, the son of the Hyoudou. "Issei, I have it," he said, already knowing what to do, although another doubt arose, and it was like facing himself. "Oh, Drake, do you know what he means by facing yourself?" the brown-haired boy asked the red dragon with doubt. "Drake, I think it would be more of a spiritual thing, if I'm not mistaken. It's like fighting against your shadow," said the Welsh dragon through the green orb of the gauntlet. The way to do it, but they didn't know how. But they did know that it was a seal. They only needed to know how to make the seal respond, since if it was the same one that sealed it, it had to be the same way to confront it. Without knowing, it took them another 50 years to find the seal. It was deep inside the chestnut tree, thanks to the fact that Drake was able to find it, since it was very hidden inside the chestnut tree and it was a seal that he had never seen or known. Without knowing that 100 years had already passed, he came to this dimension made by Great Red. He didn't feel any hunger or sleep. The time to activate the seal had arrived. What was coming had to end quickly, since he felt like a lot of time had passed. The seal was activated. An emerald-colored seal appeared below the chestnut, which moved away until it reached a distance of 2 meters. In the circle, a chestnut appeared just like the original, although it was the same color as the seal. The copy did not move, it remained static, which intrigued the chestnut tree. Issei, now what should we do? He asked the Welsh dragon. Face him? He asked him again. Drake, I think it's most likely, although I feel that it won't be easy, said the dragon to its bearer. Without further ado, the chestnut tree got into a battle pose, which the copy also imitated, without thinking much, only with the objective of defeating it. The original and the copy launched themselves against each other. It would be a difficult fight, and it was. Every time the brown-haired one showed himself to be a little more superior to the copy, he showed himself to be more than the original. In addition to having all of his techniques and fighting style, he had it very difficult. Even with the boosted gear, he was surpassed. A 100-year fight had been fought. The copy proved to be far superior to the original, and the chestnut was already at his limit. He was already tired, but he couldn't give up. He needed to recover his powers immediately, otherwise all would be lost. Issei, ha Drake. Doesn't it seem strange to you that he doesn't move when we don't attack him? Asked the brown-haired boy with labored breathing, not counting some wounds that were noticeable in visible places. Drake, I've noticed it. Partner, I have a hypothesis. What if you get close to him without showing hostility? Said the dragon to his carrier, since every time they got close, the copy would be on guard. It was always when they wanted to attack him. Why not try to get close without wanting to defeat him? The chestnut did what the dragon said. He started walking slowly towards the copy that was static. When he arrived, he styled his fist, not as a sign of hitting, but as if he wanted the copy to imitate him. What happened next amazed him. He and the copy clashed fists. The copy made of energy began to join with the original. An emerald aura illuminated him, in which he saw all his memories pass around him, not to mention that he felt his power returning, even though his body was at its limit. The light was divided, revealing a brown-haired boy with no physical change. The only noticeable change was his eyes. They turned red with golden irises. Issei, did it work? He asked, analyzing his body. There wasn't much change. You could still notice wounds from blows on it. Drake, we won't know until we put it to the test. We can't rest, so I suggest you do some augmentation before going to Peel, said the dragon. He didn't know the situation on the other side. There was no time to rest. The brown-haired man didn't think twice, and started to increase his power with his glove. It was about 200 times. It was what his current condition could handle. Then he removed the limits of his body, to use another technique to increase his physical power by 400 times. The burden was too much. Without wasting time, he left the dimension to go to the fight that was taking place in the underworld, since he did not know how much longer it would last before falling tired. End of flashback. The brown-haired boy finished telling how he undid the seal. They were amazed by what the brown-haired boy had told them, even Claudia, although she knew that the rest of the girls were too, since she possibly hadn't told them that. He also told about who he was, and his identity. Besides coming from another world, that surprised those present even more, since they remembered that Rise of him had the objective of dominating other worlds. Now they knew it was true. In addition to what he said, Drake was at home, something that surprised the albino and his inner dragon. He explained that during the time he was locked up with Trihexa, he was able to break the seals to free him, which was not easy, although he could still use the powers of the same, but it is more effective if he were inside the boosted gear. This caught Albion's attention, as he also wanted to leave, but it would be for another occasion, since it was enough to remove the seals alone, which the dragon accepted and hoped the moment would come quickly. Issei, well? I've already told everything I know. Do you want a friendly fight? The brown-haired boy asked the albino in a challenging manner. The albino smiled. He was going to accept, but with just the look of his wife, he remembered that today he promised to spend time with them, without any training or fighting. Valley, I think it happened this time. The answer surprised the brown-haired boy. Valla Lucifer had just refused a fight. I promised to spend the whole day with them without any training or fighting, said the albino resigned, but I'd better save my desire for the tournament. I'm sure you'll also participate, right? He asked his rival with a small smile. Issei, of course I will participate, he said with a smile, standing up, an action that was imitated by Claudia. I guess that will be all. We'll see each other another day, said the brown-haired boy, giving the albino a fist. Valla caught the action and gave a fist bump between the two as a greeting. Valla, I'm looking forward to the day of the tournament, he said with an expression that showed a little excitement. The chestnut and Claudia disappeared in a magic circle, but not before dispelling the barrier and asking that their identity remain a secret. One more reason for the albino to want the day of the tournament to arrive soon. This tournament would be great, facing his rival, each one showing how strong each one has become. Without further ado, he left that to spend the rest of the day with his 4 wives. Although he had many more questions, that would be for another day. Since the name of Wukong Jin, it was revealed that he was the fiancé of the Citri sisters, along with Venelana Bale. Many questions that would be for another occasion. Since if he didn't find the brown-haired man, he knew who could locate him. Human World, former Hyoudou residents Chestnut and Claudia appeared at the house where their parents lived before the move. Without further ado, they left that house. Even though it was no longer inhabited, it still belonged to their parents, and it is normal that they still have the key. They walked through the quiet streets of Ko towards the shopping center. Although he could go there by teleporting, at Claudia's request he wanted to walk quietly. Both talked about trivial things, until they reached the park to stop and admire the surroundings. The brown-haired man was talking. Claudia did not see that 2 couples were passing in front of him, colliding with one of them. Issei, excuse me, I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, the brown-haired boy apologized, without looking at who he crashed into, but the guy recognized him. One, Issei, should it be you? Said the man he collided with. He had short hair, wore glasses, he was around 24 years old. 2, Issei, said the other man who actually had shorter hair than the one with glasses. Issei, do we know each other? Said the brown-haired boy with an arched eyebrow. He didn't recognize who the 2 men and the 2 girls were, but there was something familiar about them. 2, it's me. Matsuda, Yasuaki Matsuda, said the young man with shorter hair, smiling at the brown-haired man. 1, I am Motohama, Takuro Motohama, don't you remember us anymore? He exclaimed, also looking at the brown-haired boy. How did they both recognize the brown-haired boy? Well, it was also thanks to a certain video where he sang and at the end he said his name. In a way, he had gained a bit of fame in some parts of Ko as a singer. The name said by the 2 of them echoed through the chestnut's head, until he finally knew it was them. They had matured, but you could still see easy features of them like 7 years ago. Issei Motohama. Matsuda? Said the brown-haired boy incredulously with an expression of astonishment. The 2 mentioned smiled, and each put an arm around the chestnut's neck as if to put it around his neck. Motohama, gosh, 7 years without seeing you, and you come back with a big change than us, haha, said the one with glasses, laughing. I didn't think I could meet him again after so much time. Matsuda, I see you haven't wasted any time these years either, said his other friend with shorter brown hair, since it seemed they weren't the only ones who found a partner. Claudia, and Matsuda and Motohama's respective partners, stayed watching the meeting of the trio of perverts, although Claudia did not know that the brown-haired man was a pervert in the past. Motohama's girlfriend was a beautiful girl with long pink hair, but with her forehead uncovered, holding the hair in that part with a kind of clasps. She had a thin body. She has the same color eyes as her hair. Matsuda's was a chestnut with pigtails on each side, tied with red ribbons. Like the previous one, she had a thin body. Her eyes had a honey color. They were also surprised to see the brown-haired boy, the great change he had. They were Keitei Sui, Murayama Kaori, former members of the Ko Academy's Kendo Club. Many will ask, how did they both end up being the wives of some ancient perverts? It is something that love is one of the great mysteries of life. But you could say that behind that perverted side, both young men were good people. "Issei, I'm glad to see you guys again. You don't know how much I miss you," he said, the brown-haired boy with a big smile, surrounding both of their necks with an arm. "Motohama, Issei, let me introduce you to my girlfriend," said the once bald, now with hair, introducing his pink-haired girlfriend. "You already know him. She is Keitase," said the young man, puffing out his chest with pride. "Keitase, it's good to see you again, Hyoudou-kun," said the aforementioned, greeting the brown-haired girl. "Matsuda, mine too, you already know him too. She is Murayama Kaori," said the former pervert with glasses, introducing himself to his girlfriend. "Murayama, Hyoudou, it's good to see you again. We were told that you went on a trip without knowing when you would return," said the brunette with pigtails, greeting the brunette. The brown-haired boy couldn't believe it, not knowing how they both ended up in a relationship with them. "Issei, what'y?" He gave a cry of disbelief. His eyes were as wide as saucers. A few minutes passed for the brown-haired boy to calm down, first with Valet and now with his two extroverted friends. It was a lot to process. "Issei, oh that's right, she's Claudia," the brown-haired boy introduced the brunette, who gave a slight bow as an introduction. In a way, she gave the air of a married woman, an older and mature air. Murayama and Keitase felt that the person standing before them was a real woman. For Matsuda and Motohama, they could only think of one thing: a beautiful MILF. Although they are not as perverted as before, it was the easiest way to identify them. They went to a coffee shop in the park, and talked about trivial things, like each other's professions. Motohama was currently working as a photographer for a well-known fashion magazine, which surprised the brunette. He still knew he had some talent with photography. It's good that he would find a profession that he enjoyed. Matsuda was a great designer of women's clothing, whether casual wear or underwear, which many women's clothing companies requested his designs. Murayama was now a veterinarian. Her love and protection towards animals, currently has her own veterinary clinic, where she cares for several stray animals. Keitase currently works as a kindergarten teacher. She really enjoyed teaching children. It was fun to live with children. They talked about trivial things until their two friends had to leave, since today they had a double date, and they wanted to give the brunette some space with his date. Without further ado, they said goodbye to see each other another day, leaving their numbers to communicate. Obviously, for it to work, it has to be in the human world of this dimension. Without further ado, the brown-haired man and Claudia continued walking calmly towards the center. On the way, they saw the beautiful sunrises of the park. Without knowing when or how, the brown-haired man and the brown-haired woman walked arm in arm. About 20 minutes passed, and they had finally arrived at the mall. The first thing she was looking for was a dessert shop. The reason was that Claudia loved sweets. Well, any woman loves them, but it seemed she was new to this. The brunette wondered if Claudia had tried sweet things when she lived in East Asia. But the brown-haired boy did not give importance to that, since when he saw that smile of satisfaction when trying something sweet, a very beautiful smile, if to see that smile he had to invite her more dessert, he would do it. The brown-haired boy remembered the smile of each girl, or most of which he had seen smile. Each smile had its own light. And Claudia would not be the exception either. Chestnut and Claudia went from store to try dessert, and besides getting to know each other better, it was a great way to socialize. Claudia has the appearance of an older, beautiful, and slim young woman, but speaking of coexistence, she was very young, and even more so when it comes to relating to the brunette. Claudia, for her part, was happy to spend time with the brown-haired boy. During the time she knew him in Eostia, he was very different from the boy now. Without a threat nearby, the brown-haired boy could relax. She made him laugh when she could, and he was happier than when she met him during the vault threat. Many men he had met in Eostia were very different from him. None had the qualities like him. The brown-haired man was noble, which compared to the nobles of his world who for the most part believed themselves superior to others, he was not. He had never treated people as low. Maybe what Venezuelan told him was right. The brown-haired man would love them all equally. Maybe the brown-haired man was the type of man she was looking for. Since she had never had a normal life as a woman in her life, she could now experience what it would feel like. It was already 7 in the evening. The sky was tinged with red with a dark touch. She and the brunette were leaving a restaurant, finishing dinner. Now they were taking a last walk before she looked for a way to confess to the brunette. They returned to Ko Park again, unlike in the afternoon, with the combination of the surrounding lights with the sunset sky. It was beautiful, added to a small breeze of fresh wind. It felt very good. Claudia, Issei-san, said the woman a little shyly. She took a breath to talk to the brown-haired boy. Issei, yes, Claudia? Is something wrong? Asked the brown-haired boy with doubt when he saw the woman's expression. Claudia, can we talk? Said the woman, trying to hide her nervousness, which worked. She and the brown-haired man went to sit on a bench to talk. Claudia, do you remember the letter that Chloe left? Was the first thing she asked, something that caught the brunette off guard. She didn't know where she was going with that, but she felt that sooner or later she had to talk to the woman about that subject. Issei, yes, I remember it, but I don't know what it said, he said with a certain tone of guilt in his voice. He didn't know what else to say. Then Claudia continued to tell him about the letter. You said that that Chloe wanted her to search for the happiness that was taken away from her at a very young age by the former leader of the Levantine family. He asked for nothing more than for her to follow her own path. The brown-haired boy was amazed. You could say that Chloe was a great man, that despite knowing a lot about his father's betrayal, he looked for a way to fix things no matter if it meant his own death. After finishing telling her about it, the brunette lowered her head, with a look of guilt. Issei, he's sorry, was the only thing that came out of his mouth. The knot in his neck didn't allow him to say more. The tone with which he said it was very heavy. There were ways to revive the dead, but there was a cost to using it, especially for the user. He couldn't just go and ask for it to be done. Maybe it's a bit selfish, asking to revive someone. Claudia, you don't have to apologize, it wasn't your fault, said the woman. They had already talked about this in the library of the old Levantine castle. It was something that no one could control, she said again with a calm voice, looking at the sky which was dark. She put a hand on the brown-haired man's to make him come out of those thoughts. Issei, Claudia, I swear that I will bring your wife back. This way you can live happily, said the brown-haired boy, who gave a determined look. Claudia, seeing that look from the brunette, it was one of the things that hypnotized her, a look full of hope. Even in moments of guilt he tried to remedy things alone. A slight smile appeared on the woman's face. Claudia, I thank you, Issei, said the woman, taking the brown-haired man's face with both hands to make him look into her eyes. But things could never be the same as before. You may bring Klaus-san back, but it would never be like before, said the woman halfway to what she wanted to say. But in her sea-colored eyes there was a special shine that crossed glances with the honey/brown eyes of the brown-haired man. Claudia, I want to find the happiness of a woman by your side, said the woman in a deep tone but that showed tranquility. She began to close the distance with the brown-haired man. The breath of both could be felt mutually. The brown-haired boy opened his eyes in surprise when he heard Claudia say that. He wanted to say something, but those sea-colored eyes of the woman, the brightness that could be seen, was unique. Without realizing that they were just inches away from kissing. In another very far-away place. Underworld, Sparta territory, independent. There was a certain white-haired man in a black trench coat in front of a portal to another world, in what seemed to be the human world where the brown-haired man was currently with Claudia. He then moved the rift to the top of the underworld and began to manifest a dark red demonic arm with cracks and neon blue claws, which consisted of horns that looked like navy blue crystals growing out of it, and its arms had changed to a new appearance. Esterasa, now I will go to that dimension and I don't care what happened. I will do Issei a favor. I will give the scare of their lives to Rias and the others from that dimension, he exclaimed the Sparta with a malicious and funny smile at the same time. All this was seen by his girls, who watched with curiosity, which limited me to seeing what her boyfriend/fiancé was about to do. Esterasa, just a little strength, putting himself on guard and building up a little strength. A punch was heard that went straight into the doorway. Suddenly a small tremor could be felt, and cracks could be noticed underneath the white-haired man. DxD World Factions. Everything was calm in more factions, since thanks to a certain chestnut it was possible to achieve, until everyone was terrified when they felt a tremendous earthquake that alarmed the factions. Until it suddenly stopped after 3 seconds, everyone was alarmed, Heaven, Grigori, the underworld, Asgard, alarming them, especially the leaders who knew the identity of the chestnut, believing that it was again a combat training between him and Trihexa. Everyone was alarmed and afraid until everyone became alarmed again by a second earthquake. thinking that it was not them but other beings. Underworld, Surzex's office. It was a war zone inside the Mao Lucifer's office, papers lying everywhere, and pillars of documents together. The Red Mao was currently facing his greatest enemy, the paperwork. He had a soldier's helmet on, while in each hand he had the Mao's seal to sign the documents. Surzex. Very well, paperwork. Only you remain, the last pillar standing. Soon you will join the rest that are sealed, he said in an epic tone while preparing to launch himself to seal the papers. Aha! He gave a war cry, launching himself towards the pile of paper. Suddenly he felt a tremor that distracted him. By Satan, what was that tremor? He asked himself without realizing. He crashed into the pile of paper and fell headfirst. Heaven, Miguel's offices. The overlord of the sky was arranging the papers in order. Unlike Surzex, he had finished. Now he was only arranging the documents, all calm, when a tremor disturbed him and made all the documents fall. Miguel, by my father, what was that? He exclaimed, asking himself about the disturbance with some concern. I had to find out what caused that tremor, whether it was the chestnut in a duel with Trihexa or something else. Asgard. We meet Odinson, the father of all, leader of Asgard. The old man was spying in some hot springs, which were recently opened and brought from the human world. It was a gift. He didn't need to go to the human world to see girls bathing. It was all a work of art. Suddenly, an earthquake caused him to fall from the bamboo walls, thus falling into the onsen. Kaya! The screams of the girls were not long in coming. They all covered themselves and ran out of the place, while others took wooden buckets, small chairs, among other things that could serve as knives to hit the old man. Odin, thank you for the sight, he said, turning around to run like never before from a group of women already dressed trying to catch the old man. Even though he is the leader of Asgard, he had to give him what he deserved. But Odin thought in his head that he would go investigate the origin of that tremor, of course after escaping from this little chase. Back to the other faraway place. The white-haired man was after giving the second blow to the barrier in the portal that did not let him enter that world. Esterasa, I thought it was possible this time. Sighing, think. Stella, darling, use your head. Esterasa, the head? Flashback. Our protagonist was battling with Goku in a battle of strength, the prince of the Scions, seeing how the white-haired man was winning. Goku, I won't lose, Esterasa, hee. Esterasa, we'll see about that, Aji-san. Increasing strength and seeing how Goku was losing. Until the pure-breed Scion heard the voice of the prince of his race. Vegeta, use the cockroach head. To which Goku thought for a few seconds, and then the prince saw with his eyes wide open what he did. He gave a tremendous headbutt to the white-haired hybrid, who let go of him and began to rub his head. Esterasa, that really hurt me. Goku, it worked well to use the head, Vegeta. Giving him a thumbs up, to which Vegeta face-palmed himself. End of flashback. Esterasa, oh, the head. Getting close to the portal, all the girls' eyes opened wide when they saw that the portal cracked because of a tremendous headbutt by the white-haired man, which was the straw that broke the camel's back. Back with Issei and Claudia. The two brown-haired men were just inches away from kissing, so much so that they could feel each other's breathing, but the moment was changed when tremors began to occur, alarming all the civilians in the surrounding area, while he and Claudia tried to find the source of this. Issei, but what the hell is causing that? He exclaimed, becoming alert for a possible attack. Claudia, we have to be alert. It could be an enemy, said the brunette, who mentally cursed it for not being of help by not bringing her weapon, in addition to ruining the moment that she had gathered so much courage to not take place. Suddenly several circles appeared. To be exact, there were 4. Back with the white-haired one. Esterasa, the coup de grace. Hee. Giving a punch, and suddenly the portal began to change location to an empty world, only seeing an intense fog, which by lowering their guard they were absorbed along with the girls, and then the portal began to close. Note, the tremors were not felt in the gap or in the space that each world is in, only in the DxD world the tremors were felt. DxD world Co-Park. Odin, Surzex, Ajuka, Michael, and finally Barakiel, all the leaders of the Biblical and Nordic factions appeared. All of them apparently did not have any scratches, well except for Odin, who had a few marks of blows, nothing serious. Surzex, glad to find you. The Red Mao didn't finish speaking, since one of the leaders of the fallen presence spoke. Barakiel, Hyoudou Issei? He said incredulously. His daughter's love interest was in front of him. He knew that his daughter had been looking for him for a while, until Penemy told him that she would not find him since it was as if the earth had swallowed him. But now she was in front of him. He always believed that he had died, but that was not true. When the news of his return was made known, he did not know what to feel, since his daughter waited for him. But as her father did not want to see the sadness of his daughter, it hurt her a lot. So he introduced her to a fallen man who was under his command. He was the most faithful. He considered him as a daughter. This is how he introduced her. Seeing that little by little his daughter was smiling again, it seemed to work, and after a while they were married. What at first seemed like something good, now I didn't know if what I had done was right or not. Issei, Barakiel, he said without taking much importance, since he first had to find where the origin of those tremors came from. Those who knew the identity of the chestnut tree, upon hearing what Barakiel said, knew very well that they should not say his other name, so they did what they should do logically. Michael, Issei-kun, did you feel the tremors from a moment ago? Asked the Archangel Michael, always kind and courteous. Oh, and hello Claudia, he greeted the brunette, since her sister Gabriel had given them a small tour of heaven a few days ago, and from there she knows him through some of her sister's friends. Claudia, Michael-sama, said the woman, bowing before a leader. Were the tremors felt even in your features? The woman asked the leaders, who nodded. Issei, do you know its origin? The brown-haired boy asked the leaders, who denied it. He also didn't know where it came from. He would ask Big Red and Trihexa later. Also, if there was a way to communicate with Megumi it would be good, since she is the one who watches over all the existing worlds, but there wasn't. It was true that with the bilingual he could, but that ability was more for listening to the voices from girls' breasts than communicating with her. The times that it worked, it was simply because she wanted to, and if watching so many other worlds was tiring in itself, maybe I shouldn't have looked for her yet. Ajuka Issei-kun, if you find out anything, let us know. We'll try to find out something anyway, said the Green Mao, since now that he had a portal machine, it opened up the possibility that it originated from another world, although before doing so he wanted to run some tests. But I think it won't be like that for its first use. Odin, young Hyoudou, I see you have another beautiful woman with you, hee. Don't waste time, said the father of everything in a mischievous tone, which made Claudia blush, and a little the brown-haired boy who was trying not to remember the almost kiss. They all agreed to let each other know if something similar happened again, and they would also send a search team to find the source. Then each leader was preparing to return to their respective homes, including the chestnut tree and the chestnut tree, but they were interrupted. Barakiel, Hyoudou Issei, can we talk? He asked the brown-haired boy seriously. The aforementioned accepted. Of course it would be a talk between both of them, which he did not want, and took Claudia with him. The rest of the leaders knew what one of the fallen leaders wanted to achieve, so without giving it importance they went back, leaving Issei and Claudia with Barakiel. Issei, well? What did you want to talk about, Barakiel-san? Asked the curious brown-haired boy, since the face of the aforementioned was more serious than he knew him. Barakiel, are you seeking revenge on Akino? He asked with a serious expression, knowing that dragons could be very dangerous beings. The brown-haired boy understood what Barakiel was getting at, so he took a small sigh to give him an answer. Issei, I'm not looking for revenge, much less do I want to hurt Himejima-san. Everyone has already chosen their path. I have already loved his daughter until the end. She has already found her happiness. Does this answer your question? The brown-haired man answered serenely, and asking the last thing, he had no interest in revenge, he simply felt indifference. Barakiel, sigh, thanks Hyoudou Issei, I'm really sorry, said the fallen one, apologizing to the brown-haired boy. Some regret was noticeable in his voice. Before the brown-haired boy could speak, Claudia spoke first. Claudia, why are you apologizing? The woman asked. If it was for her daughter, there was nothing to apologize for, but her voice showed that she regretted something. Then Barakiel began to explain the reason, wanting to heal the emptiness his daughter had with the departure of the chestnut tree. It seemed to work, believing that he had finally done something right as a father, but when the chestnut tree returned, he began to doubt if he had done it right. The chestnut-haired boy understood the reasons for the fall. Just like Claudia, he was only trying to help his daughter overcome the pain, but it seemed that Akino had never forgotten her first love. Issei, Barakil-san, you have nothing to apologize for. It's something that nobody knew would happen. You don't have to feel guilty, the brown-haired boy said to the fallen man, in a respectful manner. Nobody wanted things to be like this. They talked about the subject for a while, until finally the father was able to calm down, thanking the brown-haired boy to leave in a teleportation circle. Issei, ha-sai, wow, what a day, said the brown-haired boy with a heavy tone of voice. First Vala, then his two friends with girlfriends that he never thought would be the same ones who hit them in the past, the tremors, and to finish the matter with Barakil about Akino. Claudia, and you can say that, it was a day full of surprises for you, wasn't it? Said the woman with a slight smile to the brunette, while taking his hand. Issei, it's late, what do you think about going back? Asked the brown-haired boy smiling, but he showed a little heaviness. It was definitely a day full of surprises. The chestnut Asinsho, without more, both returned to the Hyoudou residence in the World of Heroes, with a gap. World of Heroes, Hyoudou residence. Issei and Claudia had appeared at the entrance of the residence. It was already night, you could see the lights on. Before entering, they both had a small conversation. Claudia, thank you, I had a lot of fun, Issei said the woman with a smile on her face. Issei, not at all, I should thank you, we were able to try many desserts, he said, the brown-haired boy laughing. And about the park, he said, scratching his right cheek with a finger, while his gaze saw another part. Well, about what you said in the... He didn't finish speaking since he felt his lips connect with Claudia's. It had such a sweet taste, even though eating several desserts was normal, but you could feel that it was a sweet taste you had never tasted before. It didn't take long for them to separate. Claudia, who was the first to stand in front of the entrance and in front of the chestnut tree, gave him a sweet smile. Claudia, I want to find happiness in you. Issei, said the woman sweetly, that smile never seen before in her. Not even during the time she was in Eostia, after finishing with Kuroina, had seen that smile. Without further ado, she entered the residence, leaving a thoughtful brunette at the entrance. She gave a big smile as she looked at the dark sky with the stars shining dimly. Issei, ha-sai, it really was a day full of surprises, he said to himself with that smile. The breeze of the wind slightly ruffled his brown hair that defied gravity. Without further ado, he entered the residence with that big smile, which he learned from his grandfather, GxH World. In some unknown place, in a room, there were 4 subjects, 3 women and a man, 2 on a kind of throne, and another was standing leaning her back against one of the pillars that seemed to be part of the architecture of the room. I want you to give this box to him, make sure it reaches him, do you understand? Said the man sitting on one of the 2 thrones. He had short, messy, black hair, he had bandages covering his right eye. His clothing was very casual. Ha-sai, wow, it took me a lot of work to find it, and I saw that I thought it was very easy to find it. The idiot Jean must be looking for someone to fight, right, Rio? Asked the woman who was sitting on the other throne to the man, who is now identified as Rio. The woman had short white hair that reached almost to her shoulders, eyes a color between orange and melon. She wore a piece of cloth that covered the entire upper part of her torso. The idiot better be there. Doesn't he know it's rude to leave a woman standing for too long? TSK said this time, a long-haired woman who was overloaded. She was wearing a military-style uniform. Although it was tight to her body, you could see she had a good figure, but her expression showed some annoyance towards the brown-haired man. It was the typical anger of a woman towards her partner. Don't worry, Jade Emperor, I'll make sure the box reaches him. I won't let him down, said a blonde woman with a somewhat voluptuous figure. She was on her knees with one on the ground. She was wearing a rather peculiar type of uniform, which had the letter Omega on the shoulders. The only man in the room, now identified as Rio with a wooden staff, opened a portal, the wood forming an Omega as well. Rio, good luck, but remember that the time difference is different the first time you go to that world, the man told the blonde, who nodded and entered the portal with the box, heading towards a certain territory of a brown-haired man, and then the portal closed. Do you think I can give it to him? The white-haired girl asked the black-haired boy. Rio, Akane, she may be a little silly, but she's one of the best. It's no wonder she's my right hand, said the black-haired man with disdain to the white-haired woman now called Akane. And up to today's chapter, I was able to put several ideas that I had in mind. The beginning of a conversation between Barakiel and the protagonist. I was thinking of putting a fight between Issei and Valle, but in the end I discarded it, and I will put it in another chapter. As you saw, Valle has a small harem, to which I will be adding a few extra members, and the albino will have an important role in future arcs. Regarding putting Lavinia with Valle or Tobio, it was a bit difficult, but in the end I decided to give the albino, before he comes to throw shit at me. Tobio has a harem, which are Sae, Natsum and Suzaku. Megumi has a lot of relevance with Jin's first years in the world of DxD. As I have already mentioned, he arrived at the end of the civil war of the underworld. He and she have a history, something that I will tell at a time when I see that it is more or less appropriate, being that he himself gave her the name, but good do not revert at v. I've already introduced some characters from the Go world, although I still need to translate the names of 2 of them, so that they're Japanese. It would be weird, or don't you think so? And I thought that writing a long story was like a one-shot, but I think I was wrong. A one-shot is less work, simpler, and you don't need a lot of logic. Well then, let's continue with what was planned. Every time DxD characters come out, it will be more to make the faction tournament arc known. As you may have noticed, I gave a small spoiler of the Silver's Nero story, which according to what he told me, will be like the beginning of the spin-off, which will talk about the children of the gray-haired man, who, by wanting to go to another plane, will be trapped in nothingness for a long time. But changing the subject, even though it is with the same author, he can no longer access his account. But don't worry, the story will continue. Since he created another new account, I am currently helping him pass the chapters of his main story. To lighten the work, his new account is Silver's Phantom, where all his stories will take place from I don't know how much, but it will be fast, ha. Another thing, the worlds mentioned in the arcs section, such as the world of Magi, Fairy Tale, and Shimai, will most likely be narrated as a flashback to the Arrow series, and time passes differently in each world. Some events that I will show will be about the tournament arc. In addition to the 2 hooded men who remain as the main villains of the arc, there will be a second or third, as you want to say, who will also come from the future, and it is with him where you will see Jin's maximum potential. As a small forward, Jin will not beat him. He will leave him wounded, but he will not beat him. About Matsuda and Motohama with their respective partners, did you see it coming? Their appearances were going to last a little longer, but I moved them to another chapter, since I was more concerned with them in a certain event than in this one, and I still haven't found an image with the appearances I had in mind. Megumi was going to appear in this chapter, but her appearance will be in the next one, where I will talk a little about the Midoriya family, to be more specific, about the father who in the manga only says that he is out of town for work, knowing that more than that, there is no, that is why it will be an OC type. Last but not least, about the work experience they will do after the sports festival, since I don't know who to put some of them with, such as Issei with Empty Lady, Office with Ryukyu, already Serafal, Ravel, Kunu and Leify. I don't know which heroes would be better to do the practices with. If you know who with, put it in the comments. I think that's all I had to say. Yes, it was all I think. Well, without further ado, Joker says goodbye. Until next time. Chapter 26. The Forest of Relatives. The sports festival is about to begin. Joker, wow, it was easy to get you out of prison, Silver. Silver, stupid cat, I'll get my revenge next time, although I was surprised that every guard let me leave like nothing happened. Joker, it wasn't like anything, they just did it. Silver, how did you do it? Joker, I stole their hearts. Silver, doesn't that sound a little gay? Joker, not at all, it's good that they let you out, haha. Silver, okay? It was in a metaphorical sense, right? Joker, of course, how else did you think it was? Silver, well, Lolis? Joker, you want to be put in prison again, don't you? Chapter 26. Forest of Relatives. The sports festival is about to begin. The guardian of the dimensions was sleeping? Any being needs to sleep, and she is no exception. The beautiful green-haired girl was sleeping peacefully in a sizable bed, hugging a pillow as if it were someone. Suddenly a tremor struck her domain, forcing her to wake up from her beauty sleep. She yawned and then opened a magic circle to see what was happening. In the magic circle she could see a certain white-haired man who Navi was extremely interested in. Megumi watched as the aforementioned tried to pass the barrier that divided each plane of existence. It is true that she and Navi are the guardians of their respective planes with their dimensions or realities. They also knew that only they could do and allow to pass to the other plane, and whoever wanted to pass that barrier would have to be an idiot to try to break it. They would only end up trapped in a dimension where only nothingness exists. The place where Megumi is located was very sensitive to every distortion of reality. Any phenomenon could be perceived from here. Without warning, the last blow that the white-faced player gave to the barrier, they were absorbed along with their girls, and then disappeared as if nothing had happened. He sighed, closing the magic circle to open a smaller one near his right ear. They had an expression of annoyance towards someone. Navi, Megumi? What's wrong? Did the advice I gave you help? He said, a pink-haired girl mischievously through the communication circle. Megumi, I didn't call you to talk about that. I want to talk about your mastodon, the green-haired girl said to Navi. Her tone of voice sounded a little annoyed. Navi Esterasa? She said, confused, although if she were talking about him, it would surely be because of something he did, generally for going from dimension to dimension. Megumi. He tried to cross the line that divides the planes. Now he must be trapped in nothingness, said the girl with a sigh. He has to be a musclehead to do something like that, said the girl ironically. Navi? Are you there? She asked the girl through the communication circle, and it seemed that she didn't respond until she screamed. Navi, what did he do? What he? She exclaimed at the top of her lungs, causing the green-haired girl to cover her ears so as not to go deaf. Megumi. I think I have to look for it. Thanks for letting me know. Otherwise I wouldn't know where that tremor came from either, the girl said excitedly to cut the communication. Megumi sighed as she fell back onto the bed, hugging the pillow as if it were someone important. Megumi, until when will you remember me, Jean? Said the girl in a tone of discouragement, thinking about the brown-haired boy. He had recovered all his memory, or so it was, but it seemed he didn't remember her at all. I hugged the pillow tighter to go back to sleep. World of Heroes. Summary of the second week. The last week before the UA Sports Festival began had ended. The training of the first-year hero course had ended successfully. Everyone was showing great progress, well, most of them. The brown-haired boy's help with Midoriya had given him great progress, not to mention that the green-haired boy preferred All Might's training. After being able to maintain the full cowl for a while, he had to put it into action, which was a nightmare for the green-haired man. First it was dodging every kick he gave the brown-haired boy. At first the poor boy received light blows, but little by little he was able to get into the rhythm. Then it was carrying heavy rocks while doing push-ups. It was a miracle his back didn't break. Finally, it was necessary to maintain a fight against him. Midoriya knew that his friend was a master in hand-to-hand combat. He was a little afraid of fighting against him. Even though it was part of his training, he had no choice. The chestnut limited himself to using his hands, since if he used his legs it would be too much, and there was no need to use them. During the fight, Midoriya was able to keep his quirk activated without exceeding his limit, which he could currently use a maximum of 7%. At first, it was difficult for him to maintain in a fight with the brown-haired boy. He was able to achieve this. In addition to learning to fight hand-to-hand in a better way, and with the advice given by the brown-haired boy, he was able to notice that his fighting posture had many gaps that would make him lose a fight, which would improve it. Not counting the brown-haired boy and his girls, the best in the class, like Bakugo and Todoroki, now had a certain rivalry with the brown-haired boy, plus the walking girl, who with the green-haired boy was not enough, now had the brown-haired boy who easily surpassed him, that without counting the girls. So the explosive blonde started training like never before, taking his quirk to the limit that made his hands hurt from using it so much. But his pride didn't allow him to stop there. He wanted to be the #1 hero and the one who would surpass All Might by far. Those two obstacles would be nothing to him, they would just be a stone in his path. With Todoroki, even though it may not seem like it, he somehow saw the brown-haired boy as an obstacle to overcome. He still remembered their first confrontation, which was during combat class, Heroes versus Villains. There he saw the skill that the brown-haired boy showed. It was as if it didn't cost him any work. Was the difference in their quirks that much? Or maybe it was because of experience? He didn't know, but he felt like he was nothing compared to him back then. And not to mention the attack by the villains against that creature called Numu, he had received a powerful blow from the creature. Yet he came out as if nothing had happened, and at first glance at that time it seemed as if he was on par with All Might. With the girls, they had formed a great friendship with the girls in the room, as is the case of Jiraiya with Momo and Kunu, although the latter maintained a good conversation. In addition to knowing a little more about Jiraiya's tastes, it could be noted that she really likes music. Even because of her attitude, she seemed almost like a rocker. But she also had a taste for pretty things, like the ears and the 9 tails of the minor kitsune. Like Yayorozu, it was more about literature. Since Kunu would be the successor to her mother's position when she gave her the place, it could be said that the kitsune would come from a family as rich as the black-haired girl. For Momo it was a good start, having friends, since she was little, coming from a rich family. She could not enjoy what an average girl experiences, like going to school. She studied at home with private teachers, but that changed when she entered UA. She was able to feel like a normal girl, talk with friends and enjoy a normal school life, not counting the part of the heroes. Seraphol gets along really well with Ishido. As she says, Pink and Pink get along well. The cheerful attitude of both girls gave a different air to the group. If it weren't for the color of their hair, you could say they are like sisters. Ravel got along well with those who respected her, and vice versa. She had no problem living with anyone who approached her, but in a certain way, she and Uraraka got along wonderfully, aside from rejecting Kaminari every time he wanted to ask her out. For Leify, unlike having attended Ko for a short period of time, it had become fun. The knowledge classes were not problems for her. As a magician she had greater learning abilities, but what amused her was the practices or training. In a certain way her fiancé's taste for fighting had rubbed off on her, even if on a much smaller scale. Ophis could be said to have seen so many expressions around her that it helped her a lot to understand human life, although it was more to be close to the brown-haired boy, although the practical classes were fun for her. In short, there was a good coexistence among the group of first-year hero courses. 2 more days until the start of the festival, where everyone would rest to be 100% on the day of the event. That would be what happened. In addition to that, between Penemu and Midnight a certain rivalry arose. Let's say that the woman in the bondage suit was very affectionate with the brown-haired man to the point of giving him chills. All the teachers and one or another who had worked with the woman. It was said that it was strange that Midnight would notice a boy of about 17, although only those of the supernatural knew her current age. She did not understand. She was no longer young. Everyone knew she was already around 30. Something that at that age she should already be married, but she is not. And it was time to find a partner, and what better than to look for one that stands out from the rest. She had seen the brown-haired boy's skills. At first glance he seemed like a normal boy, but seeing the fights he had since he entered UA, he showed the opposite. He had experience, and it could be said a lot. In addition to the fact that at the end of the attack, she was able to see brown-haired boy's torso firsthand. Although she was the one who almost took his clothes off, it was 100% sure that when he came of age, he would be a hottie in her point of view, so why not ensure that when he comes of age, to make him hers? It was very tempting. At the Hyoudou residence, the pieces that did not attend the nail trained to be able to use that rare promotion, as was the case of those who did not awaken it, while those who had it could not use it for more than 2 minutes. When that time came, many would get tired from wear and tear. Claudia told about what she did on the date with the brown-haired guy, although it was not what she expected. Like speaking calmly, instead, being nervous and not knowing what to do, she ended up eating in different dessert shops with the brown-haired guy. It was fun, she could not deny it, but in the end it turned out the way she wanted. Telling him what she feels, although she did not say it that way, but her actions made it clear that, in addition to eating so many desserts, she gained a little weight in her breasts. Akane, the little girl, was enrolled in a small kindergarten near where the residence was located. She could start next week, although she would not attend the first day, since she wanted to see her father participate in the festival. No one opposed the little girl. The news that Venezuelan, along with Grafia and Yasaka, who stopped some villains, became more famous, to the point that despite the fact that nobody knew their names, and without being heroines, They had placed themselves as the most beautiful heroines of all. They discovered that when Grafia and the brown-haired boy went shopping for food for the house, one of those who passed by them recognized the platinum-haired girl, who took pictures of her. Some heroes even appeared wanting to recruit her, which she rejected, and starting a small persecution for the woman. The brown-haired boy, being more aware of the three of their situation, said that if they were going to leave they would have to use magic to change their appearance. The way he said it was what made her laugh, and it was that he had a jealous face showing a very childish side, but that made them laugh and be happy. The relationship of the brown-haired boy with the girls was very good. He had time for them, although he had the duty to review the documents of his territory like every leader. It is true that Venelana was in charge of that, but sooner or later he had to do it himself, since the Baal helped him. As with the income commissioned by Grafia and Ravel, they had no problem doing it, since the three of them already had experience in those tasks. Sona and Tsubaki agreed to invite a certain blue-haired girl to see the festival, so during work time at the Citri Academy, they told Yura to be present at the academy on the day of the festival. Since both worlds have time already flowing at the same pace, they had no problems organizing time. In addition to the fact that Sona is planning a practice combat of her pieces against Jean, in order to improve in the hand-to-hand combat part. On the part of Sona's tower, she accepted, although she was curious to know why he wanted her at the academy that day, given that Sona had given notice that there would be no classes. But upon seeing the usual expression of her king and queen, she could notice something different, and it was that slight smile drawn on them. He wouldn't find out until the agreed day arrived, so he didn't give it much thought and continued with his work. Present. Today was Saturday. The week had passed peacefully despite everything. Today they would go for the relatives, although the chestnut had won. But he left him free to walk through the forest of relatives. It was time to go for him. In addition to his entourage getting his relatives, it would help either for searching or in the contracts. Although the latter was not needed due to the income from the new program and the merchandise, he earned very well to tell the truth, or else he could go find an old friend and go loot a few magic labyrinths. But it would be when necessary. Today there was a full moon, so I would wait until it was night to go for the relatives and for the brown-haired man to make his contract with Ryutimaru again. The rest of the day they did nothing interesting. Some girls who were training took a break, chatted, in addition to using the Olympic-sized pool that was in the basement, in addition to watching a few movies in the private cinema, of course the ones that Akane could also see. The day passed quickly. The night had arrived. The chestnut and his pieces were ready to go. Everyone was thinking of getting one, well except for Ophis and Lefay. The magician, because she already had a type of contract similar to those of familiar with Fenrir and Gog-Magog. DxD World, Forest of Familiars. The group would appear in the middle of a somewhat dark forest, although it is to be expected given that it is a supernatural place. Upon arrival, the first thing they looked for was a family guide or, in simple terms, a teacher. Something that they found easily, or rather he found them. It reminded him of how he was when the brown-haired man came for the first time, being part of the nobility of Rias. He dressed the same way, a hat placed backwards, a white sleeveless shirt, a jacket tied at his waist, black pants that reached just past the knee, a yellow backpack. Along with a pair of gloves without the finger part. It was the same as he remembered. Without wasting time, the old man guided the group to the different habitats where these creatures were found, to make a master and familiar contract. There weren't many that could be seen since it was very difficult to find, but there were, like one that they found that was a slime of snot green color, that none of the girls liked the idea of having as a familiar. They continued searching. The next one was a small lion of fire, like fur. It used parts of a tie on its forehead. At first glance it did not seem to scare you. It was all tenderness, those orange eyes like him. The creature kept looking at one of the girls in particular, and that was Olga. They both exchanged glances, which made the elf confused, but the master suggested that she try to talk to the lion, since that was a way they called attention when they found an owner who was the right one. She approached slowly, but without showing any doubt in her gaze. When she arrived, she bent down to be closer to the little fire lion. She extended her hand to the lion as a message to climb onto her hand. Since the creature could easily be in the palm of the dark elf, the little one was as if he didn't think about it. He climbed onto Olga's hand and ran all the way down her arm until he was on the elf's left shoulder. He was looking forward with great pride like a lion. Teacher, wow, it seems he likes you. It is very rare that they choose someone to make a contract with, since they only choose the proudest ones. But who show a strong attitude, said the old man with his arms crossed to Olga, who was surprised that the little lion chose her. Also, do not be fooled by their form. They can be very intimidating when required. Familiars exist in many forms and different types, some that serve as help in contracts, espionage, messenger, among other types of uses that support their master, but in particular there is one that is above all, and it is the battle type, which like the previous ones comes in many forms, and the small fire lion is one of them. Without thinking, Olga made a contract with the lion. It was true she was proud most of the time. When taking the position of Queen of the Dark Elves, she had to be strong, have a leader's attitude, developing that attitude until it became part of her. Her other personality was finally able to come out during the war against Kuroinu, where she met the brown-haired boy, one of the few people with whom she could bring out her other personality. The contract was made without any problem, and he also gave the little lion a name, Ignite, which is a clear reference to the mini lion's element. They resumed their journey to continue searching for the next one, now with an Ignite and Olga's man accompanying them. The next one to find, well, to make the contract again, was Ravel, who upon leaving his brother's nobility, the contract ended up being the one he had made under his brother's nobility. Now it was time to recover it. They told the familiar master that he would take them to the habitat of the blonde phoenix's ex-familiar, which he gladly guided them to, where many bird-like familiars could be found. Although the forest looked the same, it was divided into different parts where you could find relatives with certain physical features. Family contracts can cease to function in several ways, the first being when you leave the nobility to which you belong, since the contract was made under certain influences of the members. Second, if when making the contract with the creature, and you stop using it for a period of 1 year, the contract will be voided. These are the two ways a contract can be broken, and Ravel is in the first one. The familiar with which Ravel had a contract in the past was a fire bird with red and orange plumage, like the fire of a campfire. It was not very large, but it was very useful for surveillance, and it looked very similar to a canary. Ravel's contract was made without problems, which even before making the contract managed to identify Ravel as his mistress. The next habitat where they would go, which was at the request of Chloe, who wanted a powerful familiar, which they found a powerful one, but it was not what the half-elf had in mind. She thought of a kind of wolf because it was stealthy like her, but what they found was a rock golem of more than 3 meters. Was it powerful? Well, yes, but it was not what she wanted, so it was discarded. They continued looking for another, but the result was the same, too big, strong, but it was not very agile. They continued looking for more, but it gave the same result, strong but not very agile. With no other choice, they left the habitat for another. The next creature to be encountered was a baby wolf species with black eyes and gray pupils, white fur, and red markings like lines. It also had certain parts resembling wings on its front legs, but they weren't, they were part of its fur, and it also gave off small flames on its back. Kuna having her kitsune features out, the little wolf couldn't help but circle around her like a puppy. Possibly because his yokai traits attracted the canine creature. The family master explained about the creature. It was an inagami. Even though it is in the puppy stage, wolves with great powers, don't let their appearance fool you. It has great powers that will be a faithful companion on the battlefield. A subspecies of the original race, Okami, Amaterasu. It has a strong affiliation with spiritual flames or blue flames. The puppy and Kuna looked at each other, each moving their ears, tails, even tilting their heads, as if the little wolf imitated each gesture. Then the kitsune came up with the idea of making the contract with the little wolf. She asked him, which he answered by moving his little tail agitatedly as if he was agreeing to the kitsune's question. Which was right, the little white wolf wanted to make the contract with Kunu, which she did not deny, since she had thought that it would be a good idea, that a certain little girl at home had a good little friend. Maybe she is still young, but she already took a little of the role of mother that her mother did and continues to do. After finishing making the contract with the little one, Kuna gave him a good name, Chibidaresu, a play on words combining the word chibi with Amaterasu. Note: Chibi plus Amaterasu equals Chibitarasu, math friend, V. They continued their search, one last time to go to a certain boat that the chestnut tree left in this forest a long time ago, and also, without knowing it, they were near a certain cave where a white dragon lived a long time ago, and that now her sister lived there. Without knowing that he was approaching where the cave was, since the brown-haired boy was talking to the master to go look for a certain worship that he left here a long time ago, but the scream and roar made everyone alert, especially a certain red dragon that was inside his sacred gear. Drag! A loud scream full of hate was heard. The voice was feminine from what could be heard. Teacher, oh no! I got distracted and now we're in their habitat, said the old man fearfully, standing behind the chestnut tree. The brown-haired boy knew that voice, just like Drag. The only one who would say Drag's name with so much hatred was none other than Tiamat, who in the old days was falling down where he was approaching. The chestnut remembered the first time he met the dragon. It wasn't in a very good way. Let's say, he almost died from her sharp jaws, all because of a certain red dragon. If it weren't enough to steal his treasure, his sister had also disappeared because of Drag. They would both definitely die. That would be if it weren't for the fact that now the dragon could enter and exit the boosted gear at will. Issei, Drag, the brown-haired boy called his partner, who unfortunately didn't respond while the brown-haired boy took a few steps back. Drag. Issei, Drag. Get out of the boosted gear, or we'll both die, he exclaimed, taking a step back with a nervous expression. While the red dragon was not better, he had his color blue. Drag, partner, run! The dragon finally spoke, not to give an answer, but rather exclaimed at the top of his lungs that danger was approaching. Very late, the dragon had appeared, showing a light blue dragon. Unlike the dragons with scales that she noticed a lot, Tiamat seemed very, very fine, and a thinner body than the males. Tiamat, Drag! He roared angrily, throwing a strong flame towards the brown-haired boy without thinking twice. The chestnut tree took a long leap to one side, avoiding being roasted by the powerful flame of the furious dragon. Tiamat, I told you that if I saw you again, I would kill you and your carrier, she said with anger in her tone of voice, while she did not take her eyes off her carrier. Issei, Drag! Jump, I don't want to get burned, said the exalted brown-haired boy, preparing to dodge another flame. Drag, not a chance. I'm safer here. The dragon quickly denied. He was no idiot. If he left, he would definitely die a second time. He still wanted to enjoy feeling his body again. The girls, while they were spectators, Ophis prevented them from intervening. It was a personal matter between Drag and Tiamat. The brown-haired boy was dragged along with him without being able to refuse, and besides, he was very strong. He just didn't want any trouble. That or the dragon's anger scared him. Back with the chestnut, he dodged the flames without problem, until in one of those attacks, he jumped to the left side, dodging successfully. But the dragon's tail came to him from the left side, quickly hitting him with great force and sending him crashing into several dawns and destroying them in the process. The girls saw that this was going to get out of control. Tiamat, after hitting the brown-haired boy with her tail to send him flying, the dragon launched herself towards where he had crashed. She already had in mind to intervene, but something stopped them, or rather, she saw someone coming out of there without any harm. Only the clothes were somewhat damaged. It was the brown one. Issei, if I almost didn't live, now Drag already jumped, said the brown-haired boy calmly, and then looked at his left arm and exclaimed loudly to his partner that there was no way he would leave. Was it that Drag would receive a beating from Tiamat, or would it be both? The answer was very obvious, right? Tiamat saw that the chestnut tree was behind him. Where he had crashed, the dragon had only been hitting the ground. If the mere presence of Drag already made his blood boil, now that its bearer maintained a calm expression, even though inside he was the opposite, the dragon's anger made his skin crawl. Tiamat became even angrier, and without wasting time she was covered in flames to launch herself to give a strong attack to the brown-haired or Drag, being the same in a certain way. Tiamat, draw your gig! She exclaimed furiously. Not only because of his presence, he had the nerve to come to the place where her sister lived before disappearing without a trace. A few meters from striking, the chestnut tree had disappeared, which made him look around, abandoning his attack. He kept looking all around until he felt a big blow on the back of his head. His eyes opened wide for a few moments, then closed slowly, and he fell unconscious, kicking up a lot of dirt in the process. The reason was that the brown-haired man had activated his bonding lasso, a semi-incomplete state of his Monkey King mode, to give him a powerful blow to knock him out. She wouldn't listen to anything until she gave Drake, and in the process, the brown-haired man, what he deserved, so the first thing that came to her was that, since she tried to reason but it didn't work. Note, Monkey King mode can also be called Great Sage mode, God mode, and any of the three forms are valid. Girls like Rosweiss, Kuroka, Ravel, Leify Ophis, Griselda and Kuna knew something about the matter between Drake and Tiamat, while the remaining pieces did not know until now. While the brown-haired boy dodged and tried to reason with the dragon, they had been told why he hated the red dragons so much. In addition to that, they all just learned something new, since the brown-haired boy told them about Tiamat's younger sister, and that a long time ago she was Drake's partner, who disappeared when Drake resumed his relationship with Albion. Now they knew more about the reason for the dragon's hatred. It was very logical. The only family she had disappeared, without knowing if she was alive or dead, all because of a fight. Most of the girls did not look very kindly at the brown-haired boy, which was actually looking at the red dragon, who remained silent without speaking. His silence gave much to explain. The group did not insist any longer for Drake to speak. It was not with them, but with Tiamat. But first they had to wait for her to wake up. While they waited, the brown-haired boy asked the master if he had seen a giant Asgardian warship prowling around these places. As an answer he received a yes. But instead of giant, it was that it had become the size of a toy ship. It was definitely his old familiar, although he wondered how he had gotten so small. To which he explained that certain familiars, while they have the contract with their master, they will react to them. That is, they will consume a little of their power to become stronger. But if the contract is cancelled, they will return to a smaller form or stage 1, explained the old trainer. While they were waiting for Tiamat to wake up, those who got familiar socialized a little more, like with Olda and Ignite, Ravel with her fire canary, Kunu with Chibitarasu, while the rest played with them. Around 30 minutes passed until the dragon finally woke up. She slowly opened her eyes while rubbing the back of her neck with one hand because of the huge blow she felt before falling. Tiamat, what hit me, said the dragon to herself while she was recovering. Issei, I see you're finally awake, said the brown-haired boy to the dragon, who looked in the direction the voice came from. I thought you were going to sleep a little longer, she said in an amused tone. All of Tiamat's senses had returned completely. Then she became serious again to start a fight again. Tiamat, Drake, she said with hatred in her voice, as she began to throw fire. Issei, no. I'm not Drake. I'm his carrier. Let's talk calmly, shall we? Said the brown-haired boy nervously while with his hands he shook his head at a fight that wouldn't make sense. Tiamat reluctantly agreed, since Ophis was present, and would be a problem if she got upset, so without further ado, with great willpower, she remained calm to speak. Tiamat, fine if we don't get anywhere. I'll turn you into ashes, said the dragon with annoyance. Then her body began to shine brightly until little by little her size was reduced to the size of a human, and her shape also changed to that of a woman. When the light illuminated Tiamat, she discipled herself, where one of the dragon kings was. Now there was a woman with long blue hair that reached below her waist, blue eyes, white skin, a great body with good proportions. She wore a pink shirt that showed off a good cleavage, a mini skirt that showed off her long, thin legs. She wore a long white jacket, and finally a pair of grayish medium-heeled sneakers. She radiated a powerful dragon aura, while giving a cold atmosphere around her, a serene but serious look. Those who had previously seen her in her human form remembered that her skin had a touch of dark blue, but now she has white skin. She was beautiful in the opinion of the girls. Issei, Edo, didn't you have dark blue skin? He asked doubtfully, since now he had skin like a human's, although he had to admit that it was beautiful. Tiamat, I had it, idiot, I just made a small change. Hyoudou Issei, she answered with annoyance, then looked at the brown-haired man and said his alter ego. The woman's gaze was focused more on the brown-haired man's left arm, rather than on him. Those present were surprised that she knew that. No one knew, Only the leaders knew of her identity along with the relatives of some of the girls. The brown-haired boy was surprised, as much as he could possibly imagine, although he already had an idea of how she knew, but he had nothing to lose by asking, and when he was about to ask, the dragon got there first. Tiamat, I know you're also a Jin. How do I know? It's too much of a coincidence, don't you think? When you appear and a short time later the news about the return of the Sekiryuutei appears and then both of you disappear as if the earth had swallowed you up. I'm not that stupid. Just because I live in a cave at first I had my suspicions. But by putting certain things in order I was able to come up with two options, explained the dragon. Now blue-haired, she has great analytical skills, even in situations with great pressure or stress. Not for nothing she is one of the rating game supervisors when something unusual happens in the rating game system. The first was a coincidence, a matter of fate, a mere joke, which many would prefer to answer. Second, she knew about the relationship the brown-haired boy had with the Gremries before the exchange of places with the leaders in the prison dimension, and during these 7 years what happened was obvious. When Jin appeared, many of the females who were waiting with hope for the return of Hyoudou Issei had taken Jin as their partner, not like the redhead and most of her entourage, but after this confrontation she confirmed it. Yakumo and Hyoudou were the same person. The second was the most likely answer, since what she had witnessed confirmed everything. Tiamat, well? Something to say, Yakumo? She asked seriously, crossing her arms under her breasts, making them bounce slightly in the process. Now to the point before I lose patience. The brown-haired boy didn't say anything. It was true, the dragon's deduction was everything he had thought. Even if he didn't admit it, she wouldn't believe him. So he walked slowly towards the blue-haired girl until he was a meter in front of her. Tiamat looked curious at what the brown-haired man would do. Without losing her expression, she looked seriously at the brown-haired man. While he looked back at her, the woman's blue eyes crossed with the honey-brown eyes of the brown-haired man. In an instant it seemed eternal, until the brown-haired man broke it. He took a sigh and then leaned forward with his forehead down, in the Japanese apology position. Issei, I'm sorry. About Grand 9. I apologize for Drake. Just like you, returning your treasure, finding your sister will also be my responsibility. I'm sorry, he said with an apologetic tone of voice. Like his posture, he was leaning forward from the torso forward. He knew what Drake must be feeling right now. It was guilt because of a stupid fight he had lost. She was no longer there. Tiamat, who heard everything the brown-haired man said, didn't feel better. She felt worse, angrier. She clenched her fists tightly while the rest of her body tensed and trembled slightly. Under his gaze, the hair in front covered his gaze. No one could see him, but he showed anger. He did what the brown-haired man said. His blood was boiling. The desire to hit him was great. She bit the lower part of her lips. The girls who were watching this didn't know what the blue-haired girl would say, but judging by how she was reacting, I thought she was starting to cry, until she finally spoke. Tiamat, do you think that just apologizing and taking responsibility is enough? Asked the woman, even without letting out all the pain she carried inside her, a pain that has remained for thousands of years. She was trembling slightly. Her voice seemed shaky. The chestnut raised his gaze to see under the hairs that covered the dragon's eyes. He saw how drops fell, crystalline drops. Issei, Tia! She didn't finish speaking because the blue-haired boy had thrown her with a strong blow, leaving her on top of the brown-haired boy. Kill? The blue-haired girl was now sitting on the brown-haired boy, on his stomach. Tiamat, don't buck with me, she said in a whisper, but due to the enhanced sense of those present she could hear it clearly. Don't buck with me, she said again, but now she shouted with great force. The woman began to hit the brunette's face, shoulders, chest, and even hit the ground where he was standing. The blows were so powerful that you could hear the sound of the ground cracking little by little. The girls wanted to get closer and approached quickly. When they arrived, the dragon that was hitting hard had stopped. Her hands slowly hit the chest of the brown-haired boy. While her eyes were on him, she was already down. The desire he had to hit either Drake or his carrier was gone. Tears began to run down his cheeks, while he clenched his teeth tightly, at the same time as his hands. The trembling of her skin became more noticeable. The strong dragon aura that she gave off had lowered. She looked up to see the brown-haired man's face. There were traces of blows and blood coming out of his mouth, although his expression said that he deserved it. Tiamat, do you think a damn sorry will solve everything? Don't buck with me. Grandine was my only family. You don't know how I felt when she disappeared without a trace. All because of that damn drag. Their fight took my sister away from me. I spent years searching for her without result, then you came. To tell me that you will take responsibility for that. The only memory I have left is her home. I don't care about that damn treasure. I just want her back. I don't want my treasure back anymore. The Dragon Queen had expelled all the pain stored for thousands of years. Her crying showed all the suppressed pain. Each tear fell on the brown-haired boy's face, who saw all this without saying anything. The girls all lowered their heads. They understood very well how the blonde felt. Losing a family member was something painful, and more so when it was your only family member. Even Ophis, who could be said to have in a certain way experienced something similar with the loss of the brunette. But now it was forgotten whether she returned after seeing this or could avoid feeling the same pain in her chest. Everyone fell silent so the woman could get all the pain out. Even the teacher, who was silent, lowered his hat and placed it on his chest. The chestnut, who was the one who witnessed how the proud Dragon Queen Tiamat put aside that proud side that he had known long ago. He knew what it felt like to lose loved ones, and even more so when you are the one who witnesses their last moments of life, that in the end she asks you to eat her to have enough power to avenge them. But unlike what happened to the chestnut, there was a chance that Tiamat's sister was alive. She had just disappeared for a long time, but that doesn't mean she was dead. I just had to find her. He was missing for a long time after he was captured by the Jade Emperor, and he's still alive. The gauntlet appeared on the left arm. Apparently Drake had decided to speak at last. Drake, Tiamat, I'm sorry. I know that between us you should have suffered more, but do you think I don't feel guilt? Do you know how much I regret having resumed that fight? Are you not the only one who feels the pain for Grandine? That's why I carry the damn guilt for the rest of eternity. I know that an apology will never be enough. If she is still alive, I will find him, otherwise I will bring him back to life. The red dragon had begun to speak in a completely dejected to then bring out the stored pain. He was no better than Tiamat. One lost his only family member, the other his beloved. Two sides of a coin that carried the same pain. His tone of voice seemed to break. The guilt that he had kept had let it out. No one could see him, but he was crying. The great Sekiryuutei was crying out of guilt. For the first time, that last fight with the white man before being sealed in their respective sacred gears, he regretted having done it. If he hadn't fought, would she still be here? After finishing saying that, the glove disappeared. Drake couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to be alone for some time. He would definitely use it, and quite a lot. The dragon's tears kept flowing. Her pain didn't diminish, it had increased. The brightness of her eyes was slowly fading. Issei, you know, the brown-haired boy spoke for the first time since he was thrown to the ground with blows. His tone was serene, but his gaze was filled with nostalgia. He didn't want to speak before Drake. Both of them had to get out at least a part of that pain. Now he could finally speak. Issei, I also lost important people to me. We weren't family, but that didn't stop us from getting along. As one, I know how you feel losing someone important. I witnessed her last moments of life in front of me. I couldn't save them. I know your sister is alive. Something inside me tells me that she is. I will help you find him. I don't care if it takes me 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. We will find him, said the brown-haired man, trying to calm the dragon. His hand fraternally caressed the woman's blue hair softly. Tiamat, why? Sniff, I hate Drake and his carriers. Sniff, why do you want to help me? Sniff, the blue-haired girl asked, a little calmer now. Her eyes had returned with a little brightness. She has always hated her carriers. She has even killed some. She did not understand why he wanted to help her. Is it out of responsibility? Or is it out of pity? Issei, why? Is there any reason to help him meet with someone important to him? I just want people to be happy. That's what my eyes taught me. Instead of answering his question, he asked the dragon. He smiled like his grandfather when he remembered him. He was a great man, a hero for him with great teachings. If you do something, give it your best, always, no matter what it is, always give it your best. You are strong, my boy. If you have the opportunity to help someone, do it with a smile, no matter how small or large. These were some of the teachings that his grandfather Dushan had instilled in him from a very young age. In addition to martial arts, he learned values. The dragon said nothing, she simply limited herself to saying, "Thank you," in a tone of voice so low that it was imperceptible to those present. 20 minutes later. Tiamat had calmed down, she had already dried the tears from her eyes, and she had also recovered and returned to her usual expression, serene and serious, although she was still sitting on the chestnut tree. Nobody said anything, they just waited for the blue-haired girl to calm down, which she already has. "Issei, Tiamat? Can I ask you a favor?" he said with a poker expression. "Tiamat, yes, Sekiryuutei? But if it's something stupid, I'll burn you right now," said the woman with a warning. "Issei, can you get up?" he asked with a nervous smile at the dragon's warning. She looked curious, and it was true. She was still sitting on the chestnut tree's stomach. She quickly stood up, and remembering that she had never sat on a man before, the males who courted her ended up receiving a flare or a blow from the dragoness. She stood up and turned her back on him. Perhaps because of the moment of low consciousness she forgot she was on the chestnut tree. "Issei, well, that was all. If I find out anything about your sister, I'll let you know," he said as he stood up and cleaned the dust off what was left of his clothes, patting his entire body. When he finished, he turned around to continue leaving, but the group was stopped by a voice. "Tiamat, wait," she said seriously. Now she is definitely recovered, and her gaze was more serious than usual. "Or so you could say. I will go with you." "Issei/girls, eh?" They screamed in unison after processing what the little girl said. I didn't know what she was up to. "Issei, I don't think it's necessary," said the brown-haired boy, smiling falsely with a touch of nervousness. "I will keep my promise. I'll give you my shovel." "Tiamat, even so, I want to make sure that you return my treasure to me and find my sister. Until that day comes, I will be close by watching you to make sure you do it," she said, sharpening her eyes, while her pupils slitted, showing a threatening look. The brown-haired boy could have refused to do that if it weren't for that threatening look, that if he denied it, something more would happen to him than just getting burned out of this. He swallowed hard to accept that threat. "Issei, fine, but you can leave if you are uncomfortable where we live," he said resignedly. She would not change her mind, and if he argued, he would lose. "Fine, we have been here for a long time, we just need to go find Ryutaimaru and we will return," he said in a tired tone. What was supposed to be a search for a relative ended up being something more. The brunette turned around only for a toy-sized ship to crash hard into his forehead, leaving him unconscious. The girls worried about the chestnut tree. While the teacher came out from the bushes, he had gone to look for the warship. He did not stay in most of the conversation after learning about the sister's topic. He was only a listener, so it was better to let the group resolve that matter while he went to look for the ship. While Tiamat had a somewhat complex expression, really, he was the one who was able to defeat the son of the original Lucifer while he had a large part of Trihexa's power in his possession. Didn't it seem like it? Being knocked out by a toy ship, really, it was him? Are you kidding, right? World of Heroes Airport. It was Sunday, approximately 9 in the morning. An adult with dark green hair that was between black, eyes of the same color, a bit of beard on his chin, and wearing red-colored glasses. A messy man around 40, although his appearance does not show it, was carrying suitcases and luggage on a cart. Apparently he had just finished his flight. His name is Midoriya Hisashi. It was not surprising. After all, he is Midoriya Izuka's father, although his children look more like their mother than their father. He wore an untucked gray shirt, not because he didn't like it, but because he was away from work he could be more comfortable. After working for a long time outside the country, he was finally back to be with his family. His wife and son were notified by him that he would return today. They couldn't be happier, so today they would both welcome his return and someone else's as well. "Wait for me, Dad," exclaimed a female voice in a hurry, running towards where the older green-haired man was. "Hisashi, let's go quickly, your mother and brother are surely waiting for us," Izumi said, the father smiling, giving a hand signal to go faster. It was not to rush his daughter, but he wanted to see his wife and son now. Midoriya Izumi, the youngest of the Midoriya children, she is only 1 year younger than her older brother. If her brother dressed as a woman and wore makeup, it would be almost impossible to notice the difference between them. She accompanied her father to work, while she studied near where her father worked, but after 8 years, she is finally back in her hometown. Dark green hair like her mother Inko, she was technically like her mother when she was young, although with the difference of her hair, which has her father's hairstyle. She will currently be in her last year of high school. Like her brother, she was born without a quirk, something that received ridicule from others. But that did not matter to her. She could be a heroine in her own way. Like her brother, she likes heroes a lot, in addition to taking pictures of them, a habit that she passed on to her brother, whom she considered a hero. Although the quirk thing, something incredible had happened approximately 2 months ago, and it was that she manifested a quirk out of nowhere. Although she couldn't avoid getting hurt with each use, so she wasn't allowed to use it until she entered an academy for heroes. Her teacher would help her perfect it, and she knew very well which academy. She was also excited to see her mother and brother again, and in the city where her mother and brother currently lived there was a lot of variety of heroes. There were all kinds. She could take pictures of all of them, especially one in crimson armor, who had become very famous on social networks, and every time he appeared around her, particles of emerald lights began to snow, and it is said that his armor was a very advanced technology for this time. He didn't even seem from this world. He was a hit on social media. He reminded her of a certain hero who also wore red armor from the comics she read. Among all the heroes in the city, he would be like saying the golden egg. Author's note: in a week, the chestnut goes out to patrol as the Sekiryuutei like 3 to 4 times a week, so they have gained fame for neutralizing the villains quickly. Plus I only didn't put it since nothing interesting has happened yet. Izumi, Dad, do you think we can go out at night to see the city? Asked the excited daughter, since at night she could meet heroes who do not appear during the day. Her eyes shone interestingly, while she had a face with a smile from ear to ear. Hisashi, ha ha ha. You're too young to go out. Besides, I know you want to take a picture of the golden egg, but it's a no, until you're older, said the father, laughing while caressing the girl's green hair. She puffed out her cheeks in an angry way, which made her look cuter. The two had already left. They were passing by where the rest of the family member would be received. Hey! This way! A woman's voice shouted, drawing the attention of the green-haired man and his daughter. Dad! Izumi! Another voice shouted, but this one was a young man's. His tone of voice was the same as the previous one, happy. Hisashi and Izumi looked towards the direction from which those two voices came. What they saw made them look wide. In front of them was a thin woman with long green hair, with a ponytail in the back. The woman was wearing a white shirt inside, and a pink one outside, as well as a blue skirt that reached above the knee, finally a pair of sneakers. She is Midoriya Inko. Although she looks younger than her husband, she was actually almost the same age. With a difference of 2 years, the woman was a housewife, while her husband worked, which, thanks to being a housewife, she maintained a slim body and a young appearance. She was weaving with her left hand as she looked after her husband. It had been many years since she had seen him in person. It was a wonderful reunion. Beside her is Midoriya Izuku, who also greeted her like his mother, and was equally happy to have his father and sister back. When they both found out about this, they jumped for joy all over their home. It was incredible news, and he came back at a good time to show her the sports festival. Izumi ran out to hug her beloved mother. Small tears of happiness couldn't help but fall from her eyes. Izumi, Mom! She exclaimed with joy as she bumped her cheeks against her mother's. Inko, my little one, how you've grown! You're a young lady now, hee, said the mother with great happiness while also hugging her daughter. Hisashi, hello champion. How have you been? Did you take good care of your mother? He asked with a smile while ruffling the green-haired younger boy's hair. Izuku, of course, Dad, said the green-haired boy, sulking as his father's arm wrapped around his neck. A little while later, husband and wife looked at each other face to face with a big smile. Inko had her arms wrapped around her husband's neck, while he had his hands on her waist. Hisashi, how have you been, my dear? You are more beautiful every day, said the man, happy to feel her touch. Inko, better than ever, knowing that you were transferred back, the green-haired girl answered and then kissed him. Her husband kissed back. He didn't care if they were in public. It had been many years since he had felt his wife's lips. He wouldn't let any opportunity pass him by, now that she's back. While both were watched by their son and daughter, both were blushing when they saw the scene of their parents. Izuku looked anywhere in order to avoid seeing that, and to imagine him with a certain smiling chestnut. Izumi was blushing, also looking elsewhere, while playing with her fingers. Somewhere else. In a dark room you could see that there is little light. You could see someone dressed in a black suit, while several tubes were connected to him. To be precise, in the neck. Only his mouth could be seen, the rest of his face was disfigured. "Have you been able to capture him?" the disfigured man asked in a deep voice, towards several monitors. In one of them you could see a very well-known danger. It was Shigaraki. "Shigaraki, no, sensei. The Sekiryuutei have defeated every group of villains we sent to capture him," the gray-haired man apologized to the disfigured man, now under the name of Sensei. "Sensei, his suit will be of great help to our plans. Besides that, he possibly has a good quirk that wouldn't be bad. Take it. How are you doing with the other thing?" said the man without showing any emotion in his voice or what remains of his expression, to wake up and ask the gray-haired man. Shortly after the Sekiryuutei had appeared, the man called Sensei had become interested in that suit/armor. In simple words, if he had it, he could create many of them, to achieve his goal. But every time he sent groups of villains to capture him, he was defeated as if nothing had happened. Each group he sent was stronger than the previous one. Even worse, the result was the same. In addition, the suit seemed to consume a lot of energy, so he sensed that the quirk of the person inside the armor was one that generated large amounts of energy. All the more reason to capture him, or else he would be a threat to his plans. "Shigaraki, the infiltrator is doing a good job. He will send us any information he gets, especially about the hero course," answered the gray-haired man, making the situation known. "Sensei, perfect." UA Academy Stadium. It was Monday, 8 in the morning. The sports festival is today, the first-year heroes course. They were waiting in a break room. Everyone had their sports uniform on. Everyone had trained very hard to show their skills today. Well, most were nervous. They didn't know if that would affect their performance during the festival. There were others who were calmer, like the brown-haired boy and the girls, who only hoped that it would be a fun festival, and that they could use some of their power without raising suspicion. But one was nervous and happy. It was Midoriya. Since his family would be watching him from home, he had trained very hard these 2 weeks, too much, but in the end the results were very favorable, being able to use a small part of One for All to increase his physical qualities. That would help him a lot during the festival. Everyone was brought out of their thoughts when the horns sounded, indicating that they should go to the center of the stadium. Chapter 27, Sports Festival Part 1. Outside the Citri Academy, with a certain design similar to the Ko Academy, where its director and founder studied, it was not surprising. After all, it was based on this one due to the wide practice field. That is not the topic we will talk about today, but that at the main entrance of the academy was the Tower of Sona, Tsubasa Yura. The blue-haired girl was dressed in a white shirt inside, a light brown jacket outside that reached the same length as her lilac skirt, as well as some stockings that covered her legs, and finally a pair of Converse-type shoes. At the request of her king to come dressed casually, she was not the type of person who liked to wear clothes that made her have little movement. Her entire repertoire of clothing was that allowed her to have good mobility. Even what she is wearing now gave great mobility. She was currently waiting for her king to appear to take her to who knows where, but that would interest him, something that she still couldn't deduce what it was. It was the first time she saw her king do something like that. You could say that curiosity was invading him. She was so deep in thought that she didn't know that her king and queen had appeared behind her through a magic circle. Sona noticed that her tower didn't know she came, so she proceeded to call her to get her out of her thoughts. "Sona," Yura said the name of the aforementioned. She immediately turned around to meet her king and queen. "Yura, Sona-sama. When did you get here?" she asked, surprised, since she hadn't noticed when he appeared. "Sona, just a moment ago. But it seems you were deep in thought," answered the violet-eyed girl. She looked at her watch. It was almost time for the festival to begin, since it would be broadcast live. "Yura, I'm sorry. I'm just really curious about where we're going," said the little girl, since even though she knows her king well, it was still difficult to know what he was thinking. "Tsubaki, that doesn't matter anymore. Are you ready?" asked the heterochromatic Aji. "Before we go, do you want to know where we're going?" asked the girl with a certain touch of amusement. which the blue-haired girl nodded. Sona, we'll go to the Hyoudou residence. It was the only thing Sona said. It was enough to make a click in Yura's mind. Is Hyoudou with his parents now? She couldn't believe it. Maybe it's a bit hasty to do this without having spoken to the brown-haired man, but I knew he wouldn't get angry, since in less than a century he would reveal himself. Or that's what he's planning. Yura, maybe? Hyoudou-kun is there? Asked the girl with a bit of stuttering in her speech. She had to stifle a scream. If going to the residence, it would be that he was there. Years ago, when she could, she would visit the chestnut tree's parents, who were the most affected. She couldn't do much. Offering her support so they could continue was all she could do, although when they moved to a smaller house for obvious reasons, she would sometimes stop by to say hello. Currently, the Hyoudou family had moved since their son returned, but no one knew their location currently. Does their king know where he is? Sona, if you want to find out, see it for yourself, said the black-haired girl with a slight smile on her face. Yura didn't think about it. It was better to see it with her own eyes, so she accepted. Her heart was beating rapidly. She trembled a little with emotion. Sona activates the magic circle, the same one that brought him from the world of heroes to DxD, created by Leifi with the help of Chestnut and Ophis. When the magic circle was about to transport the three girls, a male voice interrupted the process. Wait, the voice made the transport pause. Sona saw whose voice it was. Her eyes opened a little surprised to see him here. Since there was no one he knew today at the academy, he didn't come alone. He is. World of Heroes, Hyoudou residence. In the large living room were all the residents of the big house, the Chestnut's parents, Rosweiss, Kuroka, Yasaka, Gabriel, Griselda, Venelana, Grafia, Lilith, Olga, Chloe, Alicia, Prim, Kagaya, Maya, Lulu, Claudia and Celestine, of course without missing the little Akane who was sitting on her grandmother's lap. There was enough time to sit back and enjoy the live stream that would be half an hour ago. Reason? Let's say that a certain Bale days before today spoke with his son about the brown-haired boy participating in the sports festival, something that the redhead saw as an opportunity to go to that world. He thought of going alone, something that turned out the opposite when his wife saw him looking for his supersuit. So Mao came too to make sure that her husband didn't do something stupid. And by fate, the militia heard his grandmother talking about the chestnut tree participating in the festival, and well, technically Sir Zex, along with his wife and son, came along as a sneak. And they weren't the only ones. Ajuka was there too. He came at Azazel's invitation, something that was easy for him to get to with the portal machine he had built. It was a good idea after all. This place could escape from his duties as a Mao for a long time, and seeing that the festival would be broadcast all over Japan. And what better place to see it than at the Hyoudou residence, with a 370-inch full HD 4K screen. They wanted to go see the festival, but due to problems with the fame of some of the girls, they couldn't go out comfortably, and changing their appearance with magic isn't bad, but it was a little uncomfortable in their opinion. Not only were two Maos present, but also Rosweiss' grandmother was present. She was invited by her granddaughter. Her parents could not, and they do not know the identity of the chestnut. It would only be Gondel, that's what Rosweiss thought, since while she was getting ready to leave, Odin passed by to say hello, and when he saw that they were both leaving he asked where? To which he replied to the world where his granddaughter currently lived, and that today was a festival that would be broadcast live from where she studies in Castor, so it seemed fun to the old man. It would be something good to see, but not as much as going to see girls in bars or hot springs. Another guest was Michael, who was invited by Gabriel. Since they get along quite well, why not invite his brother to see his sister's boyfriend? Well, it was also a nice break. In addition to Kagaya's parents and her siblings, since a good friendship had been formed between the parents of both families. Last but not least were the nuns who lived quietly in the chestnut tree territory, although today they were not wearing nun clothes, but rather casual, more modern clothes. Well, those who were invited were Gondel, Michael, the Fujimoto family, the nuns, and Ajuka, although the latter was from Azazel's side, although the leaders Pendragon and Phoenix would have come, but they had matters to attend to today. And the ones who crashed were Sir Zex with his family, and old Odin. Kagaya, Prim and Grafia served either tea, soda or whatever they asked for, while Maya and Lulu brought a bunch of bags of chips, candy, and other things to enjoy while watching the broadcast. The nuns were ready to serve everyone. The good thing was that the room was very large. Although they had to add a few more sofas and rearrange them, there was still enough room. Everyone was comfortable. Only Sona was missing, who, like Rosweiss and Gabriel, invited someone else, which would not be long. On the part of the military, she was already beginning to suspect why her grandmother and Grafia lived with the Hyoudou, if she was supposed to live in the Yakumo territory, but they lived here, and now she understood why they didn't know anything about the two of them unless they went to visit her father. Could it be that? A magic circle appeared. The residents of the house knew very well that it was Sona, Tsubaki along with another guest. Without knowing that, like Venelana and Rosweiss, they brought a few sneaks. From the magic circle came out Sona with Tsubaki, accompanied by Tsubasa, Yura, and Valley and Lavinia. If they were a little surprised to see Sona's tower, now they are even more so, seeing Vala with his queen/wife, except for Claudia, who the albino knew of her identity. As much as Surzex, Michael, and Odin were surprised to see Vala here, they quickly understood why. Vala and Lavinia arrived to look for the chestnut-haired boy, and according to the news that he was officially engaged to Serafal, Venelana, Sona, Yasaka, and his daughter, they knew very well who to turn to if they wanted to contact him, and the closest would be Sona, who arrived just in time to leave. At first, she didn't believe what the albino said until he finally convinced her, and ended up bringing two more. You may wonder what happened to Penthesilea, Brynhild, and Sigvera? They had matters to attend to, like Penthesilea, being in charge of a very famous shipping company in the human world, called Amazon. Orders were always delivered without problems. Brynhild was summoned by her grandmother to see if she had become stronger or weaker. From Sigvera, she had Agar's clan matters to take care of today. That's why she couldn't go with Vala and Lavinia. Plus, today in the human world there was a mecha model convention, and she didn't want to miss it. Yura was surprised to see the leaders, together with the Yakumo couples, such as Yasaka, Venelana, since there was news that the two mentioned were engaged to Yakumo in addition to their king with his sister, in addition to the fact that this was the Hyoudou residence from when the Gremrys lived in it, but this one was bigger. Yura, Sona-sama? Why are Yakumo's fiancés here at the Hyoudou residence? And where is Hyoudou? Asked the little girl, looking around to see if she could find the brown-haired boy. Akane, moms. Daddy along with my other moms will start very soon, said the little girl in a hurry. Since she wanted to see her father and mothers participate, she moved her legs happily up and down happily. Sona, Yura, Issei-kun, you will see him there, said the Citri, pointing towards the large television screen, which had already turned on and just in time for the introduction of each first-year group to arrive. Everyone sat comfortably to watch the festival, and there would be time to greet the chestnut tree when he returned. It must be said that those who did not live in the residence were surprised to see the Dragon Queen Tiamat in her present human form. Although she did not care, she only said that she would not leave and that she would return what is important to her. Those who didn't know everything about the situation the dragon was in with the chestnut added that they only thought it was because of the treasure that Drake had stolen from her some time ago. Tiamat's integration into the residence was a bit simple, since what happened in the forest stays in the forest. Those who were not present told her that it was to pay her what she owed her in the past. Anyway, the Hyoudou residence was packed. But for now, everyone would watch the broadcast. Welcome everyone to this great sports festival, where each group from different years will show who are the best of them. Are you ready to start? Are you ready? Introduced the narrator, who was present, Mike, with his positive and scandalous attitude. As always, in addition to me, other teachers will be accompanying me. And it is Azazel and Aizawa, senseis. Azazel, it's a pleasure to be part of this. I can see that this year's festival will be something never seen before. I hope that each and every one of them gives their best, said the fallen one calmly with his typical smile. This is better than being the leader of a faction. You can slack off whenever you want. Aizawa, why do I have to be here too? Eraser asked, his face bandaged and his arm in a cast. He still didn't know how the hell he ended up accepting this. Present Mike was performing alongside Azazel and Aizawa, who were sitting in a booth at the top of the stadium to see the whole place. The applause was not long in coming. There were a lot of people in the stands. There was a large part of them wearing hero costumes. It was not surprising. After all, professional heroes see this festival to see who to recruit as a future partner in their hero agencies, since in this festival each one will demonstrate their quirk. The festival was divided into 3 stadiums, each one for the students of each year. But this year, the stadium for the first-year students would be more crowded than usual. Reason? Well, the son of the number 2 hero would participate. He must have been very strong, added to the fact that I don't know much about them. They came out of an attack by the League of Villains without any injuries. The main thing was 1A. Midoriya apartment. It may be a house in a building where many people lived, but it offered everything a family of 4 needed to live. 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, a living/dining room, and a kitchen. That was all that was needed. The green-haired boy's father and Izumi were sitting on the sofa watching television, and it was also in recording mode. On the screen, you could see the group where their son was all walking out, while they were introduced by President Mike along with Azazel and some other comments from Aizawa, who still had bandages all over his face. The family was happy to see the green-haired boy walk with his group until they were in the middle of the stadium. Hisashi was proud of his son. He couldn't be more, seeing the great change his son had while he was away. He had said that he awakened his quirk during the entrance exams, but that every time he used it, part of his body broke where he used it. The exam was approximately 3 months ago, the same time that his daughter awakened her quirk, which seemed strange to him, but he would leave those thoughts aside. The use of his son's quirk was very peculiar, since he said that thanks to his friend he was able to use it without getting hurt, and he also told him that he was very strong, and that he would be another example to follow for him. The older green-haired man mentally thanked his friend. Seeing the enthusiasm his son spoke of about how he trained him, apparently he admires him as much as his favorite hero. Inko, Izuku's mother, couldn't take her eyes off her son. Seeing him come in like that made her feel very happy. When she found out he didn't have a quirk, she felt like her son's whole world was falling apart. Being made fun of at school, seeing him cry at night, hurt her a lot. Maybe at that time she did not support her son in the way she expected, but she would take charge of raising a son who could be a hero in another way. With the support of her husband and daughter, they were able to overcome the difficult time she was going through. Maybe they were not present, but calling every day was a sign that would show that she would always be with them, something that helped her take a weight off her shoulders and the stress. And now seeing the great change he's had, I couldn't be happier and prouder to be his mother. Among the whole family, she was the one who knew the most about what he was doing at the academy, especially that a classmate trained him very hard. She didn't like it, since her son came back a little hurt, but seeing the satisfied smile on his face, she would only support him. Today was the day where she would see the fruit of the hard training he had. Izumi, she was also watching. Like her brother, she was born without a quirk, or so she thought, since months ago she had awakened her quirk, one that is the same as her brother's. Of course the green-haired man wouldn't say that. First he would have to talk to All Might. She was happy for her brother. Now he could fulfill his dream, and the festival was just the first step. She would also be grateful to that friend who helped him train. UA Stadium first year. Those in the hero class were walking towards the middle of the stadium calmly, although most of them were nervous, as it was their first time in front of so many people, especially heroes. Issei, Seraphal, Office, Kunu, Ravel, Bakugo, Todoroki, they were the least nervous, while the rest were the opposite. It was to be expected. The brown-haired boy had already been in front of so many people, so it seemed normal to him, similar to the rest of his girls, except for Leifi, who was a little worried when she felt that so many people were looking at him. As the hero class walked ahead, behind them were the other first-year classes. A bit of displeasure could be heard. It was how they made the hero class look better. Everyone is wearing their sports uniforms, which consist of 2 pieces, a shirt and pants. The shirt was a dark blue color, which had the letter U marked on the upper half, while the lower half was a letter A. Both letters were white. The pants were also dark blue. There was a white stripe on the legs that complemented the letter A, as part of its legs. The tennis shoes were individual, and they could vary. They couldn't use their hero suits, even though they could have had a bit more of an advantage, and without them everyone would be more even. It didn't take long for all the first-year players to be in the middle of the stadium. under the gaze of many heroes who might hire them in their agencies in the future. While some from other classes looked at the heroes' class in a hostile manner, since according to them they should be in that class and not them. Defeating Wunna was the objective of most of the groups. In front of all the groups was a small stage, where Midnight and Penemu were. Although unlike the first, the cadre was dressed in a suit. It was not as extravagant as Midnight's, but it was not far behind, showing off her slender body. Midnight, good. Good. I hope you play fair, said the adult heroine, waving her whip while maintaining a positive expression, seeing so many young people compete in the festival, not to mention that she could see even more of the brown-haired boy's skills. The crowd was surprised to see the +18 heroine, since she doesn't usually go out at these types of festivals, but they looked at the other girl who was next to her. She was equally beautiful, a sinful body. They wondered if she was a heroine who worked as a teacher at a university, and if she was, where was her heroine outfit? Anyway, some heroes would think later about asking for her number. Tokoemi, do you think it's a good idea for her to be the referee of this? Even though it's a high school? Is that okay? Commented the burrhead to no one in particular, but his comment reached the heroine's ear, which she didn't like at all, while the fall covered her mouth so as not to laugh at that comment. Mineta, who cares? We're talking about Hexy Midnight. Mineta commented with small traces of drool coming out of his mouth. Midnight, silence. My presence here is perfectly fine, complained the woman at the Batdoodledoo's comment, who had a drop of sweat on the back of her neck. The brunette calmed down a bit to continue. Fine, Hines-chan, do the honors for us, she said, mocking the name of the fallen by giving her a nickname. The aforementioned clicked her tongue in annoyance while a vein was marked on her temple. Penemu, okay, HMP, representative players please step onto the stage, said the fall as she looked at her tablet with the information of who would be stepping onto the stage. Katsuki Bakugu, Hyoudou Issei, Ouroboros Office, Shirtorai Serafall, Hyoudou Leifi, Hyoudou Revel and Hyoudou Kunu. Those mentioned stepped forward to step onto the stage. Those in the hero course were surprised that the bomb hands were the ones who represented him, just like the rest of those mentioned, although like Leifi, Revel and Kunu he showed greater intellect. But Bakugu came in first in the written exam, while the rest were by far the highest score he had gotten since the academy opened. So what was missing in points in the written exam was compensated by the points obtained in the field exam. Well, some were first in the written exam, and the others were first in the field exam. Technically the first place was between them, while other groups only showed a little annoyance. Hyoudou residence. In the large living room, everyone watched the broadcast, while Milikas and Yura tried to identify which was the chestnut. When his name was heard along with those of the girls who accompanied him, their eyes opened wide upon seeing the brown-haired boy. The one who called himself Wukong Jin had the name Hyoudou Issei. They didn't know how to process what they just saw. Akane, look! It's Dad with Mom, said the little redhead, pointing her hand at the television. Very excited look, Grandma. Fuyumi, yes, Akane-chan, your dad will win, said the eldest Hyoudou to her granddaughter with a smile. Note: in the story I named Fuyumi and Takeshi as the chestnut's parents, since their names were not yet known until volume 25, which was after I named them, so they will keep those names. Yura Sonasama, isn't he Yakumo? Why is he pretending to be Hyoudou-kun? The blue-haired girl asked her king. She could barely put her thoughts aside to look for answers. The aforementioned smiled slightly when she saw the expression of her tower. She seemed a little hasty. Milikas was just like Yura. He didn't know what to think, but his mother pulled him out of his blank thoughts. Mao, I know what you're thinking, son. Yakumo and Hyoudou are the same person, said the mother with a slight smile as she placed a hand on the shoulder of the younger redhead. The eyes of the aforementioned gradually widened at what his mother said. Yura, who heard that from Mao, immediately turned to see her king and queen to seek confirmation, which she received with a yes. Then she remembered when she saw the brown-haired boy again, at the meeting about the kidnapping of her king, the battle against the rise of him with his army. From then on he was always present. Her eyes gradually became moist. She still wasn't sure if she should believe in that. As a last statement she asked the Hyoudou lords, who said yes. A mother will always know who her child is no matter what. After confirming that it was the same person, her eyes moistened instantly. She put her hands covering her mouth. She couldn't believe it. He had returned when everyone needed him most. He was there to save everyone again. Small tears ran down her delicate cheeks. She didn't hate to believe it. It was like a dream. Hyoudou Issei. That's what the blue-haired girl said in her mind while she continued watching the broadcast. Back at the stadium, the aforementioned went up on stage. Each one had to dedicate a few words to motivate everyone, although seeing the hands of a bomb there, it is very unlikely. The strangest thing was that most of those who came up had the surname Hyoudou in them. Seeing those who had the surname, they assumed they were close relatives. The first to speak was Bakugu, who did not show a disinterested expression. Bakugu, I will be in first place, he said disdainfully to the others, while his own group gave each other a facepalm since it was the last thing they wanted the boy to say. Among the student crowd, there were all kinds of comments, usually curses. Kirishima, oh my god! I knew you would say that, said the redhead surprised, since it would only bring more problems to the group. Son of a hitch! Don't trust yourself, damn it! I'll be the one to tear you apart. These were some of the comments made by other groups in response to the explosive blonde's comment, while the group thought that their image could not go any lower. Bakugu, you will be like steps that I will easily climb, said the boy with a disinterested expression, but in his words he showed superiority. While with one hand he made a sign that cut the neck, the message was clear. Boos from students who were not in their class were not long in coming, while those who were complained about the explosive blonde's attitude. Before leaving, Bakugo looked sideways at Izuku, who looked back at him. It was a rivalry, and now both of them, who had known each other since they were little, were no longer like before. Now each of them had enough confidence to face this festival, which would only be the beginning. The next to pass was the brunette. He passed by Midnight, who winked at him with a seductive smile, which made the brunette smile falsely. He looked at Penemu, who gave him a smile, which he reciprocated and returned the gesture. Issei, Eto, I don't know what to say. Well, it doesn't matter. I hope you give your best, said the brown-haired boy, bumping his fists while giving a challenging smile. It wasn't that he wanted to do the same as the blonde, but if he had already added fuel to the fire, why not take it as a challenge? His attitude of wanting to challenge came to light. The next to pass was Ophis, who simply said good luck, in his calm tone accompanied by a slight smile, which earned him a few fans. Next up was Seraphal, who wished everyone luck with her cheerful attitude while giving a peace sign, which caused several men to fall for the ponytailed Mao due to the girl's attitude. The younger Pendragon was next. She was nervous when speaking, as she could feel that everyone present was looking at her. She showed an embarrassed expression while she dedicated a few words. Many male students who saw the expression of the magician felt a shot in them. Ravel was next, who only wished everyone luck. To be honest, she was a little proud, and it was even more so when she wasn't talking to her friends, family, or the brown-haired girl, while many took it as if she were at Sundara. The last was Kunu, who had her yokai features exposed, although in a world like that it was normal. Her kitsune ears, her 9 golden tails that came out at the bottom of her back, the sports uniform just like normal, was designed to show her 9 beautiful tails. A beautiful golden hair tied back, golden eyes, white and delicate skin, a beautiful face. The sports uniform almost fit her body. Added to the new tails and ears, she was beautiful, giving off an air of a princess. Many stared at the blonde, who had a calm expression. She seemed not to be nervous. No one knows that she would be the future leader of the yokais. It is common that she will speak in front of so many people. The kitsune wishes luck to all the participants. They felt how she was encouraged by her as their leader in the Edo period. Well, the girls had gained a few fans and or suitors. If there were rumors before that Class 1 had very beautiful girls, now it was confirmed. After each of the representatives dedicated a few words, they rejoined their group, and without wasting time, Midnight announced the first test or preliminaries. Midnight, very well. Many people end up drowning in their own tears every year for not being able to pass the pre-eliminations, exclaimed the black-haired woman with great emotion while pointing to a projected screen that showed a type of roulette, until it stopped showing the following the first round will be. She didn't finish saying since the cadre had taken her dialogue. Penemu, obstetrics races, exclaimed the purple-haired girl with one hand raising the screen with the test. She had a slight smile like a referee, although she already knew who would win, so she would just watch the show more closely. A race between all classes on a 4-kilometer track that makes a ring around the stadium. Many thought it would be a simple race, not knowing that the tests that awaited them would be enough to slow them down. A metal door opened slowly. That was the exit. It was large, but if everyone gathered together, it was almost impossible to get out of there without being in an orderly manner. It was very narrow. Many had a determined look to win. Competing with so many people would be quite difficult, and even more so when you have a quirk, which can be an advantage at certain points. Nobody was willing to lose. They didn't train for 2 weeks to lose. They had to show what they were capable of. Izuku had trained a lot. At first he had in mind not to use his quirk since he would get hurt, but after his friend helped him with that, he could use it without getting hurt. Another thing was that he couldn't use more than his body could handle, otherwise he would break his bones as always. His family was watching him from home. He knew they would be supporting him from there, and at the same time live up to his mentor's expectations. Everyone got ready to run, hoping the light above the exit would turn green, which didn't take long. Midnight licked her lips, as she would see how the brown-haired man would pass the test. She was a veteran. She recognized someone with experience just by looking at him, and she knew that the brown-haired man had enough. Without further ado, she and Penemu exclaimed in unison. Penemu/Midnight, begin! Both women exclaimed, signaling that it had begun, at the same time giving the green light. All the students ran towards the exit. Little by little they became saturated, making it even more difficult to leave. That was the first test, getting out of a narrow place. Among all of them, the first to leave was Todoroki, who froze the ground, causing the ice to cover the feet of the rest, so they could free themselves to continue. The fire and ice half sped off, leaving everyone behind. Only a few were able to avoid the young man's ice, and that was the majority of his class. Atras de Todoroki le Seguin Momo, Kirishima, Bakugu, Oyama, Midoriya, Ashido, Tokoemi, Uraraka, Mineta, Y por Ultimo, Issei, Sarah Fall, Ophis, Ravel, Kanubi Ophis. Everyone except the brown-haired boy and his girls exclaimed the following. Dash! We won't let you get away that easily. 2 faces. The last part was from Bakugo. Bakugo used his explosion quirk to propel himself into the air, giving greater speed. He had said he would be the first, and no one would prevent that. With an explosive expression, he flew to catch up with Todoroki. Momo, who had created a cane to propel herself with while she made it as long as she could without losing concentration. Aoyama used his naval laser waist to shoot forward. Of course it would cause him a little pain when he went too far, but it would give him an advantage. Tokoemi simply took out his dark shadow to make a great jump. Ojiro was the same, but with his tail he made a great jump. Ashido used her quirk to melt the ice, and acid came out of her shoes to help her slide, thus achieving greater speed. Midoriya, being able to use a small part of One for All, gave a good increase in his physical power. His movements were much faster. He could easily avoid the ice on the ground, but since he couldn't run without falling, he had to do it carefully. Mineta, who was throwing his balls from his head to the ground to jump on them, reached Todoroki. He wanted to slow down the aforementioned, which he almost achieved, if it weren't for the fact that a robotic hand hit him and sent him rolling. In front of Todoroki were a good number of the villain bots from the entrance exam. There were even several of the big ones that varied or points. Shudo grimaced in annoyance. It wasn't the robots, but because of the other half of his quirk, he knew his father would be seeing that. He didn't want to use it. It was something personal that he had with his father, so he froze all the robots. But the robots were frozen in a position that they would fall into pieces. He resumed his path at full speed, still remaining in first place, and as he said, the frozen robots fell and broke. Unfortunately for those left behind, there were still many more robots active, many of which could not be passed over, since they were extremely large. Before anyone could think of anything quick, a black-haired girl with pigtails zoomed past them while skating on some sort of platform made of ice. Sarah Fall, hello, and goodbye. The Mao greeted and walked away to pass the large robots in front of her. She was happy as always. A few robots would be nothing to her. The girl smiled maliciously. When passing the part of the robots, all of them were frozen. None were saved. It was an extremely enormous pillar of ice that obstructed the path. It was like a wall. The mouse smiled to move on. The spectators were amazed by what they saw. The girl had had frozen all of them robots just by passing over them. They had already seen ice quirks. But this went further than anything they had seen. Several had already thought about recruiting her during the training periods. While on the other side of the ice wall with all the robots frozen, when with the robots still active it was already difficult to pass, now that they were frozen forming a gigantic wall it was even more difficult. The chestnut along with Ophis, Leify, Kunu and Ravel were there. Of course Seraphal left them behind. Being a competition, even though they contained themselves, they still let out a little of their power. Issei and Ophis were the first to pass the ice wall. How? Simple, they just smashed them into pieces, leaving large ice boulders falling. Since both of them had great physical strength, destroying that wall was a piece of cake for a king and his queen. After doing that they ran at full speed. On the part of Ophis, the dragon goddess had taken out her wings and dragon claws. Following behind them came Leify. The Pendragon was surrounded by a sphere of air. Made with his magic, he could fly without the tests hindering him, so he easily passed the first test. Finally there was Ravel and Kunu. The Phoenix took out her wings made of fire to fly over the large pieces of ice. The Kitsune jumped on them. Both of them created fireballs as they passed by them. Kunu's was blue, and Ravel's was red. Both girls threw them towards the pieces of ice. This caused a huge explosion, which surprised both competitors and spectators. After the humor dissipated, the place where the pieces of the wall had been, there was nothing left. There were only traces of the explosion. The rest, seeing this, went on their way without wasting time, since the first test had technically been eliminated. Bakugu, who witnessed all this, frowned even more, as he could see that all of them were surpassing him, something he didn't like, much less when they were women. Hyoudou residents. In the Great Hall, residents and guests watched this with great interest, being a sports festival very different from what they saw in the other world. Milikas, who now saw the brown-haired boy, couldn't believe it was him, but he remembered when he said, "How much have you grown?" It came to his head, he would only have to ask when he returned home. Not without first thinking about him. If his grandmother had him as a partner, that means he is his future grandfather. With Yura, the blue-haired girl couldn't take her eyes off the screen to see the brown-haired boy appear on the screen, but she was also surprised to see the fourth daughter of the Phoenix, the daughter of the Pendragon, the daughter of Isaka, and Ophis, although they made some sense since they were Yakumo's fiancés. And since Yakumo is a Hyoudou, but she got a little angry at him because he didn't show up. Little Akane screamed with joy, supporting her father and mother who were showing off a bit of their skills. The girls watched this with a smile. It was an incredible competition that they had never seen before. Not even the supernatural ones could think of creating a competition like this. Although there had already been one, it was very different from this one. Now on the screen it showed the second test, which was called the fall, which consisted of stone pillars joined by steel ropes. It was noticeable that if you fell, it would be quite deep. They saw how the students used their quirks to pass this test, while others did it like a normal person, since their quirk was not useful for this type of use. They noticed how many fell when trying, while others passed with a little difficulty. Those who were now taking the lead were 1 Issei, 2 Ophis, 3 Todoroki, 4 Seraphal, 5 Ravel, 6 Bakugu, 7 Midoriya, 8 Kunu, 9 Leify, 10 Lida. These were the first 10 positions. This was commented by Azazel, giving his opinion with a touch of sarcasm. The 10 mentioned passed the second test, some with a little difficulty when crossing the rope for fear of falling. The chestnut tree simply ran on the rope with great balance. After all, he was, so to speak, a martial artist in the past. Seraphal simply created a bridge to pass the test. Of course it fell to pieces when others wanted to use it. Kunu, like the brown-haired boy, ran over the ropes, which was something simple because she had trained. Ravel, Ophis and Leify simply flew over it, and that was it. It was very easy for them to stay in the air. Midoriya, who couldn't use one for all on this, since he couldn't move any faster without worrying about falling, so he crossed the ropes slowly while holding him from falling. Everyone was looking forward to this. Since the end of this race was near, there was only one last obstacle left to cross the finish line. Akane was happily supporting her father and mothers as she climbed onto the table, raising her hands upwards. The rest of her mothers who saw how their daughter was couldn't help but give a small smile. Akane, let's go! Dad! Let's go! Moms! Exclaimed the little redhead with great excitement. Midoriya apartment. The green-haired boy's family also saw this. Their son had passed the second test with some difficulty. Now he was running with his quirk activated at a good speed, to get closer to the last test. Seeing his son among the 10 places was incredible. You could feel the effort in every step he took. Seeing him surround himself with that energy created by his quirk was incredible. The green-haired boy had matured a lot since he started training to enter the nail. Inko watched her son through the television with great attention. Although his attitude hadn't changed much, now he was more mature. Of course, given what he had experienced since he entered that academy, it was to be expected. But every time he heard that he had made friends, something that made him happy considering that since he was very young he was excluded for being quirkless. But now with the support of both his friends and family, he followed his dream. Hisashi, despite his job being sent away for a long time, always called home to talk to his wife and son. When he found out that his son didn't have a quirk, like his daughter, he had returned to support him. He put aside his job for a week to spend time. He knew what his job entailed. He couldn't say what it really was. He could only say that it was an office job, although part of the fact that he worked for a company that sent him abroad is true. But seeing him participate in the festival, he could achieve his dream of being the best hero of all, even though for him he already was since he was born, so he would support his champion at all costs. Izumi, she admires her older brother a lot. Even from a very young age she knew very well her brother's dream. When everything excluded her brother, she was always with him. At a young age she understood what this society was like. Izumi, come on! Ni-chan! You can do it! Exclaimed the green-haired girl excitedly. Even though she couldn't hear her, she would have exclaimed in her support. Back in the race. The last challenge was a path full of explosive mines. It didn't hurt much, but the explosion could stun the victim. To say that it was easy for everyone would be a lie. Only those in the top 10 found it with some effort for them. The heroes I watched were more focused on the first 3 places, especially the third, being Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero after All Might. Many professionals would fight each other to have him as a partner, since his quirk was very powerful. Of course Issei and Ophis were not missing, especially the lowly, those dragon claws and wings. It was a quirk never seen before. There was only one heroine with dragon features, who could transform into one, but that she took out parts. That was an advantage in small places. With Issei, they saw that his quirk had to be physical strength, something very useful but not very striking, since many wanted something striking. Among the 10, the brown-haired boy had the least striking quirk. Of course, being in first place gave him points by showing his physical condition. Not to mention the rest, who had great quirks, as well as being beautiful on the part of the girls who were in the stands. The third test was passed. Large explosions were heard, not to mention that technically anyone who stepped on it would have set off a mine. The green-haired man managed to get over them all. Using the full cowl he shot forward. Each quick step he took behind him exploded. He had to be thankful that the brown-haired man who trained him for 2 weeks, his speed had increased quite a bit. Todoroki and Seraphol only had to freeze, creating a path to advance, so no mines exploded. Ravel, Ophis, Leifi and Bakugu, the 3 of them being able to stay in the air, there was no problem passing without stepping on any mines. Kunu stopped to use a little Yustosu to do a kind of scanner. Thanks to that she managed to identify where each bomb was placed. She made great jumps after jumps in places without mines, and so she continued until she passed all the mines. With the brown-haired boy, he did something similar to his green-haired friend. He got into position to run in a professional competition, took a breath to take off. Unlike Midoriya, he was so fast that no mine exploded, well, just one when he thought he had crossed the line. Now all that remained was to reach the finish line. The 3 obstacles had been overcome, so the first 10 gave even more effort to reach the finish line first. The positions had changed. The one in the lead was Izuku, who still hadn't deactivated his quirk, but instead gradually increased the amount he could withstand. He felt a little pain in his feet since that's where he applied more power than other places on his body. Behind Pelaverdi followed Chestnut, Todoroki, Bakugu, Olphus, Serafal, Ravel, Leifi, Kunu and Lida. The first four entered the large silo that led to the studio. The green-haired man had a somewhat complex expression, between a determined and tired look, but even so, the full cow gradually increased. The brown-haired boy only had a calm expression, but with a competitive smile. This was very fun. It was very different from the sports festival he had participated in at the Ko Academy a while ago. Todoroki made his best effort to win. He wouldn't lose. He would show that even without using his other half, he would win. Bakugu clenched his teeth tightly. It was a miracle that they didn't break. Being overshadowed by several, he didn't like it. He would be the first and he would do it. So he created an even bigger explosion to accelerate. Inside the stadium, everyone was staring at who would be the first to reach the finish line. Midnight and Penemu were also attentive, although the latter was sure that her man would win without much difficulty. In both residences, everyone watched without blinking to see who would arrive first. Who could it be? Despite knowing what the brown-haired man could do on behalf of the Hyoudou residents, still seeing this type of race always made you wonder who would win even when you possibly know who the winner is. The winner is Kan Empty Lady. Takayama Yu, a beautiful blonde woman, with a good body, who has the profession of heroine. She and some of her classmates agreed to be security guards at the sports festival, to be more specific in the first-year area. She accepted without question when they were offered to her. Reason? It had been a while since she heard about the chestnut tree. This would be a good opportunity to find him. Being a heroine isn't easy. Most of the time there was no free time. As they say, a hero's duty is one of rest, which prevented her from having to go to the UA to check if there was a certain student with a particular name. Something that was not necessary. When the attack on the USJ was made known, there were a few photos taken by journalists, and there was that chestnut tree that I needed to find. He had saved her twice, the first time being when he had just obtained his hero license. She didn't have her parents since she was very young. She had grown up under the care of a family through adoption. She was grateful for that. You could say that she never felt like one, even though that family apparently did it out of duty. But when she met the brown-haired man, she was very different. She was proud of her beauty, perhaps inherited from her mother whom she never met. Many men approached her, but none of them were of interest to her or anything like that. You could say that the only man she opened up to a little, showing what she was really like, was the young man she met months ago, the one who celebrated with her as a professional heroine. His attitude was always smiling, reminding her of a hero's smile. In a certain way he had caught her attention for a short time. Despite being younger, he showed a mature atmosphere. Sometimes she couldn't stop thinking about him. It's true that there were other men who looked better than him, but there was something about him that caught her attention. The second time she met him, it was so fast that she could barely see him. She recognized that silhouette of his back, that hair that defied gravity. It was time to find him and thank him, and also to get his contact number. She didn't know why, but her feminine intuition told her that if she didn't find him after the festival, he would be under a lot of feminine gaze, which upset her a little. She was brought out of her thoughts when the preliminary round winners were announced on a large audio screen outside the freshman stadium. His eyes widened slightly when he saw that among all those who passed the preliminary round was the brunette. Hyoudou Issei-san. She said his name surprised. She had found him that easily. Guys, I'll be back in a moment. Continue without me, said the blonde, running towards the inside of the stadium, which didn't give her two companions time to say anything. Sauces 1. Ko Cinema. In a movie theater in the quiet town of Ko, outside in a long line, today was not just any day. It was a good, perfect day for a brunette and a white-haired man to take a break from their adventures. What better thing to do than go see the movie Avengers: Infinity War on its opening day? Jean, phew, thank goodness he created a clone to buy the tickets with the best seats, said a brown-haired man whose fart defied gravity. Esterasa, you can say that. I had to threaten Silver to get me to give up the day, haha. Jean, oh me too, haha. I almost shot him with a lightning bolt for refusing, haha. Both young people couldn't help but laugh at what each one commented, threatening their respective author to take the day off to go see a long-awaited movie. Is it worth it? It was worth every damn second. The show started at 4:30. They had to be there because of the long line for popcorn, the damn line for popcorn and soda. Esterasa, hey? Wasn't the righteous writer supposed to come too? Jean, oh him. Well, he ended up in another dimension because of the big blow you gave when you tried to cross to our plane. I think he must be fighting an alien right now. Esterasa, well, better for me, I'll spoil it. Wajajajaja. I ask if it will arrive on time, since you bought 3 tickets. Nah, I'd rather spoil it. XD. 20 minutes later, a couple was leaving the cinema. They had just finished watching the movie, the older man said. Man, who would have thought that in the end Vision dies and the Guardians remain on Earth because Thanos escaped badly wounded, leaving most of the Avengers dead. Meanwhile, with the brown-haired man and the white-haired man, who heard what the man said to his partner. Jean, by Buddha! We had to run into that fat guy. Esterasa, that's all. I think I'll give that bastard a meal to Kohaku. Both Isseis were angry to the core, not only them, but also the rest of the row that heard it. Until the white-haired man came up with a great idea. Esterasa, I got it. What do you think if we take a closer look at the film that no one else has done? Jean, you have my attention. What's the plan? The white-haired man smiled at the question. He knew very well that there was a possibility. Esterasa, it is. New York, days later. The Big Apple was destroyed. The cause of this? Thanos. He had come for the Infinity Gems to conquer the universe or destroy them. He only needed one Infinity Gem, the Soul Gem, which now had him in the possession of the white-haired and brown-haired boys while they were fleeing from the crazy purple titan called home. I mean, Thanos. Jean, who would have thought? The last gem was the great meteorite that had crashed in Wakanda thousands of years ago. Esterasa. I was sure the captain would have it, but no. It's under a rock like all RPG games. No one would think it's under a damn rock. Well, at least I was able to get him pictures of Black Widow. Both of them were talking calmly while running at full speed. Behind them was the purple Homer chasing them with great fury for the soul gem. Thanos, damned humans! Give me back that gem. If you do, his death will be less painful. Both of them stopped suddenly, facing him for a fight. The white-haired man took out his sword ready for combat. The chestnut tree entered his great sage mode, invoking Ri. This wouldn't end like this. If both of them remembered to put a barrier on them to hide their existence, they would have a great view of the movie in 4K, 4D in real time, but the bad luck of both wants the opposite. Esterasa, you want the stone, come get it. Jean, come to me, Titan. Chapter 28, Sports Festival Part 2. Present Mike, and first place is said the blonde to pause waiting for who would be the first to show himself. He saw that the first person came out of their Midoriya Izuku. Exclaimed the blonde with great emotion. The entire audience began to applaud and scream with excitement. Azazel, I'm surprised by that boy, although it was to be expected. He has trained hard every day. That position is well deserved, commented the fallen one with a smile. He was aware of this group, especially the green-haired one. He was not the one indicated to train him. The one who should do it has to be someone who had a similar growth with him, and he knew very well that he was right. Aizawa just kept watching, although he wouldn't say it. He was proud that his group had passed the first round. Behind the bandages covering his face, a slight smile appeared. Many thought that the brown-haired boy would win first, which was the green-haired boy, followed by the rest. Locations: 1 Midoriya Izuku, 2 Todoroki Shudo, 3 Bakugo Katsuki, 4 Tenya Lida, 5 Hyoudou Issei, 6 Ouroboros office, 7 Seraph Falls Shirtorai, 8 Hyoudou Revel, 9 Hyoudou Leifi, 10 Hyoudou Canoe. These were the first 10 places. A total of 42 students passed the first test, all from Group A, some from Group B, others from C, and a few from E. Many had doubts about why the chestnut tree, who was in the lead, finished in 5th place, even though it was in 1st place before entering the tunnel that led to the stadium. Nobody knows what happened in that tunnel. What nobody knew was that the brown-haired boy and the girls stopped last to let a few pass, right? They didn't want to win, Just have fun and make the rest try harder. They knew that the students wouldn't be competition for them, so simply in the middle of the tunnel they just walked until it was shown that they were also in first place. Everything was so fast that nobody could notice them except for two people. Izuku was in a little pain in his feet. He could still move, he just needed to rest for a while for the pain to go down. What he felt now was only the first step. According to what All Might said, being the heir to one for all, this would be the best opportunity to show himself to the world of professionals before being the next symbol of peace. He directed his gaze towards one of the seats that was in a booth for teachers as spectators, looking at his mentor in his skeletal form with his office suit. The green-haired man's gaze said it all. He had made a good start. Midoriya apartment. Inko, Izuku. My boy came in first place, exclaimed the woman, crying in a cascade. As if her quirk was to create large quantities of tears, she cried with happiness for the great achievement her son had. Coming in first, she felt as if she were collapsing. Hisashi and Izumi looked at the screen with smiles as they tried to calm their wife/mother from flooding the home. Hisashi, well done, champion, she exclaimed to the air with a smile, while letting out a little fire from it. Izumi, mom. And I-chan won. Don't cry anymore, said the younger green-haired girl animatedly, passing a box of paper to dry her dear mother's tears. Hyoudou residence. In the large room, everyone was in doubt. Why had the brown-haired boy been left out? It was obvious that he would have taken first place, but it wasn't just him, there were also other girls who were participating. But the good thing was that they passed the test, but they felt like they were up to something, and even more so when Azazel commented there was some sarcasm. That made the suspicions even greater that there was something behind it. Milikas, hey grandma, you are in a relationship with Issei and I-san, aren't you? He asked his grandmother with a surprised expression. Not every day you see that the one who would be your uncle becomes your grandfather. Venilana, that's right, Milikas, it's something that over time I began to clarify as I saw it. You know very well that Zeoticus and I had nothing for years. Separating was a good decision after all. Now I have Akane-chan, the bae began. She had a natural and calm expression answering her grandson's question, then changing to a happy one as she takes her daughter and hits her cheeks, making the little girl laugh. The younger Gremory understood. This had to be spoken about when the brown-haired man was back. He had seen how his aunt/sister along with most of her entourage put aside the possibility that the brown-haired man would return. He trusted that he would return. Not for nothing was she such a figure of admiration for him. He saw everyone put that aside and start a new relationship, especially Rias, who he saw as she cancelled her engagement with the brown-haired man to start a relationship with Razor. Rias had officially started dating the Phoenix Heir 3 years ago, where many were accepting the fact that the Crimson Princess was no longer engaged to the Sekiryuutei. It was seen as something normal in high demonic society, while from the middle down it was seen as something untrustworthy to a couple. Also in that same year, the Queen of Rias had married a fallen angel presented by Barakil years before to replace the chestnut. Also that the Nikomata Tower had become engaged to the son of a yokai general. In short, I had witnessed many things in 1 year. Author's note: as I said, Rias, Akino, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia and Irina decided to move on with their lives years later. I didn't specify how long until now. Another thing was that Milikas didn't know anything about the church trio, although her relationship with her now husband had begun to emerge 5 years ago. Surzex, the Red Mao, was watching the broadcast. More than seeing what was happening, he was imagining himself as a masked hero fighting crime with the fist of justice. He was fascinated by the idea just thinking about it. If in his world he couldn't do that freely, here he could do it without it being on a program. He could already imagine him using his super suit. Back to the stadium. Bakugu, the explosive blonde, had an angry expression. It was the second time that the green-haired boy showed his superiority over him. Anger was what he felt, and what was going through his head. He had said that he would finish first, but this was a bad start. In this race he could see more closely the abilities of the majority. He had seen how the brown-haired boy had quickly stood up to walk towards the finish line calmly. He considered this as a mockery, surpassed by Todoroki. All this only increased his anger more. His hands were numb with pain from the heavy use of his explosion quirk. He was deep in thought. Todoroki, he was also agitated. he used his quirk to control his body temperature so that it would return to normal. He didn't say anything, but he kept looking at the brown-haired boy who seemed to be barely sweating a little, just like the girls who are always with him. Seeing the sudden action of stopping near the finish line made the boy think about what the group was up to. What no one really knew was that the group had a request from Azazel. It had to be secret. It was more towards the brown-haired man than anything. It was to make anyone try harder, surpassing their limits. By taking them to their limits it would be easy. It wasn't about facing everyone, but all of that would take place in the third and final round, which was a one-on-one fight, not to mention that Azazel adjusted what the second challenge would be. The Fallen One had some more information about his group, more than the Academy could know. Among the whole group there were people with a lot of potential, especially Todoroki. It wasn't because he was a stalker, but it was essential to understand the group to teach them to be heroes. But the boy's past influenced him a lot. Who better than the brown-haired boy to make him accept him, being that in the past he had already made the Himejima accept his fallen angel side. The green-haired boy was pulled out of his thoughts by the smiling brunette who looked agitated after the race. Uraraka, Deku-kun, you were incredible. Praised the aforementioned girl. She looked somewhat tired, with labored breathing. Lita, wow, you surprised us, Midoriya-kun, and now I see why Hyoudou-kun kept increasing the difficulty of your training. These are the fruits of your effort, said the fifth place. In the same way he praised his friend. Now he could see his quirk better. He no longer broke almost his entire body from using it. Midoriya, Uraraka, Lita, he said, a little surprised to see his two friends. Uraraka, congratulations for finishing first. But it really bothers me, congratulated the girl to make an annoyed expression for not being among the best. Instead of showing annoyance, she could only make the green-haired boy cover his face, hiding his blush at having the girl so close. Congratulations, Midoriya. Wow, you surprised everyone, said a young but cheerful voice. The aforementioned turned around to see who it was, only to find the brown-haired man and the girls. Midoriya, Issei-kun. Thanks, but maybe it's just luck, the boy answered. It was still hard for him to believe everything. He was sure that the first one would be the brown-haired one. Kunu, not at all, Midoriya. I've seen how you trained with Issei Dano. It's his effort. I'll take it as a reward, said the future leader of the yokais, giving again the attitudes of a good leader in the future. Ophis, congratulations, the goddess of infinity congratulated with a slight smile. She had to admit that in 2 weeks, the growth was faster than the rest. Leify, congratulations, said the Pendragon mage, also congratulating him with a smile. Sarah Fall, Naeni, how does it feel to be first place? The Mao asked the boy in a childish way, who didn't know how to answer. Uraraka, girls, you were incredible. All of you were among the top 10. I'm so jealous of you, the brunette said to her friends. Ravel, you weren't bad either. You finished at number 15. You tried really hard, Uraraka, the phoenix said to the girl. Back to the brown-haired, green-haired, and black-haired guy with glasses. Well, just the green-haired and the black-haired guy. And where's the brown-haired guy? Let's just say he went to remove a pervert who was stuck to Momo's back. While Midoriya and Lita were taking a short break. Yaoyorozu had been placed in 17th place. The girl was in good physical condition. Unlike many, she was not agitated from tiredness. She had been used as a transport by the biggest pervert in the class, Mineta. The little purple-haired boy with his quirk took 4 spheres from his hair and stuck 2 to the girl's back, while the other 2 remained stuck to her butt. From the middle of the race, Mineta had stuck to her. She tried to get him off, but they were so stuck that for the rest of the way she couldn't concentrate, feeling like the boy's balls were stuck to her butt. Momo, you are the worst! Exclaimed the girl with a grimace of disgust, looking at the little boy behind her back who had several bruises. Mineta, 2 birds with 1 stone. Wajajaja, I'm a genius! Said the little one with bruises on his face. Hair could be called perverted, and told him that it was worth it to be so close to a girl with a good body. And also, Mineta didn't finish speaking as a hand had been placed firmly on his head. Little by little force was applied, pulling him away or detaching him from Yaoyorozu. The brown-haired boy had taken off Mineta from the girl. After that, he threw it as if it were an American football as far as he could, without noticing that when he took Mineta along with her sticky spheres, he had also taken a large part of Momo's sports uniform. Issei, everything is already messed up. Turning to look at the black-haired girl, he didn't finish speaking, since he froze when he saw that the girl no longer had her ponytails or her sports shirt. Momo now only had her top shirt that covered her breasts, along with shorts. It was part of the sports uniform, like the inner part, so to speak. Furthermore, the girl apparently did not care, since her hero costume was more revealing. Momo, thank you Issei-kun, it was a bit annoying to have you on my back, the girl thanked politely, bowing slightly, but when she got up she saw that the aforementioned was looking elsewhere, while she took off her shirt so that she wouldn't show so much. The good thing was that he also had on an extra shirt, a white tank top. Issei, put it on or you'll catch a cold, said the brown-haired boy, offering him the shirt. One thing was to see his girls naked, and another thing was to see a naked girl. They were two very different things. The girl took it as a kind gesture from the boy, so she took it and put it on. Although she could have easily created other clothes, she was curious in several ways, besides reading any book that caught her attention. Another was the brown one. Maybe it's reading too many romance novels that makes her think that way. She doesn't even know exactly what it is. After putting it on, I unconsciously smelled a little of the aroma that the brown-haired man offered from the shirt, a smell that was difficult to explain. According to what she knew, sweat smelled bad, but apparently it wasn't all true. Maybe what it gave off wasn't sweat but his essence. Aside from all this, the list of the 42 students who moved on to the next one had been announced. After seeing the race, it could be said that there were several promising first-year students. Outside of all this, a blonde heroine ran to the stadium to be able to run into a certain brunette. The girl was Yu. She ran at a moderate speed, through a narrow entrance that had light all the way to the end. She had to find him and keep in touch, as well as thank him for helping her for the second time. Partly thanks to him, she was a little more open with her colleagues. You could say that meeting him brought about a great change in her. She was somewhat closed off with people, but humble, ever since she invited him to eat to celebrate that she is now a professional heroine. He may be a complete stranger, but he was nice. When she told him about quirks, heroes, and a little bit of the history of the world, he seemed amazed at what she was saying. He had an expression of astonishment, as if it was the first time he had heard something like that. It seemed like he knew nothing about heroes, even though they existed many years ago. Perhaps he was a boy who lived far away in a rural area. Little by little you could see the stadium field. There were many students. How difficult would it be to look for a young man, brown hair that partly defied gravity, who always wears a sleeping mask tied around his head? It was simple. He managed to spot him talking quietly with a black woman. Without wasting time, he ran towards where he was while shouting his name. "You, Issei-san!" exclaimed the girl while raising a hand. She had a smile drawn on it. Finally I could see him. The aforementioned turned to look at a blonde girl dressed in a very tight-fitting outfit, along with purple horns and a mask of the same color. "Issei, yes? Do you need something?" asked the brown-haired boy. He didn't know who it was, so he asked him in a polite way. "You, eh? But it's me, don't you recognize me?" said the woman with an arched eyebrow. But to make it easier to clear up any doubts, she removed her mask, completely showing her face. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in shock. "It's good to see you again, Issei-san," said the blonde woman with a smile. "Issei, ugh." He gave a scream of shock when he saw who was in front of him. It was none other than Takayama, the first person he met when he came to this world. "You-san." "How long?" he said with a smile, greeting his friend. The aforementioned smiled. It really was the same. So you really got into UA," said the girl happily. "Issei, well, since you recommended that I enter this academy, I must thank you. This academy is very fun," said the brown-haired boy, happy with this reunion. "What do you think if I invite you to eat something as a thank you?" The blonde heroine, upon hearing this, a smile appeared on her face. Instead of coming to thank him, it ended up being the other way around. "I would love to. Although I should thank you for helping me for the second time on that occasion," said the girl to her brown-haired friend. She explained about that situation where All Might arrived late because he got there first. "Issei, so it was you. Good thing I was able to see the situation, haha. Besides, we were almost late, explained the brown-haired boy, since there was no way to contact the blonde, and he never knew her heroine name, until now that he found out that she is Empty Lady. Outside of the conversation between you and Issei, Momo watched as the brown-haired boy started a conversation with the pro-hero. It seemed they knew each other, in addition to having a good chat, so she also joined the conversation. Momo, Issei-kun? Do you know each other? Asked the black-haired girl, since the blonde girl was a new heroine of the moment who had gained fame for her great work. Issei, well, not exactly, but you could say yes, answered the brown-haired boy. Yusan, Shimomo, a classmate. He introduced the brunette to the blonde. Both girls introduced themselves to each other. On the part of Yayorozu, she was excited to be able to meet a professional, of course without counting her teachers and other heroes of the nail salon. The black-haired girl asked about what the experience of being a professional was like. The blonde gladly answered her. They would have continued talking, but the break minutes were over. Without further ado, you said goodbye to both of them. Of course, he would see them at the end of the festival to ask for the chestnut tree's number to stay in touch, so he returned with his co-workers. Of course, he would also be aware of the festival now that he was reunited with his friend. Midnight. All right, break time is over. It's time to continue with the second stage of the festival, exclaimed the +18 heroine, making everyone look at her. Congratulations to the 42 students who passed the first test. And I'm sorry for the rest. Midnight told all the students present. Many were discouraged by the news, but there were no changes, so they resigned themselves to staying in the next year. Now that the number of students had been greatly reduced, many of the media such as television, press, newscasts, would focus more on the 42 students who made it to the next round, but only one would stand out from the rest, and that would be the central target of everything. Everyone wanted to be like that target, well, most of them, since it would be very useful when they become professional heroes. Once again, the virtual roulette screen appeared to reveal the next challenge. What will they prepare for you as a test? We'll find out right now. The tension was present in all 42 students. Since there are fewer of them now, it was easier to be the next target to fall. Therefore, the test would depend a lot on who would pass and who would not. The roulette wheel stopped, showing the test, and it is. Penemu, admire. The test is a human cavalry battle, said the purple-haired cadre, pointing at the screen. She was quite a presenter, although it seemed she was competing with her partner Midnight, stealing some of her lines. This left the students in doubt. Wasn't it supposed to be an individual test? However, their doubts were answered when the instructions were given. They would form teams of 2 to 4 people in the form of a horse. Basically, they are the same rules as the typical cavalry in school sporting events, stealing the ribbons that the rider has. Although being one with a quirk, there were extra rules, and it is that each student will receive a certain number of points depending on their place among the 42 positions. Number 42 being the lowest position with 5 points, as well as 41 with 10 points, and so on. Each team's points were added up and placed on a ribbon on the rider, where he could only remove the ribbons from other teams. For first place, poor Midoriya would be pale upon learning his score. It's 10 million points. Midoriya went pale upon hearing that. Was the difference between the first and second that much? Was it a joke? He hoped so, but bad luck for him it wasn't. Midoriya, 10 million, he said with his eyes as wide open as they could be. He was sweating profusely, while his skin turned pale. He was in a state of shock, in addition to feeling the stares of everyone's hunters. That made this test more difficult. Technically, he was the target in all of that. He was brought out of his thoughts when a hand touched his shoulder. The green-haired boy looked to the side where the hand came from, to meet the brown-haired boy, who closed his eyes, patting one of the boy's shoulders. It was like wishing him luck in this. Issei, good luck, he said it in a tone of sending your condolences. The green-haired man understood this and became even paler than he could have been. He was definitely the golden snitch in a Quidditch match. The formation of teams was not long in coming. Everyone was looking for those who were the strongest shown so far. They had time to form their team, 15 minutes to find the members. With Empty Lady. The blonde girl had returned with her colleagues from the hero agency where she worked. Right now they were taking a break in a room exclusively for professionals who were on guard at the festival. She and 2 heroes were sitting at tables near a television. One was thin in appearance with a black tight suit, boots, full-arm gloves and a wooden helmet. The professional hero was Camille Woods. The other was a somewhat muscular being. He wore a yellow and black headband like a caution line. It was the same with some pieces of metal on each of his wristbands, in addition to a belt with the same strips. The rest of his clothing was blue pants, a shirt that left his torso visible. The man is Death Goro, another professional hero. The three professionals watched the broadcast, although Empty Lady looked more excited. Camille, hey Empty Lady? Do you look much happier than a few moments ago? The wooden hero asked his blonde companion. Well, in a way yes, I managed to find a friend, said the blonde with a smile. Besides, don't you think it would be a good idea for you to come to our agency to work during your internship? The girl asked her colleagues. At first, when he entered the agency, he met them both. At first, he didn't want to start a long conversation, but when he remembered how he was talking to the brunette during the celebration, he was encouraged to take that step to socialize with others, even though he should have done it sooner or later. Goro, and who among all of them is it? Asked the muscle of the trio while smoking a cigarette. It's him, Hyoudou Issei, said the girl, pointing to the TV where the teams had already formed and were about to begin the human cavalry battle. This test was a good way to make each student think and act quickly with different heroes, since when they become professionals they would always have to improvise with the team assigned to them, a good way to train their minds and strategies. Some teams formed were of Midoriya, Uraraka, Yakoyami, and a girl from the support department named Hatsum Mei, who in simple terms was a girl obsessed with her investments. The rider was Midoriya with a total of 10,280 points. Next up was Bakuga's team as rider, Kirishima, Siro, and Ishido with a total of 620 points. Then the team of Toroki as rider, Lida, Kaminaria, and Aoyama with a total of 490 points. The Chestnut team, with Kunu as the rider, the front one, Momo and Gyro as the rear, having a total of 505 points. Many will think, aren't they supposed to make teams with their girls? Well, as Azazel said about the plan, and the best way was to separate into two teams so that he could make it a bit more difficult for the rest of the teams to face them and put in more effort. The next team was Leify as rider, Ulfus as front, Sarah Fall and Ravel as rear. Total of riders was 690. These teams were the ones that showed the best performance in the previous test, especially the last two, since it was them who made those giant robots disappear in the first part of the race. Besides the fact that some of the girls had quirks never seen before, they were surprising. In addition to the fact that they were the 1A, the group that faced a real attack and came out unscathed, it was a way of saying that they already had some experience being involved in such an attack. Kamui, oh, that's not the boy I just met months ago. It was before you entered the agency, said the wooden hero upon recognizing the boy's face. What he said was directed at his partner, who was a civilian who protected some children during that incident. He is the same, he said with a smile, seeing how impressed they were. Goro, are you sure? It would be great to be able to recruit him in the future, said the muscular hero excitedly. He had seen the news of that incident, that several heroes could not stop a villain out of control. Out of nowhere a young man appeared who solved everything with a single blow, or rather a kick. He already imagined in the future asking him to be his assistant in crime. Strength was a great combination. Kamui, first we have to see how her performance is in this round and the next, although what was shown in the previous round is already enough to be in the sights of several agencies. In my opinion, the girl Shirtorai would be better. Her quirk would be very useful. Such a powerful ice quirk is not seen every day, said the pro hero, giving a different point of view. Who knows, maybe in the end Issei-sen will surprise us with something, said the girl, remembering that the brown-haired boy during the celebration with her had said that he was an expert in martial arts, not to say that he was a master. Kamui, empty lady? Yes, Kamui? Kamui, since when do you call him Issei-san so familiar? Asked the hero, taking the girl by surprise. Her eyes widened as she couldn't remember when she had started calling him so close. Back to the second round. The second stage had begun. Saying that it was easy is like saying that Odin doesn't like to spy on girls. The Pendragon Mages team wiped out everyone, or rather, froze everything in their path. that was on Serafal's part. The pigtail Mao had frozen the ground, covering the feet of the other teams, playing a defensive as well as offensive role. While Leifi, being the rider, she grabbed a few slats without touching them. With her wind magic she sent gusts of air enough to cut the band and attract it towards her. Ophis, being like the horse's head, she put out her wings to give strong blizzards to anyone who entered her perimeter. With Kunu's team, she had her yokai traits present, so she could have better perception than the rest of the teams and could make quick plays. With Jairu's support, knowing which team was closest was even easier with their earphone jack. Momo and the chestnut tree were the ones who played the role of defense and attack. For the chestnut, not being able to use his hands, he would choose to use his feet, either by throwing strong kicks creating gusts of air towards other teams or by giving a strong kick to the ground causing it to crack, causing the teams to lose their balance. Yaoyorosa having a creation quirk, she would create matryoshka dolls, but it was not simple, since they were explosives, but on a smaller scale, in addition to others that were a smokescreen. Kunu would be in charge of removing the band, being the rider, although the rest could also remove the rider's band. Since those two teams would be the first to have to leave, why? Well, most of those two teams had demonstrated great mastery of their quirk, great potential. They were even the ones that would surely remain in the first 6 places, but at the last moment they were left from 6th onwards. They had to eliminate those two teams so that the rest of this round wouldn't cause problems like the next one. While others, instead of trying to prevent those two teams from passing, opted to go after the green-haired player. Since the green-haired team, with the inventions of the girl called Mei, could have better agility and movement, being a key factor to evade the teams. Added to Uraraka's quirk, which is zero gravity, she could rise to avoid a large number of teams. Having Tokoyami's defense with his dark shadow was a huge advantage. It's like having an extra person on the team. His rider, Midoriya, was a good strategist, due to his quick reaction. Not for nothing had he written in many notebooks analyses of the heroes about the advantages and disadvantages of their quirks, and he did the same with his classmates. He wasn't a stalker, it was simply his fanatic or nerdy side, so to speak, added to the fact that each analysis took a photo of the person being analyzed. Knowing what his teammates were capable of made it easier for him to make moves according to the situation. With the explosive blonde Bakugu's team, what can I say? Besides, he keeps saying he dies accompanied by his explosive hands? Well, his objective was the same as the rest, take the 10 million band from Deku, that would ensure he would move on to the next round. No one would stand in his way, or else he would send them flying and exploding in his face. Todoroki's team would be the same with the same objective, which is the Deku band. Unlike Bakugu, he remained calm. He had to show that it was not necessary to use fire, show that person that he would not be like him, continuing without using the other half. Back with Empty Lady. She, along with Kamui and Goro, watched the broadcast, the demonstration of Kunu, Leifi, Bakugu and Todoroki's team. They seemed to stand out more among the rest. Kamui. While that Hyoudou boy has great strength, he can break the ground with just one step. He was right enough to defeat that villain with just one kick, he said in amazement. Although his case only showed his eyes slightly open, he was strong, maybe stronger than his partner Death. Goro, hey Goro. I think he's stronger than you, ha ha ha, said the wooden hero to his gray-haired partner. Goro, hey. Don't compare me to a brat. It's true that I showed great strength, but it's not for you to exaggerate, he answered, somewhat annoyed at being compared by his partner. While they were talking, Yu, who couldn't take his eyes off the TV, watched what was happening carefully, especially his friend. I was already thinking about speaking with the hero who is in charge of the agency where she works, in order to send the request to the chestnut tree when the festival is over. The best way to get to know him better was to work at the same agency as her. He didn't know why, but something about the brown-haired man gave him a sense of calm, even security. It was as if he were standing in front of someone the same age, but without losing his childish side, and that look conveyed a feeling of being full of life. He was like someone with a lot of life experience from whom you could learn a lot of things. In simple words, he was nice. He came out of his thoughts to watch the game. There were only a few minutes left until it was over. It didn't take long for time to run out, and only 6 teams would make it to the final round. Which are back at the stadium. "Time out!" Who exclaimed was present Mike. In the last 10 seconds everything had happened so fast. The scores of each team took a 180-degree turn. Team Midoriya, who was leading in score, had their 10 million points taken away by Team Todoroki. Where the green-haired man tried to recover, activating the full cowl for greater advantage, he styled his right hand with great strength and speed trying to take the bands that were around Shoto's neck. The aforementioned saw how the hand that approached him was surrounded by a light that had something green, accompanied by small green rays. Being unprepared, his body acted on its own. His left side defended itself by creating a burst of fire. He didn't know what happened. He had used what he least wanted to use in his life, fire. Immersed in his thoughts about what had just happened, everything was so fast. Midoriya saw that, and without wasting time he snatched one of the ribbons that was around the boy's neck. With Bakugo's team, the blonde had lost a large number of points, being snatched by a blonde boy from classroom 1B, whose quirk was apparently copying. But even so, with difficulty he was able to recover the score to approximately 800. The chestnut had maintained a stable score to advance, with his team remaining with 750 points, in 4th place. Leify's team was quite easy for them, not to mention that they could take out the bands from a long distance, and any team that tried to get close to them was frozen from the feet by Serafall, leaving them with 795 points in 3rd place. 5th place was supposed to go to a team called Tetsu, but at the last minute it was changed to a certain Shinzo with 705 points. 6th place was like a miracle, it was Midoriya's. Apparently the sash that Deka took from Shoto was worth 100 points, but even so, there was still a long way to go. How could that possibly happen? Well, when Deka distracted Todoroki, Tokoyami had used his dark shadow to take away an extra band, which was 600 points. Thus, they were the last team to advance to the final test. Upon hearing that, the green-haired boy shed waterfalls of tears, with such force that the boy's feet were nailed to the ground. Azazel, well, I think those 6 teams are the lucky ones to make it to the last round, congratulations. The former governor congratulated the teams, although a smile appeared on his face, since the last round was the one that would be the most interesting. Since he had spoken with the brown-haired boy and the girls about only the brown-haired boy participating. The applause was immediate, everyone was excited. This was the first time that the first years showed such mastery of a quirk. There were even a few that were very powerful. Azazel's plan was that he would let those who were going to pass from his group, such as Todoroki, Bakugo, Midoriya, being them the ones with the greatest potential in the class, he would be in charge of making the brown-haired boy fight against 2 of them in this last round. It consisted of taking them to the limit with their quirks, reason. More than anything it was to study the quirks. Being something similar to the sacred gear and at the same time different, there was a possibility that the quirk could be strengthened if the user took it beyond the limit both physically and mentally. There would be a change or evolution. I would know that in a while. He had talked about it with them, the girls agreed, since it was more fun to see their man participate than to be at the festival, so they would leave at the last minute. I would give everyone an hour's break, both participants and spectators, so they can eat and regain strength for the final round, which would be the most important of the entire festival. Everyone was leaving the stadium for a break, although the green-haired boy and the half-red-haired, half-white-haired boy had gone to talk privately at the request of Endeavor's son. When the rest of Wano were leaving for the dining room, a certain heroine approached them, the brown-haired one. More than anything, it was you. Issei, oh, you-san! The boy greeted the pro-hero who returned the greeting. Mineta, what the hell? How do you know the heroine, empty lady? Answer me, you damn Hyoudou! Exclaimed the little pervert, jumping on the brown-haired boy, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt. He demanded to know how he knew such a hexy heroine. The rest of the group saw this with a drop of sweat, others annoyed by the little one. While some didn't care and continued on their way. You don't know how I sent you. He didn't finish speaking as he was frozen by Serafall. Serafall, that's right, Issei-chan, tell us how you know each other, said Serafall with a smile. But the tone of voice showed the opposite. This made the skin of everyone present feel a chill. It wasn't just her, but in a certain way the rest of the supernatural girls saw him with half-closed eyes. The brunette took a few steps back on instinct. Issei, well, is that Yu-san was the first person I met when I first arrived in this city, said the brown-haired man to those present, and more than anything to Sarah Fall's doubt. Well, I met him when he had just gotten his license. Yes. That's it. Many took it as something normal, while the supernatural ones knew the true meaning of that, so they didn't ask anything else. Issei and Midoriya? I asked those present since I hadn't found him for a while. The brown-haired boy told everyone that he would go look for him, that he would meet them later at the cafeteria, so without further ado he went to look for the green-haired boy, with Yu's help. Both entered the stadium in the corridors, maybe in the bathroom or something like that. Everything was calm. He talked to the boy about how he was doing. More than anything, the girl told him how her work had been. Everything was quiet until they ran into someone in the hallway, a man approximately 2 meters tall, muscular, with short, spiky red hair, a beard, a mustache, and a mask made of fire. A navy blue suit that had fire flowing down his chest, arm, and all over his shoulders, and a pair of boots made of flames. The man was Endeavor, the second best hero after All Might. The man looked at the brown-haired boy with a serious expression. The man had seen what he was capable of so far in the festival. His quirk was very similar to All Might's in many ways, but less powerful. Endeavor, Hyoudou, said the brown-haired boy's surname dryly. Aside from this, Yu, who was watching this somewhat nervously, knew the number 2 hero, and she could say that he was the complete opposite of the All Might, very intimidating. She didn't know whether to intervene or not, but she would risk it. That look from the man to the brown-haired man seemed full of hatred in her opinion. So he tried to get the brown-haired boy out of there, but when he was about to do it, he saw that the brown-haired boy was also looking back at him. It seemed like a battle of stares. The boy wasn't intimidated, it was as if he didn't care at all. A serious but serene look was reflected in those honey-colored eyes. The tension in the surroundings was present. It was very heavy, you could say. Everything was broken when by a voice very familiar to all. All Might, how long? Why don't we go have some tea together? Endeavor? Asked the symbol of peace, making an appearance in his muscular form. The aforementioned hero fixed his gaze on the peace symbol. He did not seem happy to see it. Endeavor, All Might, was what she said dryly when she saw him smile. He didn't say anything and just proceeded to leave, but he was stopped because the muscular blonde appeared in front of him. All Might, don't be so mean. We should sit down and talk calmly. I'm sure you saw it too, when young Hyoudou used his other half, said the peace symbol to the redhead. Endeavor, where are you going with this? He asked with a very marked grimace of disgust on his face. All Might, nothing special, I just want to learn from you how to raise a successor. Endeavor, I don't have much to say. He was raised for that purpose. Sooner or later he will be a hero who will surpass you, and as for your successor, you'd better prepare yourself. Hyoudou will soon surpass you too, said the flame hero with a small smile, which didn't look good, you could say. And then point to the brown-haired boy and say the last part. After finishing saying all that, he proceeded to leave, leaving only the brown-haired man with the peace symbol next to you. The brown-haired boy had an arched eyebrow, since Endeavor called him his successor, but what does that have to do with this? Did he mistake him for the green-haired boy? It was to be expected, since that was not a secret, and in a certain way his strength that he used as a quirk had a certain resemblance to All Might's. You, the poor girl, was a little shaky, feeling the tension that existed a few moments ago. She thanked the symbol of peace for intervening to lighten things up, but she also had doubts about what he meant by successor, and why did he point to the chestnut? Could it be All Might, young Hyoudou? Don't feel intimidated, he may be like that, but he's a good guy, said the man with his usual smile to the brown-haired boy. Issei, don't worry, All Might, it's not the first time I've met people like that, he said the brown-haired boy, laughing while he rubbed the back of his neck, even though he had a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. All Might, well, I think we'll see each other later, if that's the case. The man said goodbye, running off at high speed. He would talk about this in private later, since he felt that the chestnut tree would ask him. After the symbol of peace left, the brown-haired boy turned to look at the girl, who was apparently deep in thought. Issei, Yu-san? Yu-sanin! He exclaimed a little loudly to bring the girl back. You, yes. Huh! Have they already left? Asked the girl, somewhat confused. Issei, yes, what happened to you? You, nothing. It's just that there's a bit of tension with the number 1 and number 2 heroes present. That's all, the girl answered with a nervous smile. Issei, well? We have to keep searching, are you coming? Asked the chestnut to resume the search for Deku. You, of course. Let's go. Without further ado, the girl walked next to the brown-haired boy to look for the green-haired boy, and also to start a conversation about trivial topics. Are you really the successor of All Might? She asked the brown-haired boy, very interested. Issei, what are you saying? Of course I'm not, it's just a misunderstanding. I'm just helping whoever it is, the brown-haired boy replied, introducing the girl. You, I thought it could be, since your quirk is having a strength that seems to surpass many super strength quirks, said the girl, to know a little more. Issei, not at all, it's just a super strength quirk like the rest, said the brown-haired boy without giving it importance. Without further ado, they continued walking to see if they could find the green-haired man. Chapter 29, Sports Festival Part 3. Narrated by Shoto. Quirk marriage is the same as an arranged marriage, since it is the second and third generation after the world became aware of quirks. In order to make quirks evolve, the government made a quirk marriage law, which consisted of selecting people with extraordinary quirks to join them with another. In this way, a new or combined one was born. At first glance, there is no difference between a forced marriage, this being for women, who could not refuse this. My father was a man of great achievements and very rich, so he just got close to my mother's family and I got the quirk from her. So you understand, I am just a tool created from a forced marriage, a tool born to overcome All Might, in order to realize his ambition. But rot his ambition! To hell with that! It won't be his damn tool. I still remember how my mother was always crying. My father's abuse towards her left her with a trauma, the color red, my left side. Thanks to that, she threw boiling water on me. And I tell you all this, Midoriya Izuku, because I will face you to show my damn father that without his quirk, no, without using his power, I can be number 1. I will reject everything that is his. End of Shoto's narration. After the young man finished telling this to the green-haired man in private, he proceeded to leave the place, leaving a green-haired man with many thoughts in his mind. Why did she tell him this? Could it be possible that he knows that he will be All Might's successor? Does he suspect something? Hundreds of questions ran through her head as she processed the information about the origin of Endeavor's son. In part, both had a certain resemblance, such as being the successor of his mentor, but both were raised under different methods, not to say that they were totally different. Deku just stayed quiet, but while Shoto left, there was still a message to give. Shoto, I already told you what I am. I don't care what your relationship with All Might is. I'm going to continue using my right side to overcome you. Excuse me for taking your time, said the red-haired and white-haired man monotonously. Midoriya, I said the green-haired boy, drawing the boy's attention, who turned around to see if he would say something. I always received help from others until right now. I only managed to get here thanks to everyone's help. Little by little the green-haired boy was showing more determination in his gaze. He remembered that from the beginning he didn't have a quirk. Even so, he did what he could to help the explosive blonde, the attack, the training that the brown-haired boy gave him, his teammates, above all his family. Midoriya, All Might, I want to be like him. That's why I also want to be stronger, to be number 1. Maybe my motivations compared to yours are nothing, but I don't want to lose. I can't disappoint everyone who helped me, said the boy, even with more courage and determination, to Todoroki. That's why. Your declaration of war against me, I will accept it. I will surpass you. He clenched his right fist to show great firmness. While Todoroki only had a serious expression, he looked at Della for a few seconds before turning his back and leaving. Outside of these two, in a hidden corner, was Bakugo, who had heard all this. The boy said nothing, he simply gave a grimace of annoyance to leave. When he looked up in front of him, he ran into him, already a well-known professional heroine. He simply ignored them and left, leaving both of them there, who had also heard the conversation he had with Midoriya and Todoroki. The brown-haired boy and you, who were looking for the green-haired boy, finally succeeded, but it seemed that he was talking to Todoroki, and what they both heard left him surprised. You, who had an expression of astonishment for the information, but at the same time felt sorry for the poor boy, could not imagine how difficult it must have been for him. Since she knew about quirk marriages, the vast majority were forced. It could be said that with a lot of luck 1 in 10 marriages of those types, a true love could emerge. The brown-haired boy remained silent, since he heard that, in a certain way, the way of rejecting his father's side, reminded him of a certain Himejima who helped him accept his fallen side in the past. He gave a great sigh of heaviness. But also, the quirk marriage thing sounded too stupid to him, not to mention that it was the same way the old demons of the council did with the demonic houses to raise more pure-blood demons. You, Issei-san? Are you okay? The girl's voice brought the brown-haired boy out of his thoughts, and she noticed he was deep in his head. Issei? Ah, yes. I feel fine, the boy replied when he returned to reality, catching up. You, about what we heard. Issei, it's something we shouldn't interfere with, so it's better to forget this, said the brown-haired boy, letting out a small sigh. I think break time will end soon, so I think I'll go back to my group. See you later, said the brown-haired boy to say goodbye to the girl, who also had to return to her companions. So without further ado he also said goodbye and both went their separate ways. End of break. Azazel. Alright, break's over, and before we start I have some good news for the contestants who qualified and for those eliminated too. The former ruler of the Fallen spoke into the microphone, since there were a few mini-games with prizes sponsored by different companies at this festival, which was a good way of technical marketing, to make his company known. Present Mike, that's right. And we have a few events prepared for all participants to enjoy, said the screaming blonde, completing what Azazel said, and that's why we invited a group of cheerleaders from the United States to lift your spirits. All first-year students entered the field again, where one could decide whether to participate in the small games with prizes. It was optional. As everyone entered, a group of cheerleaders were livening up the place until the group came by, leaving everyone with various expressions. Most of the girls from Group A were wearing cheerleader uniforms: Uraraka, Momo, Jairu, Sarah Fall, Office, Tsuyu, Toru, and Ishido. The cheerleader outfit consisted of a somewhat short orange shirt that had UA marked in the middle. It was also the skirt of the same color, white socks with green lines, and last but not least, a pair of pom-poms. Since only Kunu, Leifi, and Ravel were missing, they refused to do so, not to mention that they almost burned the duo who asked them to dress like that. Those who did it had a somewhat gloomy expression, as if they had just done something they would regret, except for Office, who didn't even flinch, just like Sarah Fall, although the Mao with pigtails, for her it was as if she were in her Mahou Shoujo outfit, so she was the only one with a smile on her face. Momo, Mineta, Kaminari! How dare they deceive us? The first to react was Momo, who shouted at the top of her lungs towards the aforementioned perverted duo, she being the one who is the angriest, first for believing in what she said, second she with her quirk created the suits. Mineta and Kaminari, during the break, had talked with the girls about how each group had to dress up as cheerleaders to compete in the cheerleading championship. Momo, being the vice president, had not received anything about this, which did not convince her much coming from the two of them. But as the perverted duo made a great effort to persuade that it was true, they succeeded, and most of the girls agreed to enter that competition. Big mistake. While Momo was screaming all angry, the two perverts gave each other a thumbs up as a sign of having managed to get a good view of the girls, especially Momo and Sarah Fall, who were the ones with the best bodies. Both Jairu and Momo looked in the direction where the brown-haired boy was, to see if he had seen them or not. When they looked at him, they found that he was looking anywhere so as not to see them in cheerleader clothes. The faces of the two girls burst into smoke of embarrassment. Office and Sarah Fall approached the chestnut tree. The first to speak was Office. Office, Issei? How do I look? Asked the lowly in a somewhat monotonous tone, while spinning around. Issei, you look good, Office, although I think I don't like how others see you, answered the brown-haired boy, responding to the lowly's question. Although it was a true answer, he doesn't like others looking at him like that. Sarah Fall, I see Chan. And how about mine? Asked the Mao, turning a couple of times, causing a little wind to wave her mini-skirt. To wake up she jumped on top of her fiancé, taking his face and sinking him between her breasts in the process. The brown-haired boy tried to speak, but the older Citri's breasts covered his mouth. "Yeah, you tickle me," she said in a low voice with a smile accompanied by a slight blush on her cheeks. Aside from this, those who saw this action of the Shirtori with the brown-haired boy were left open-mouthed, making one wonder what relationship the two might have. Some couldn't help but feel jealous when they saw this, others a little envious. Kaminari was crying while clenching his fist, saying, "This is so unfair," and crying his eyes out. Mineta was the same. Well, he was worse than Kaminari. Yes, the brown-haired boy knew Empty Lady, the heroine of the moment, and one of the hexiest. Now that one of the girls buried her breasts in his face, this only made him more envious of him, while he cried blood. "Mineta, damn Hyoudou! I want it too," he said with extreme envy while crying blood in waterfalls. The games prepared for the students, whether classified or not, were optional. Some had good prizes, such as paid coupons for a dinner at a restaurant, watching a live interview with ex-hero, products related to the heroes. The games consisted of the typical, searching for an object with a specific object, or tests to overcome an obstacle, but this one had a particular prize, given by a certain record label, an acoustic guitar signed by all the members of the Beatles. If that was already very coveted, it included the band's first album, being the first copy that had been released. Maybe for some it wasn't a big deal, but for music lovers it was one of the most coveted treasures for anyone, and now it was in front of them waiting for them to, well, win it. This caught the attention of a certain purple-haired girl from Group 1A. The girl who was sitting on special stands for each group looked with her eyes shining brightly. She had heard from her father that that guitar was highly sought after. There were only a few, which could easily be counted on one hand, and now it is in front of her. Oh! It's worth noting that the girls had already changed from their cheerleading clothes to their sports clothes. The way to win was simple. There were certain judges who would listen to 2 songs from the participant, either alone or in a group, and if they liked it they would win, although the number of those who could enter was 20 places, either individually or as a group. Note, 1 place equals 1 participant or group. That award would definitely be won by Kyokujiro. She knew that she couldn't give a great performance alone. She would need help, and she knew very well who to ask. Her eyes fell on a brown-haired man with somewhat spiky hair, who apparently was asleep in his seat. What no one knew was that the chestnut was in his subconscious talking to a real red dragon. Issei's subconscious. The whole place was on fire, which was normal since that part of the subconscious was linked to the boosted gear. That's where Drake was, who hadn't left the boosted gear since the encounter with Tiamat, nor had he spoken. Issei, hey! Drake! I know you can hear me! Get out of wherever you are! Who exclaimed was the brown-haired boy, who saw the place on fire, but curiously the dragon was not there. It didn't take long for a great torrent of fire to appear, forming the silhouette of a western dragon. The flames dissipating showed a great red dragon in front of the chestnut tree. Issei, finally you're here. You don't know how many times I tried to contact you, said his bearer to the great dragon, while the dragon remained silent. Issei, what? You won't say anything? Drake, what can I say? Said the red dragon, still not knowing what to say, after the small message he gave to Tiamat in the Forest of Relatives. Issei, you should talk to Tiamat in person. Maybe you can fix things a little. I'm not forcing you, but I'm in the middle of you, he said calmly, and then made a 180-degree turn. In itself he was in the middle of the tension that was between the 2 dragons, and it doesn't feel good to say the least. Drake, just hold on a little longer, answered the great Welshman, still without changing that tone of voice. Issei, is the great Welsh dragon afraid of facing things? How low have you fallen, said the brown-haired man in a mocking tone. It was not his intention, but it was better to make him angry than to be like this. The aforementioned man had a vein pop out in his head upon hearing this, while one eye twitched. The chestnut tree's mockery continued and continued towards the dragon, reaching a point where the dragon couldn't take it anymore. Drake, enough! He roared angrily, releasing a large flame, causing the brown-haired boy to cover himself. Issei, I won't stop until you face the situation between you and Tiamat. Drake, fine. I'll do it. Just give me some time, he exclaimed angrily, accepting that he would do it, but at the same time he realized what the intentions of his wielder were. Thanks. Issei, don't thank me yet, we still have to find Grand Nine and pay her the treasure, we are partners, right? You don't have to thank me, said the brown-haired boy with a smile, while extending a fist as a sign of friendship. The Welsh dragon smiled at this. He had to admit that even though he was a bit of an idiot, when necessary he put that aside and adapted to the situation in his own way. Before returning the punch, a voice from reality caught both of their attention. Issei-kun? Oi! Issei-kun? The voice was a girl's. They opened a window to see who it was towards reality, to see that it was Jairu, who was calling the brown-haired boy, rather trying to wake him up. Drake, it seems they are calling you. I think it's time for you to return to reality, said the dragon, now calmer, watching how the brown-haired boy vanished into green particles until nothing remained. Sigh, thanks. Reality. Jairu tried to wake up the brunette, who slowly opened his eyes, to see that the girl was poking with one of her fingers on his left cheek, while the other side with one of her jack cables. Issei, Jairu-san? What's going on? He asked, confused, since for some reason he interrupted his conversation with Drake. The aforementioned smiled since she had finally woken up, and there was little time left before each participant would begin to play 2 songs. Jairu, well, I wanted to ask if you would participate with me in a test they are doing there, said the girl, pointing at the stage with different types of instruments. The brown-haired boy found it interesting. The prize will be a guitar autographed by the Beatles and the first copy of their first album, said the girl, partly excited with stars in her eyes. The chestnut tree was surprised, since those items were highly sought after by fans, and even more so when you practice an instrument. He would even want to, but seeing the girl's face, which technically could be seen and read what he wanted written on it, he would only help her. Issei, okay. And what songs will we play? Asked the boy. Jairu, great. Although we still need a drummer, he said in a hurry, turning to see his group and exclaiming, who knows how to play the drums? He asked loudly, waiting for an answer. It didn't take long until among all of the 1A, one raised his hand. I've practiced the drums. Is that enough? Asked a male voice. Everyone looked to find out who it was, getting a big surprise. The boy who spoke was Kirishima Ijiro. I learned to play the drums a long time ago, answered the redhead with spiky hair, standing up. Without wasting time, Jairu took the brunette's arm while the other took the redhead's, leading them to the stage to compete for the grand prize. Note: I can now see the comments about why not Bakugo v. Everything happened so fast that when they were taken away, they left a little bit of debris in the place. In total, 20 places were registered. Many wanted those objects from one of the best and most famous bands, of which our group was the 10th place to go on stage. Serafal, Kunu, Ravel, Leifi and Ophis smiled at this, although in the lowly it was a slight smile. Seeing the brown-haired boy play is something great, although in the residence there is a mini studio for that. It was cooler at events. In a certain way they felt proud of being able to show one of their man's talents. Hyoudou residence. Many residents, seeing the music event that was going to take place, smiled at this, since the chestnut tree would play again, while some did not understand the little and smiles appeared on their faces. Surzex, so. It was true that Issei-kun was a pseudo-musician, said the red Mao, a little surprised, considering that his sister had shown a video where he appeared singing, considering that, well, how to say it? He was Issei. Among the girls who didn't know about this, like Celestine, who had never seen this, I was very curious about what he would play. It would be the first time I would see him in person. Venelana, just wait, and you'll be surprised, son. I was also surprised when I saw it for the first time, although it's something sensational. Just wait, and you'll see what function your stepfather will give us, said the Bale, calmly watching the transmission, while she had her daughter Akane sitting on her lap. The little girl receiving the caresses on her head from her mother Bale. The last thing the Bale said was like a little joke to her son, who smiled forcefully at this. It wasn't funny at all in his opinion, even though it would be like that since he was his mother's partner. But not even for Trihexa himself would he call him father. Another was Milikas, who didn't know what to say about what his grandmother said, but in itself, even though it didn't bother him, he didn't know what to say about it. Yura, Hyoudou knows how to play an instrument? She exclaimed incredulously at this. He was known as the biggest pervert of Ko, to whom everything he did was nothing but perverted things. But now, when? But since when? Sona, you've missed out on a lot of things, Yura, said the younger Citri when she saw how her tower was. The mouth of the aforementioned was open, although when she discovered that she also had a similar expression. Akane, Mom! Is Dad going to play a song? Asked the little redhead flying from her Bale mother's lap to the Tsubakis, who received it with a maternal smile. Tsubaki, that's right, Akane-chan, Dad will play, the black-haired girl answered her daughter with a smile, making the little girl's eyes shine with excitement. Kuroka, Yurakai, just wait for Issei Naya to come on stage, you'll love it, Nyahaha, said the Nikomata in an amused tone upon seeing that the aforementioned made her more curious than a cat. A few moments passed, where either individually or in groups they went on stage to introduce themselves. They had to admit that those who came on stage were good. They sang classic songs from the 70s, 80s, 90s. About 30 minutes later, the time had finally come for the group where their chestnut was to come on stage. They saw a purple-haired girl with a short cut similar to Sona's, a red-haired boy with a spiky hairstyle, and the brown-haired boy, who were dressed in the sports uniform, although the brown-haired boy only had a white, short-sleeved, V-neck shirt. With the band V. Jairu, Kirishima and Issei went up on stage. They were nervous. It was their first time playing in front of so many people, and they were afraid of making mistakes, something that some of the previous participants had done. Playing in front of so many people was nothing like the music contest, nor the time with Kuroka. In fact, it reminded him more of when he fought Serorg. It was in a big stadium so full. The good thing was that it calmed his nerves a little. Kirishima, you know? I never thought that nerves are stronger when you have everyone's attention, said the astonished redhead from the crowd while dropping a few drops of sweat. Jairu, we can't stay behind, I'll thank you guys after this, said the girl calmly, but inside she was the same or worse than Kirishima. Issei, you don't have to be thankful, that's what friends are for, Jairu-san. You just have to be calm all the time, said the brown-haired boy, unfazed by the large crowd. The aforementioned thanked the chestnut, even though she somewhat didn't like what the chestnut said. Kirishima, dude! How can you stand in front of so many people looking at you as if nothing happened? You have to tell me your secret. The redhead exclaimed to his brown-haired friend, who had a forced smile at what he said. If he knew that he had already been the center of attention when he belonged to Tangremery, and when he is a hero of all the middle and lower class devils, it was more than this stadium could fill. Issei, Jairu-san, what song will we play first? The brown-haired boy asked the girl who smiled at him. Jairu, Kirishima, Issei, please come closer. With that said, the two mentioned came closer to listen to what the girl would say. Well, the first song will be Kirishima. Ugh! That's great. Isn't it the top 10 of the 88? Asked the redhead with a smile. The song mentioned by the girl was a hard rock classic from those times. It was still a hit today of the same genre. Issei, well, at least we all know that song, so there's no problem, said the brown-haired boy with relief, but you'll be the vocalist, he said to the girl. Jairu accepted, but she felt nervous. It would be her first time singing, but she had to do it if she wanted the prize. No, it would definitely be hers. The group agreed to be in tune. Kirishima would be the drummer, Hyoudou and Jairu would be the guitarists, and the girl would be the vocalist at the same time. The redhead and brown-haired one would be the secondary voices. The preparation time was over, now everyone to their positions with their respective instruments. Jairu, hello everyone, we are the 10th participants of this music competition. The team introduced themselves. The girl took a deep breath to continue. Her nerves were almost at their maximum, and the song we will play is I Hate Myself for Loving You by Joe Jett and the Blackhearts. The girl gave her little strum to the guitar, but because she was nervous it had gone wrong, which was very obvious by the bad sound it had produced. She became even more nervous at this. She wanted the earth to swallow him right now for this mistake. A hand was placed on her right shoulder, making her look who it was. Finding the brunette giving him a smile, he looked a little further behind him to see his red-haired companion, who smiled at him and gave him a thumbs up. The girl nodded, taking a breath again to continue. Jairu, come on, Kyuka. You can do it, said the girl to herself with great determination. The prize will be mine. Then he made his voice a little more scaly. if you will, and a little deeper to begin singing to the rhythm of the guitars and drums. The girl's voice was incredible. Without knowing it, the audience began to applaud to the rhythm, while the group continued with the song. Kirishima and the brown-haired boy were not bad as supporting voices. They were very good, in addition to their mastery of the instruments. If they were not to be heroes, they were sure that they would be good musicians, in the opinion of some spectators. After 4 minutes the song had finished. The group was a little sweaty, breathing heavily, but with a smile on their faces knowing that the first song went well. The applause was immediate. It was very strong, stronger than the previous sessions had received. It was incredible. Without a doubt it was seen by thousands or maybe millions of homes. If that were not enough, it was also live on the networks. In short, what the group did would be recognized as well as being future heroes. After finishing the first song, they had time to think about the second. It was then that the girl suggested that this time the brunette be the vocalist, which he denied at first, but his two companions managed to talk him out in the end, and it didn't take long for him to know what song he would play. "Issei, I know which one we'll play now," he exclaimed excitedly, drawing the two's attention. "Have you heard of Kenshiro Yanose's most recent song?" "Jairu, yes. It's the peace sign, right? Are you sure?" the girl asked the brown-haired boy. "Issei, yes, but in English." "Jairu, are you sure?" the girl asked, puzzled by the idea. "Issei, we will win the prize. After all this is he said between pauses to smile through his teeth. That smile he shows before a challenge or competition. "Kirishima, let's go for Kyuka's prize," exclaimed the redhead at the top of his lungs, raising his hands, while the brown-haired boy and Jairu raised only one. The girl's doubts had gone with what the brown-haired boy had said. It was decided that song would be played in this second part. Without wasting time, everyone went to their positions, with the same instruments, only this time the brown-haired man would be the vocalist. "Akira, Futaba, don't you think that's breaking like the fourth wall?" "Futaba, ha ha ha. Not at all XD, I consider it as a small nod to one of their best openings." "Akira, if you say so changing the subject, do you want a cup of hot coffee?" "Futaba, an espresso please. With lots of cream and sugar, oh. And with a little drawing." The rhythm of the guitars and drums sounded loud, while the brown-haired boy began to sing, while Jairu and Kirishima were the secondary ones. Again the applause continued as when Jairu sang, while Krisha played the drums with more enthusiasm, just like Jairu. Hyoudou residence. In the large residence, the chestnut tree's daughter moved her head from side to side in time with the rhythm, her tail waving happily, a big smile forming on her face, while she was on her mother Shinra's lap. The girls listened quietly to the song. Seeing him sing in public without any problem was much cooler than when he was in the mini studio. Yura had such a shocked expression. She had never known that side of the brunette, and even less that he had mentioned it, and that is never. His doubts were cleared up when the chestnut boy's parents told him that long before he entered the co-academy, but due to fate he became a pervert and ended up meeting friends with the same tastes. Thanks to that he put that aside, but when he returned after so many years he took interest again. It was either music or taekwondo classes, something his parents didn't want him to be a fighter, but in the end he ended up being both. The blue-haired girl was surprised to know this fact, something that she sensed that neither the Gremory nor Michael's ace knew about. Even Michael's ace might know a little since he was her childhood friend. If in the past he wasn't a first-class pervert, she was sure that he would be highly coveted by girls. Surzex. And to think that he was just a breast lover, said the Mao in his mind surprised. I think that in these 7 years the brown-haired boy had become an adult and a child at the same time. Mao, dear, the wife of the red Mao, calling her husband's attention. Surzex. Yes, dear, said the older red-haired Gremory to his wife, who was looking at him with a tender face. Mao, I want you to learn to play an instrument like Issei-kun. I want you to play me a song every time before I go to sleep, the woman exclaimed with a determined look on her while not losing her tender side. Surzex thought about it for a moment. It was something he had never done, and it was another good way to show how much he loves his wife. And besides, if he did that, maybe Mao wouldn't be so strict with him about his duty as Lucifer. Surzex. So is it okay if I spend my time as a Mao on that? he asked hopefully before the answer his wife would say. Mao, of course, said the woman with a sweet smile, which made her husband's hopes rise to heaven. No, dear, I'll make a schedule for you to practice, said the woman with a sweet tone, which made her husband's hopes fall from heaven to hell, somewhat ironic. Sirzex, Mao-chan, said the redhead on his knees while crying his eyes out in his wife's lap. This made everyone present shed a sweat. The great Mao Lucifer had been completely dominated by his wife. There were different thoughts, but everything came to a single conclusion. Was it really the dreaded Satan? This was on the part of the inhabitants of Eostia. Without further ado, they watched the broadcast again, while the chestnut continued singing. On the part of the brown-haired girls, they were all amazed by this. If it weren't for the fact that the brown-haired girl wanted her to reveal herself several decades later, she would have already boasted about this. This was the thought of some. While others stared at the screen so as not to miss any detail, they didn't think anything, they simply let themselves be carried away by the catchy rhythm of the song. Even the nuns were carried away by the rhythm of the music by their religious figure. Kagaya's family was also amazed by this type of music. It was very different from what they heard in their homeland/world. It was something they had never heard before, just like those instruments. But when her daughter visited, she told her a little about this new world and its wonders along with its culture. If when his daughter introduced him that she would be his fiancée, and knowing her identity was too much, only a god could do this, were the thoughts of the Fujimoto family. Celestine, who watched the brunette through the screen with shining eyes, leaned from side to side to the rhythm. Her cheeks turned a pink tint, while she closed her emerald eyes. A smile appeared on her lips as she moved her head. It wasn't just Celestine, but the rest of the girls also imitated that action for the most part. Even the always serious Grafia, when she was doing her maid work, imitated the action. Yura, the blue-haired girl, also let herself go. While she closed her eyes, a smile appeared on her delicate face. It was still difficult for her to process everything she had seen in just a few hours. Although inside she was happy, maybe now she had a chance to get closer to the brown-haired boy, not like when Rias and Aquino were too territorial. When Rias, Aquino and the others were with the brunette, she couldn't get close to him. If it wasn't difficult to compete for a brunette with the two most beautiful Wani-sama in all of Ko, it was really difficult. Maybe that's why she never had the chance or the opportunity to be something more with the brunette than just companions and friends. But now things are different. He is no longer with Rias and her entourage. Due to her lack of courage to love him, she had lost him, no longer having that doubt. She had to try. It's all or nothing. Tiamat, the Dragon Queen, although she appeared calm and serene, had to admit that the brown-haired boy played and sang well, something she had never seen in the previous bearers. He was always fighting against the Hakuroku of the moment, or she herself killed the drag bearers. The brown-haired boy was strange in every sense. He stood with his arms crossed, but moved a finger to the beat. Tiamat, and to think that before you were a pervert addicted to breasts who shouted it from the rooftops. It's hard to believe this change, said the dragon in her mind, while she let herself get carried away a little by the rhythm but without leaving aside her serious side. The albino and his wife should also praise him for this, because when he said he had changed, it was in several ways and habits. Lavinia, Claudia? The blonde magician called one of the brown-haired man's pawns who was also enjoying the music. Claudia, yes, Lavinia-san? Lavinia, Hyoudou-kun, does he practice a lot with the guitar in his free time? Asked the queen of Hakuroku to the brown-haired woman, who thought for a bit. Claudia, not exactly, it's about training a little and spending time with us, whether it's with a few and the next with others. But generally Alicia always asks her to play a song for her before going to sleep, the woman answered with a slight smile, although a certain blonde was embarrassed to hear that. Alicia, Claudia. That's not true. Well, yes, the blonde exclaimed, embarrassed, to the brunette, although she whispered the last part. Alicia, the girl, every time she could since she started living in the Hyoudou residential, always asked the brown-haired boy to play her a song before going to sleep. It had become like a small habit since the first time she did it in Eostia. This brought out the laughter of everyone present. Gondal could only think that his beloved granddaughter had found a good boy. In a certain way it came to mind as if he had seen him. It is like a blurry memory. Too much. but he felt that the boy was the one who cancelled his granddaughter's engagement with a prestigious Asgardian warrior some time ago, but he left that aside. It must have been his imagination. All that was left was to make Roswei's parents know more about this, since he did not know the identity of the brown-haired boy. Odin, he was thinking about what kind of beautiful girls would exist in this world, if there were bars with girls dressed as very revealing heroines. With empty lady. The girl was impressed by what she heard. She hadn't told anyone about this, but it was great. His colleagues were also impressed. They had to admit that he was on the same level as famous musicians. Goro, if he didn't study to be a hero, those guys could be a famous band, said the muscular gray-haired boy, impressed also. You, Goro! Be quiet! Shhhhhhh, said the blonde, silencing her partner so she could hear the transmission better. The girl didn't know how, but now she was more interested in getting to know him better and seeing what mysteries lay behind her friend. Back to the stadium. Gyro's group had just finished playing the second song. All three of them were sweating, breathing heavily, each taking deep breaths. Finally, the second song had ended. The shouts and applause immediately became noticeable. Even the other groups were also applauding. The 10th group had made a great impression and performed well. It was very difficult for others to surpass them, but who knows, we would have to hope that the remaining 10 would give their best. And so it was. The remaining participants came and played their 2 songs. Apparently, after what Gyro's team gave them, they were more encouraged. After the 20 participants/teams passed, the judges discussed who was the winner or winning team. All the participants were in the same place waiting for the results. The tension that everyone felt was incredible, since the prize was a collector's item. At the end, the judges brought a guitar case, which contained inside the guitar autographed by all the members of the Beatles, in addition to the first copy of the album. The winner was announced, and it is the group of the participant Kyuka Gyro. The aforementioned opened her eyes in shock. She won. A big smile formed on her, while her eyes shone. I couldn't believe that her group would win, but it was incredible. They won. The award was given to the girl, where her 2 classmates applauded for this. It was the first time they saw the girl smile like this. You could say she looked pretty. Issei, congratulations, G. He didn't finish speaking because without warning the girl had jumped to hug him, still with one hand holding the guitar, and the other the record. This caught the brown-haired boy off guard, but he didn't fall. Gyro-san. The aforementioned one, so excited and happy she was, didn't see what she did. She was hugging the brunette tightly. Like a lightning bolt she separated, apologizing to the brunette. I didn't understand why he did that. Maybe she was in her teens? I didn't know. She had never had such close contact with a boy. It was always the music first with the hero. Maybe she should talk to her mother about this. Kirishima, Yash? We won! Exclaimed the redhead with the enthusiasm that always identifies him. Approximately 25 minutes passed. Azazel's voice was heard announcing that the third and final round was about to begin and that the classified students should go to the center of the stadium to hear what this last round would be like, in addition to congratulations to the group from their classmates. Which consists of a one-on-one battle, in which each one would draw a number at random from a box to determine who they will fight fairly. Before starting to take numbers, a certain team, well, some of its members, decided to leave the competition for unknown reasons, saying things like they didn't remember what happened in the cavalry. In addition, girls like Leifi, Ravel, Serafal, Kunu and Ophis also came out, because according to them they were tired and wanted to recover strength and watch the competition. With the departure of Leifi's team and a member of the previous Hyoudou team, there were 7 free places from which the team that was left out could enter, such as the 7th place, which was made up of a girl with orange hair tied in a ponytail at the back. In a certain way she reminded Irina, with the name of Itsuka Kendo, the president of Group 1B. Another one was a boy with gray hair and strange markings around his eyes, as if they were glasses. He is strange but interesting. His name is Tetsu, a name somewhat strange, also like a play on words, which belongs to the B room too. The next one was a girl with grass-green hair, and her hair looked like whips, reaching almost to her feet. Her name is Shiozaki Ibara, who, like the previous 2, belonged to Group B. The remaining 4 missing places were selected from the 8th team since the 7th team had already chosen who would participate, who was also from Group B with 1 from Group C. With the 24 qualifiers ready again, it was time to start the tournament, but unlike previous years, in which only 4 teams made it to the final round, this year there were 6, which will be divided into 2 parts. The preliminary will be a 1-on-1 match, in which of the 12 from the first part, 3 will advance. Of which the 3 will face each other simultaneously, and only 1 will advance to the semi-final to face the semi-finalists from the second group. This will be applied in the same way for the 12 remaining participants. Note: preliminary 1 versus 1, delete 1 versus 1 versus 1. After the 24 were divided in half, the first group would start fighting first, each of which would take a number out of the box, and the second group would go to take a seat and enjoy the matches and wait for theirs to arrive. The platform where the boys will fight was a design like the turns in shonen mangas, a flat platform made of cement or earth. 1 Mina Ashido vs Yuga Aoyama. The fight between the blonde and the pink-haired girl was not a big deal. Yuga shot the girl with his belt, while she used her quirk to skate on the ground, giving her body great agility and flexibility. It didn't take long for the girl to counterattack, since the blonde had said a while ago that if she used her quirk a lot, her stomach would hurt, which the girl used to her advantage. There came a moment where the blonde was showing signs of pain from using her belt/quirk too much, which she took advantage of to throw a little acid at the belt, burning it a little to neutralize it, in addition to burning her pants a little, to give a strong hook to the blonde's chin. It was a complete defeat and somewhat embarrassing for the boy, with the pink-haired girl smiling as she waved peace signs to everyone. 2 Tokoemi vs Momo. In this second fight, it was Yaoyorozu's turn to fight the crow-headed boy. Both could be said to have their advantage. Momo had his creation quirk, which would be of great help in many types of situations. He could create any weapon. His advantage is that when creating something he has to concentrate, and is left defenseless, added to the fact that the more detailed the object is when creating, the more time it requires, which makes his quirk his advantage and at the same time his disadvantage. Tokoemi, unlike the black-haired crow boy, his quirk had its own personality, which he could control. It would be like a second person, which would tip the scales in his favor. Without wasting time, the boy took out his dark shadow, which was a kind of crow with golden eye shadow, an appearance to be feared, not to say that it was almost identical to Tokoemi. The shadow quickly launched itself towards the brunette. The girl barely had time to think and react. She created a simple shield to intercept the blow from the shadow, which made her step back while her feet skidded on the ground. After the great impact covered by the girl, Dark Shadow returned to be at the side of the crow boy. Momo saw the opportunity to counterattack, but when he created a weapon to throw at Tokoemi, Midnight stopped the fight. "Midnight, enough! The fight is over!" exclaimed the heroine in the dominatrix suit with her whip pointed at the girl. "You are out of line." Momo didn't understand how, but she looked down at her, and saw that one of her legs was out of line, which means she's out. "Momo, I lost. I couldn't even. I could do something," said the girl, shocked. She could barely move and was already left out. She became depressed. With a sad face she went to take some time alone. "Midnight, okay. Let the next match begin. Penemu, Kirishima Aijuru from room A and Tetsu from room B," exclaimed the cadre, indicating that the aforementioned should go to the platform with Momo. After leaving, instead of returning to sit with her group, the girl decided to go sit on the benches in the aisles inside the stadium. She wanted to be alone for a while. It was her first official fight, and she had lost as if it were nothing. She took a seat on a bench to recover. She still had that sad expression after losing. It was a big blow to her pride, being the first Yaoyorozu to enter a hero academy, since her family was always in business. When she entered the academy by recommendation, she knew that she had to put the Yaoyorozu surname on high, being the first to enter. But with what she had shown in the obstacle course, she didn't feel comfortable with being in 17th place. She thought she would be among the top 10, but in the end she wasn't, and she ended up with a small pervert stuck to her back, which she wouldn't have been able to get rid of if it weren't for the brown-haired girl. In the human cavalry, it is true that she was ranked among those who qualified. Perhaps if it weren't for Kunu and Issei, would she have been? since the brown-haired girl had repelled a large part of the defenses, not to mention that she knew his capabilities much more thoroughly, something that little by little gave her an idea during the 2 weeks preparing for this day. Momo, I lost, she whispered to herself with her gaze downwards, not noticing that someone appeared. I found you, Momo-san, exclaimed the voice approaching her, as if it made the girl come out of her thoughts to look at who had called him, to see that it was the brown-haired boy. Momo, Issei-kun? What are you doing here? Asked the girl, a little surprised to see the boy here. Issei, well, it's just that since you hadn't returned after your fight, I went to look for you since Kirishima's fight had ended in a draw, the boy said simply as he sat next to the girl. Tell me, are you okay? He asked, noticing the girl's expression. Momo, yes, I feel fine, it's nothing, the girl answered with a half smile, which was fake. Issei, Momo-san, you don't have to be sad, said the brown-haired boy to the girl, but he was looking at the ceiling as if he had remembered something after what the girl said. That shows that you still need to improve and be stronger. I also lost my first official fight, in fact. My opponent had swept the floor with me, he said, the brown-haired boy scratching the back of his neck with a slight smile as he remembered his first rating game. What the boy said sparked the girl's interest, which made her look at the brown-haired boy in surprise. Since she had known him, he seemed like someone who had never lost a fight. This was something new for her. Issei, my opponent was very strong. So much so that when he beat me, I was unconscious for 2 days so I could recover from the damage, said the brown-haired boy calmly. But the girl was shocked. What kind of damage did he receive to be in bed for 2 days? The girl asked in her mind. Momo, weren't there those who stopped the fight? The girl asked quickly after recovering from what the brown-haired boy said. Issei, no one could intervene. The fight would not stop until one of the team leaders surrendered, which our leader did, and she had to marry him. Momo, what do you mean, get married? She said excitedly, quickly getting up from her seat. Issei, it was a team fight. If we won, her commitment would be cancelled. But if he won, she had to marry him, explained the brown-haired man. The girl sensed that for it to be a fight like that, they must be rich families, since even today many high society families still engage their daughters. But to carry out a fight like that, they must be very hidden to do this, and that the brown-haired man was accidentally involved. Momo, and in the end she married him? Asked the girl, but looking at the brown-haired boy who was smiling, maybe things turned out well. Issei, in the end someone came to cancel the wedding, and thanks to that, she was able to marry the one she truly loves, he answered without giving it any importance. Momo, Issei-kun? Who cancelled the engagement? Can I ask you about her name? Asked the girl with great interest, not knowing that she had already stopped thinking about her defeat by Tokoemi. Issei, the one who cancelled it was the Sekiryuutei, and the girl's name was Rias, he answered to the girl's doubts. What he was saying to her, he did not take importance, but what he wanted to convey, maybe what you've heard has nothing to do with it, but it is not like that. Sometimes the things you leave aside you can learn from it, he said in a way that reminded him a little of his late master Tungzang. Although at first it was difficult to understand, in a certain way there was a lot of reason in his words. Momo, what do you mean? Asked the girl confused. She read a lot in her free time, but still did not understand what he just said. But in a certain way it made her think about the fight against Tokoemi. It took her a while to know what he was trying to say. You're saying that I should learn from my weaknesses, aren't you? Exclaimed the girl after deciphering what the brown-haired man meant, who smiled, nodding in affirmation. That was it. The girl was thinking about what she lost in her first official meeting, so much so that she put aside the idea that she could learn from her mistakes, and in this way gain more experience, something that the brunette made her think about what she had left aside. Momo, how do you know how to say things like this? The girl asked doubtfully, since it was very rare to hear phrases like that nowadays, and that she had read many books, almost any type you could say, since it reminded her a lot of an old Chinese novel that she had read as a child, but she couldn't remember which one it was. Issei, let's just say that a wise monk has taught me many things about life, said the brown-haired boy clearly to the three of them. Before Momo could speak, a voice came through the speakers stating the following, and that the voice belonged to Azazel. Azazel, very well. Now the last preliminary fight of the first group is approaching, which will be Bakuga Katsuki against Uraraka Ochako. "Don't miss it," said the ex-governor, indicating that he would begin the eliminations after this fight. The brown-haired boy went with the girl back to his companions, but now that everything was clear, and he was seeing a new side of the brown-haired boy, something that he liked since the rest of the time he spent being a normal boy like anyone else, somewhat kind, not to say too much, and sometimes a muscle-headed boy. But he only had one doubt: who did he mean by monk? A doubt that would not be answered until an indefinite time. With Group 1A. On a balcony with enough seats for everyone in Group A, they were sitting watching the last fight of the preliminary round for this group. Since the match between Kirishima and Tetsu ended up being a fight of literal toughness, both quirks were equal, strengthening the body, making it as hard and resistant as possible, a fight that ended in a tie, which would be fixed in the end with a few arm wrestling matches ending with the victory of the redhead. Then they told him about the fight Jairo had with the Kendo girl, whose quirk was to make her hands big, something that the earphone jack girl couldn't do without the amplifiers in her suit, and in the end she was kicked off the platform by the orange-haired girl. Although more than getting depressed, something that was impossible because of the guitar and the record, she was happy to have made it to this part of the festival, being her first time. Finally, after the fight between Yaoyorozu and Tokoemi, the order was as follows: Kendo vs. Jairo, Gandon Kende. Korijan, a boy from Room B, almost 2 meters tall with a quirk that sprayed a sticky liquid from the holes in his face that looked like a kind of helmet, had to face a boy from Room C who was easily defeated. After the fight between Kirishima and Tetsu, in which the redhead ended up being the winner. Now it was the last preliminary bout for the first group to make way for the knockouts, which was Uraraka against Bakugo. To the poor brunette's bad luck, she had to fight against the most violent in the class. But she couldn't let herself be intimidated by the explosive blonde. She wanted to win. This would only be the first step towards the goal of giving a better life full of comforts to her parents. She would think of a plan. A single question came to her mind. What would Deku-kun do? The brunette went to prepare to face one of the strongest in the room, if not the most violent, and it doesn't matter if he makes a big explosion towards her. The brown-haired boy and the black-haired girl had lost more than half of the preliminary fights. Some of Yaoyorozu's friends saw her and asked her how she felt. When she lost, she had a sad expression, but now it was as if nothing had happened. The girl only answered that she was fine, and that it was a valuable lesson that she could do better in the future. While everyone sat back down, Midoriya and Lita went to see if the brunette was ready, since she had a very difficult battle. The rest just stayed to wait for the fight to start and pray for the girl's safety. Minutes later, on the large platform, at the ends were the respective participants who would fight in this fight. This fight could be defined as the charisma of evil versus the splendid and beautiful young woman. These were the words I could say about this fight. Well, Ochako would have a hard time, since the blonde didn't even flinch, he just kept his usual annoyed expression. The explosive boy before attacking suggested to the girl that it would be better to abandon the fight, since he would not stop for anything, something to which the girl did not answer and only showed a determined look. She would not give up so easily, less when it was the first step to her goal. After President Mike gave the signal to start, the girl quickly went to the blonde, since she had to touch him to activate her zero-gravity quirk. In this way she would take him off the platform flying. She remembered what the green-haired man said before this fight began. It was some information about Bakugo, to be more precise, his way of attacking, which usually begins with a left hook, and so it was. Just inches from touching the blonde in front of her, he launched a powerful right hook with his explosive quirk at point-blank range in front of the girl, hitting her directly and creating a smoke screen. After the smoke cleared a bit, he could see part of a small silhouette. He thought it was the girl, so he quickly picked it up, which he saw was only the girl's shirt. Uraraka had appeared behind Bakugo with a quick maneuver, being that he had believed that the shirt was her making him float, that again at a short distance from touching him. The blonde reacted quickly, giving an explosive that made the girl fly, skidding a little with the ground. Ultimately, Bakugo was an opponent on another level, something that the girl currently wouldn't have a chance at. Plus it seems that the blonde has no mercy when attacking. These were some of the thoughts of those who saw the fight. The girl recovered to once again throw herself at the boy to be able to touch him, something that he did not allow. At first glance he could seem like a bully, but he knew very well how the girl's quirk worked, something that would not allow her to reach him. Without wasting time, he threw another explosive at close range at the girl, who received it full on. The girl once again launched herself against the blonde. She knew very well that she couldn't win, but there was a way. She had to resist the explosions. Every time she received an explosion, courtesy of the blonde, part of the ground was destroyed. That was her plan, to use the destroyed pieces as weapons. Bakugo didn't know about this, while the spectators got an idea of what the girl was trying to do. Bakugo, I'll give you another chance. Give up while you still can, said the blonde seriously, after receiving so many comments from the spectators that he was hitting a girl. Uraraka, thank you, Bakugo, thank you for not letting your guard down, said the girl with labored breathing, in addition to showing signs of fatigue and some visual damage, while activating her quirk. During this fight she had made the central blonde all her attention on her, added to the boos of the spectators, while she made the pieces of rocks float to give her final blow. It was not a few but hundreds, which meant that her plan was a success. Uraraka, I win! She roared loudly, dropping hundreds of rocks towards the blonde. It was a very strong attack. Out of hundreds, with just receiving a few she would be out of combat. The rocks began to fall rapidly, as if they were raindrops. The blonde looked up only to find hundreds of rocks approaching him. The brunette saw that the blonde would try to stop those rocks, so without wasting time she ran to get the blonde off the platform. That plan would buy her enough time to do all that, or so the girl thought. The blonde raised his left arm, pointing in the direction of the rocks, to create an explosion. Boom! The great sound of an explosion had been heard, being that Bakugo had created a great explosion that destroyed the hundreds of rocks that were going towards him, and it was so strong that the chestnut could not get closer but instead retreated. The explosion was so big that it would easily cover half the platform. The majority of the spectators were shocked by such power of a quirk. Despite the boy's attitude, they had to admit that this quirk was to be feared. Although for a certain supernatural group, the power demonstrated was equivalent to a chestnut dragon shoot during his early days as a demon. Uraraka was in shock. All the effort she had put into planning that had gone in one attack. Plus she was already at the limit of her capacity, but her will was still standing, and she would continue giving it her all. So he stood up to once again launch himself at the blonde, who also prepared to end this once and for all. When the girl was halfway there, she collapsed to the ground, her body giving up, giving the victory to the blonde. Penemu went to check the girl's condition. There was no fatal damage, just tiredness. She gave a signal to Midnight, who nodded. Midnight, Uraraka is unable to move. Bakugo advances to the next round, exclaimed the heroine, announcing the result, in addition to ordering that she will take the girl to heal her, even though it was only a few superficial wounds. Moment later, the green-haired man, seeing how the girl was taken to be treated, ran out to see how she was, but not before meeting Bakugo in the hallways. Apparently he was upset when he saw the green-haired man. He remembered that the girl had used it as her idea, but Midoriya said that it was all hers to be able to defeat him. The blonde boy would say something else but saw that the brunette was also there, so he simply clicked his tongue to return to the stands of Group A, leaving only the brunette and the green-haired boy, who also left, although it was towards the waiting room of Group A. Both boys went to the waiting room where the girl was currently. The green-haired boy was the first to enter to meet the girl. Uraraka, wah! In the end I ended up losing, said the girl, smiling as she always did, while with one hand she scratched the back of her neck, causing the green-haired boy to be in poker, not knowing that the girl would be like that. Midoriya, Uraraka-san, your wounds, are you okay? Asked the boy, worried about the girl. Uraraka, yes. Recovery girl did a good job, the girl answered, getting a sigh of relief from the boy. It was then that the girl did a 180-degree turn. Damn. Bakugo is very strong. He beat me at the last moment, you know. I'm going to give my best next time, exclaimed the girl, moving a fist from one side to the other as a show of frustration, which was cuter than anything. The green-haired boy only became more concerned about the girl, but she said she wanted to be alone to calm her nerves a little and take a deep breath. The green-haired boy understood and left the room to meet the brunette, who was leaning against the wall. Issei, is everything okay, Midoriya? He asked his friend, who wasn't sure what to answer. Midoriya knew very well that it was an act. He had also hidden all his pain and frustration behind a mask a long time ago. He understood that it was a failure, but with the support of others he managed to move forward, something he didn't know how to do with the girl. Midoriya, I don't know, she wants to be alone for a moment. Alright. Are you ready for the playoffs? Because here comes the first round. What will it be like between Ishido versus Tokoemi? The voice that was heard through the speakers was from the teacher present, Mike, who apparently the playoffs have already started. After finishing listening to that through the speakers, both were going to return to the stands when small sobs were heard, coming from the room where the chestnut was. Both boys opened the door a little to find that the girl was crying, while talking on the phone. Midoriya, Uraraka, he said sadly, seeing his friend like this. He wanted to do something to make her smile or to get rid of those sorrows, but he didn't know how. Issei, Midoriya? Midoriya, Issei-kun? Is something wrong? Asked the boy. The brown-haired boy whispered something in his ear that made him blush like a tomato. What? I can't do that. No. The brown-haired boy pushed the green-haired boy into the room. He resisted a little, but everything was resolved with a small kick. Issei, just do it, he said, giving him a small kick like a push, putting the green-haired boy inside the room. Inside the room. The green-haired man was abruptly pushed inside again to get the girl's attention. Uraraka, Deku-kun, said the girl, surprised, but when she realized that, she tried to wipe her tears but she couldn't. They kept coming out without stopping. What? Sniff. Are you doing? Here? Sniff, I told you that I wanted to be alone, said the girl between sobs. The green-haired boy didn't say anything. He took a deep breath to approach the girl standing face to face. The boy was a few centimeters taller than the girl. She didn't know what the green-haired boy was going to do. She could notice how her cheeks were a little red, but something happened without warning. The green-haired man had hugged the girl, who opened her eyes in shock, and her body had tensed a little. The girl's face immediately turned so red she couldn't imagine it. Uraraka, Deku-kun? What are you doing? Asked the girl, stuttering while smoke seemed to come out of her head. Not to mention the green-haired boy, this was officially his first contact with a girl. He was just as red as the girl, maybe more. The brunette had told him to do this, that he would help him get rid of the girl's sorrows, something that the boy denied at first, but he had to admit that he wanted to do it, but he didn't know how. With a push from his friend, not to say a kick, now he was doing it, and well, you have to finish what you started. Midoriya, cry. Uraraka-san, take out all your sorrows and frustration because I am here with you, said the boy, trying not to stutter, and he hugged the girl tighter. The girl was shocked by what she heard. Little by little the tension in her body went away. Her hands unconsciously reached for the boy's back. Her round eyes began to moisten. She didn't want her friend to see her cry, but she couldn't. She wanted to get her sorrows out. It was then that the girl began to cry while the tears wet the boy's right shoulder. Uraraka, I sniff I. Out of the room. The brown-haired boy saw that the green-haired boy had achieved his goal. On the way he ran into his girls, who were looking for them, and Azazel was also with them. Of course Penami was still the referee along with Midnight. Issei, yo! Girls, is something wrong? Asked the boy with disdain. Leify, Issei-sama, Azazel-sensei has something to tell us, the magician answered for all. The brown-haired boy looked at the fallen man with doubt. Azazel, to be more precise, it's with you, Hyoudou. It's about Todoroki. And his other half. After saying this, the brown-haired man looked at him with more doubt. Let's go to a room to talk about this, he said, where everyone nodded. On the way to an unoccupied break room, he had heard some of the winners of the qualifiers, which were Tokoemi, Bakugo and Kendo. The three mentioned would face each other at the same time, to see who will be the one to compete in the finals. Break room. After arriving at a break room, especially for teachers, Azazel began to tell about how Todoroki had not used his full potential, that he always only used a part. The reason, the fallen told them about the boy's childhood, what was his purpose for having been raised, in addition to his mother's current situation. Note, technically, Azazel narrated something similar to what Hyoudou narrated at the beginning of the chapter. The girls couldn't believe it, that the boy was only raised with the purpose of surpassing all might, of being what his father couldn't, a quirk marriage. Not even the commitments of the underworld and his world were like that. That angered the girls. Issei, I already knew that, the brown-haired boy answered calmly, surprising those present, but I want to know how you managed to know all this, said the brown-haired boy to the fallen one. And it was true, if he had just heard it a few hours ago with you, how did the black-haired man with yellow locks know? Azazel, I don't just go out at night to drink, you know? I'm their teacher. I have to know each of their habits to know how to train them, but it was also about knowing more about how quirks work, being something of a family, a mix, even among others, more possibilities for a quirk to emerge. While I was investigating if the boys' quirks were inherited from their parents or were a fusion, I was able to find out a little about the history of each one, said the fallen one, as if it were something normal, being that in a certain way it was harassment. Those present looked at the fallen man strangely. What he said seemed like harassment, if not that it was. Azazel, and the one that caught my attention the most was the quirk inherited from his father and mother of Todoroki. That's why Hyoudou, he took a short pause to speak again. I want you to help him accept his other half, said the fallen one with a smile. The brown-haired man was the one to do this. He had already made someone accept the other part of his being twice, so why not a third time? Seraphol, so you want Issei-chan to help him like she did with Rias-chan's queen and her tower too, right? Asked the Mao, agreeing, which the fallen one nodded. Azazel, so Issei, do you accept this? He asked, looking at the brown-haired man. The girls also looked at him to wait for what the brown-haired man would say, although since he was, maybe they already knew the answer. Issei, of course, why not? After all, it wasn't his fault. Clinging to the past is not a good thing, said the brown-haired boy firmly. But without leaving him alone, another teaching of Tongzine had said. The fallen one smiled at this, in addition to the fact that he could obtain more data to investigate the quirks. Until now, he had come to the conclusion that the Kozii, in a certain way, worked like the sacred gear, although unlike their system, the Kozii was more genetic, which was easier to understand. In addition to the fact that if he could create an artificial quirk and combine it with some artificial sacred gears, the result might be impressive. Since they entered the break room, 25 minutes had passed, long enough to hear the following from the speakers through the present mic. Weya, the winner to go to the end is Bakugo. He is the winner of Block A, with the first part finished. Let's go with those of the second group. Are you ready? The energetic and strong voice of the blonde hero announced that the remaining group is about to begin. Everyone decided to return to the stands, while Azazel returned to his role as the festival's narrator. Second part of the tournament/fight, moments later. The tournament began. All the participants of this second part were already ready. The brown-haired boy was styling or warming up. He had an objective. It was to face Todoroki, in addition to teaching the explosive blonde a lesson. Reason? Because he wants to give him back for having hurt his brown-haired friend, something that the girls also agreed on. Anyway, in a few words, it was to win. Uraraka and Midoriya had appeared. After the girl recovered, of course neither of them would say anything about what happened in the waiting room. The second part had begun, being inaugurated by the fight between Midoriya and Shinso, a very normal fight, but Shinso's quirk was mind control, which only required having a short conversation with his target to have him under his control. When the green-haired boy was about to leave the platform due to the mind control, no one knew what happened, but the boy broke free from the control. Without wasting time and without answering anything, he took Shinso out of the platform, without the need for his quirk, anyway. You could say that it is the most normal fight there will be in this tournament, with the green-haired boy as the winner. The second fight was Todoroki versus Zero, where the poor boy with taped hands was frozen to the bone by Todoroki's ice half, ending up being a human popsicle. Midnight, who also freezes, but only the right half of her body, while Penemu was on the left side of the black-haired girl, which served as a shield, being the only one who did not manage to freeze, although she could not either. The winner was Todoroki, although losing was not an option. Before this fight, he had a short little talk with his father, and it was about the boy's half of fire, that sooner or later he would have to use it, which bothered him even more. The next one was Lita versus Mei. More than a fight, it was more of a presentation of the girl's inventions, where the black-haired man with glasses was allowed to use a kind of exoskeleton to run and have balance. The pink-haired woman, rather than fighting, presented her inventions to the businessmen who were watching this from a room, where if those companies patented her inventions, she would be highly recognized. The girl had different inventions equipped. She avoided Lita while she gave an explanation of their functions. The explanations of her inventions lasted for 10 minutes, until she finally finished. During that whole time, both as spectators and participants had a face of WTF is the closest thing I can describe it, being Lita used as a presentation dummy, receiving a few bad words from the black-haired man. Without further ado, with his objective achieved, he walked off the platform, thus giving the victory to Lita. The next to fight was Kaminari vs. Ibara, which ended with the blonde losing against the green-haired girl from Class B, being that he was confident, where he used his quirk to the maximum, believing that with a charged attack he would win. But it was not like that, a shameful defeat for the blonde. The penultimate fight of the preliminaries, Issei vs. Monoma, the blonde boy from Group B with a quirk to copy the quirks of others, but only one at a time and with a time limit of 5 minutes, which apparently since both went up on stage, the blonde began to make fun of the brown-haired boy just for being Class A, which made him twitch in his right eye. He said things like, "I'll prove that those in Class A know nothing. I'll sweep the floor with you." Things like that, which made the brown-haired boy's angry veins appear. At the request of the blonde, they both shook hands, without knowing what the blonde was up to, who had a smile on his face. Note, it is not known if he only copies the quirks, so I will leave it like that, and there is no shortage of people who say otherwise. The fight began. The blonde knew that the brown-haired boy's quirk was super strength, something that was demonstrated in the cavalry battle and the obstacle race. For that reason he wanted a handshake with the brown-haired boy. To copy his quirk, he walked out very confidently. Something that confused the brown-haired boy, who had his hands in his pockets waiting for him to do something. Monoma, upon arriving, threw a big punch at the brunette's face, although before it touched him, it was stopped by the brunette's hand, which confused the blonde. Issei, "Hey, what are you trying to do with such a weak punch?" he asked, still holding the blonde's fist. Monoma, "How is it possible?" he said, surprised. He had copied his quirk, but why didn't it work? "I copied your quirk. I should have enough strength." With his free hand he punched, but it had the same result as the previous one. The brown-haired boy didn't pay attention to him, since he seemed to be bothered by the blonde's attitude, and he didn't want to be any closer to him, so he would finish this once and for all. With a kick, he sent the blonde flying until he was lying on the grass, unconscious with his eyes rolled back in his head. Midnight was surprised by this, since it was not difficult for her to defeat him, although she wanted to see how his confrontation with the rest would be. Interest in him was increasing. She was going to announce the winner, but a certain purple-haired girl got ahead of her. "Penemu, Hyoudou moves on to the next round. Nito is out," exclaimed the cadre with excitement. The action of the cadre to steal the dialogue of the black-haired girl bothered her. The last fight was between a boy named Jiroda from Class B against a boy from Class C, who were among the 3 teams after the qualifiers. The fight was not important, with the boy from Class B emerging as the winner. Now the qualifiers would begin, and the first fight would be Midoriya vs. Todoroki. It would be a very tough fight, ending the conversation they had in private. Their fight would undoubtedly be the best so far in the tournament. The green-haired boy dodged his opponent's ice with his full cowl. He still didn't have enough power to destroy the ice, so for now he had to be on the defensive, thinking of a plan. He spent a long time dodging Todoroki's long-range ice attacks, but he remembered the conversation they both had, what the fire/ice boy said, accompanied by what he saw from Uraraka. A single message passed through his mind. What's the point of winning when you're not giving your all, while everyone else was giving their all? In a way, Midoriya and Todoroki weren't giving their all. The green-haired one because of the cost of using 100%. Shoto for his part didn't want to use the fire side for anything in the world. The boy wanted to show his father that without using his fire side, he would be able to go far. He would win without using his other side. He didn't want to be like his father, the ideal he learned from him. He wouldn't follow it, he wouldn't be like him, much less a puppet to fulfill what he couldn't. He would reject everything about him. There came a time when the green-haired boy left the defensive, to start attacking, breaking the ice created by Shoto to open a path towards the aforementioned, although each attack that Midoriya launched broke each of his fingers, which would be limited. It is like a cartridge with 10 bullets, which you had to use carefully so as not to waste it. Each of his 10 fingers, then both of his arms. The damage was too much, but he still continued. The green-haired man was giving it his all at a great cost and feeling great pain. His family, who were watching him from home, were extremely worried about their son/brother, seeing his arms broken with serious injuries. They didn't want the boy to continue, but they knew there was nothing he could do. That look on the boy's face, his determination, said that nothing would stop him. Back in the fight, with both arms already broken, almost at the end of this first encounter, both boys launched an attack with everything they had, Midoriya with his smash at 100%. On Todoroki's part, from one moment to the next he began to use his fire side. In a certain way, seeing the green-haired boy's determination, he also went all out. He didn't know how, but something inside him told him that he had to do it. Both attacks collided, even though the cement hero created several cement walls to prevent both attacks from colliding and killing one of them, which was useless. The barriers were destroyed into thousands of pieces. A large blizzard appeared due to the attack of the two boys. Thousands of pieces of rocks were flying everywhere, some even flying towards the stands of Group A, but luckily for him the chestnut destroyed some of them as if it were a game. Serafal simply created a small ice barrier. The platform was covered in a large curtain of dust that was slowly dissipating to reveal that the winner was Todoroki, who was still standing on the platform. Endeavor, who saw this, was smiling, seeing how his son had used his fire side. It was only the beginning of accepting everything about him. The green-haired boy was off the platform, injured in both arms. With barely any effort and the help of the wall he could stand up. His vision was starting to blur. The boy was technically crashed into the wall, near the entrance to the platform or what was left of it. Unable to do any more, he fell to the green grass on the ground. Without wasting time, he was taken to the infirmary to be treated by Recovery Girl. If in the first group, the fight between Uraraka and Bakugo was brutal, this one was much more so. The boy wouldn't wake up in an hour, both of them having given their all in that last attack. It took them a few minutes to repair the combat platform. With the help of the cement hero, there wasn't much work. After repairing the platform, the elimination matches continued, the next being Lita vs Ibara, which was very fast. Literally, the vice president of Class A used his new attack or technique Recipro Burst, which increased the speed of his quirk considerably for 10 seconds, which after use he could not use his quirk for a short period of time. With this movement he knocked the girl off the platform without any damage and without being able to react, leaving him as the winner. 2 of the 3 who would fight in the semi-final were ready. Now only the fight between the brown-haired boy and a boy from Class B remained. The result was obvious to those who knew about the brown-haired boy's martial skills, which took out the boy without doing as much damage to him as the blonde, leaving the brown-haired boy as the winner of this last fight. The 3 semi-finalists of this group were already present, who were Todoroki, Lita and Issei. The 3 mentioned were face-to-face on the platform. The brown-haired boy had been faced with very weak opponents. It was some of the comments of the spectators. They said that in this one he would come out, that his luck had run out. Unknown to the majority was that the brown-haired boy would be a difficult opponent, not to say too much for both boys. Although with his super strength quirk it gave him a little more credit. At the Hyoudou residence, all the residents and guests would watch this great fight, even knowing the outcome. It was time to start the fight of the second semi-final. The explosive blonde was eager to destroy whoever came out victorious from there, especially the brown-haired and Todoroki. He wanted to show everyone that he would be the winner and number 1 as he had said. For Todoroki, it was time for a rematch against the brown-haired boy. He had trained a lot for this moment with him, and now he would demonstrate, although he didn't feel sure if he would use his fire side like he did with the green-haired boy. Lita, the black-haired boy with glasses, received a last-minute call from his mother, saying that his older brother had been hospitalized, which alarmed him, given that his mother had mentioned a certain hero killer. After hearing this, the boy had voluntarily withdrawn from the semi-final, which confused everyone, but he explained that it was for personal reasons, and that he had to withdraw and go somewhere, which was agreed upon. The boy left the stadium with a serious face. No one knew what happened to the black-haired boy who woke up from answering that call. Midnight, very well. The participant Tenya withdrew. This fight will be 1-on-1. Hyoudou versus Todoroki, said the woman with a small pause for a smile to draw on her. Begin.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown in left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.